as substance, motivation, satisfaction. Nothing stops here. We all keep moving. Whether that be forward or backward, it's your choice. That direction is up to you. That power is yours. So use it. Become it. Take pride in it. Make this your move a big one with impact and purpose. This is your opening to use and make your potential something worthwhile, something better than best. You can make this. You have this power in you. It's always been there and will never stop being there. So take advantage of this opportunity you have now. This power defines your future, defines you towards a place of satisfaction and strength. Serve yourself like you would for someone else. Build that respect for yourself, for your progress, for your fears. Serve yourself the work you would need to put in. Serve yourself the success you earned, the life you built, the progress you've made. This is what inspires your life into the right direction. This power can take you to success. It will take you towards a path. This path isn't easy, it isn't clear, and it isn't safe, but it promises two things. First, direction, and then satisfaction. The direction takes you, guides you towards a place where you not only succeed, but you continue succeeding. Every branch you break, every trip you take, each fear you feel are steps towards progress beyond your imagination. Push past your boundaries, break past your boundaries, and become your power. The satisfaction makes you the person who always craves to be better, who always breaks their fears, breaks their best to always be better. This satisfaction never stops growing, and you never stop growing, and you continue through life full of success, fueled by progress, constructed on your fears. Stop holding yourself back from this potential. This fire is always waiting to be unleashed, the power that can never be stopped. Therefore, there are no excuses to wake up and succeed. No one but you is holding you back. Be inspired to move away, inspired to become something worthy of the work you put in.
What's going on,
It doesn't
fellas?
get any easier. You just get stronger. If you want to change, don't expect your life to stay the same. Expect it to get harder. Expect it to actually get really, really tough. Tougher than you can even imagine right now. And this is where you can move past the boundaries that used to hold you back. Used to hold you by the neck. Now you can move towards the fulfillment that's your future. And this, you see, this is where you can finally feel the satisfaction of your work. This is when you finally get to feel that success. Now is the time for you to step up, stand out, and become the person you need to become.
Yeah.
Your future is in your hands, and this is what sets your life up to be worth the potential that you deserve. Your power is and always has been the thing that's going to take you towards the life that you have earned. Don't fail yourself. Perseverance is the aspect that takes you towards a future worthy of your strength, worthy of your progress. So take pride in that more than anything. You have, and you always will have this potential to improve, this potential to adapt, and this potential to change. This is what you've been working for. Go on and receive them.
You have the potential today to be special. Every second that passes now is the opportunity to succeed. Succeed into something worthy, something with the power to change,
Eso sí está
to
caliente.
adapt into the person you've always
El
wanted to
Dogecoin.
be.
Todo el mundo está en
You
search,
have
search,
this
search.
opportunity today to be something with purpose, something with potential, something that has the power to improve, to really make it past your fears,
Para que vea.
to become the boundaries that have always held you back. You have always had the strength to push past these boundaries. To move past this, you need to know your power. Know how much you can really grow. This power is endless.
No.
You need to know that you can always strengthen yourself. the life to
Oh,
be better.
Lord.
Become
Y yo,
something
suerte que yo tengo
better.
pantalla
You can
aquí.
always change. You can always change. The risk is the
Yo
one
tengo
you
las
have
dos
to be willing
pantallas.
to
Yo
take.
tengo una pantalla viendo una vaina y la otra.
Today is the day. Take this challenge. Today is your opportunity. This is the time to become
Tato.
something with worth. To work towards something that
Tato.
you can be proud of.
Today is given to you as an opportunity. Today might be bad, but let me tell you what, they don't last. They never even start. Today can and has the potential to be incredible. Do you know that? Do you know that today has the potential still to be incredible? Right now is the time to make today happen, no matter the circumstances.
What's up, guys? What up,
Because
DJ
today can
Dav?
define you. Today could be the day you need to be defined into a stronger person. This strength on the inside of you, man, this is what lasts. This is your legacy. The legacy that pushes you into the right direction. And let me tell you, that direction is always going to be forward. Because forward towards a future with a purpose is one that's
New
constantly
high.
achieving and constantly looking to be better.
Find something better to
That's
do.
the
Become a
new
person
high.
that you admire. Find out who that is, become that person. Who is it you admire? Follow them, watch them, see how they operate. You become what you observe. So start to become that person that you were always meant to be. I'm not saying be someone else, I'm saying find out what about them speaks to something in you. So know that this is gonna change you. And this over here, this bad habits are what's gonna be left behind. Tough times are gonna be inevitable. There will always be there. But you, my friend, you're gonna be one step ahead of them, always.
Let's see.
There's
let's
one
see.
way you should see life. Life is an opportunity. You have this opportunity for a reason. That reason is to succeed.
What you guys think about Dogecoin?
Succeed far past fears, past doubts, past your insecurities, empowering yourself toward the finish line.
This phone paired with 5G ultra wideband.
Now is the time to make this opportunity. Your opportunity is more than this. It's your potential to succeed. Use your potential. Use it as your superpower because that's what it is. Power.
What you guys
Power
think
to
about
succeed,
Dogecoin?
to achieve.
Let's
How
get
badly
it.
do you
Dogecoin
want
is going to the
How much do you
moon.
want it? There's only one way
Just
to get it.
it's
to
gonna
work
go
hard.
right to the moon with
Motivate your
freaking
life
Elon
toward a
Musk
future where you can succeed,
spaceship.
where you can achieve. How much do you appreciate this opportunity? How much
Gonna
do
go
you
right
want
to the
this?
moon with
So
Elon Musk
respect
spaceship.
the path you're on. Take the journey. Become the path. Make this define you. Your future relies on
Bounce.
this. So be this opportunity. Take
Bounce.
the risk and become the person you want to be.
Bounce.
You're there. You're present.
Bounce.
So act like it. Be
Like it
prepared
when it
to struggle,
bounce.
but more importantly, be prepared to succeed. Today will not be the day you fail. Today is an
Bounce.
opening. The opening to make it. Take the path. You're on the path. All you have to do is take a step.
SpaceX and Dogecoin will land on the moon together.
Now is
Yep.
the time to become someone you believe in. Someone with purpose.
Got that
Don't
right.
stop now. Don't stop until you know you can make it. Stand up to your success. Stand up to your power. This is your opportunity. Take it. Take it like you own it because you do. Be sure. Know your purpose, your worth, your intention, your drive to strive towards success. Life is in your hands. It has always been in your hands.
Market's just open too.
This is the time. This is the time to make it past your fears, your boundaries. This is the time you break them, shatter them, make them a part of you, build your future from the remains. This is where it starts. Now is the time to succeed. The power is in your hands. The power to be something more, something that has potential. You know that. You've always had it. Take the opportunity. Take the risk. Take the risk now before it's too late. So this is where you are. It's never too late. Never stop.
It will not take
This
long
is where
till
you
Dogecoin
can
catch
begin
us up
work.
to
Hard
XRP.
work.
I don't think so.
Become the person you admire. You know that you can be the best. All it takes is power, drive, and work. Work until it hurts. This is where you succeed. This is how you succeed. You're better than you think you are. All you need is belief. The belief that you can succeed. The belief that you can learn, educate yourself. You have the power to push the part of you that sheltered yourself from this progress, that didn't allow you to grow and get stronger. You can be better. You can change to be better, to be stronger, and become the person you need to be. Transform into the person with respect. Respect for themselves. Respect for the decisions you make. Appreciation for the progress you're making. How are you going to make this transition? Are you willing to change? Do you want to change? In order for you to succeed, you need to switch your mindset. You need to know that you want it.
A different future starts with you. That's why GoDaddy does more than help you find a name. You can create, sell, and get found online so any small business can make a change. We need a new generation of thinking, your way of thinking. Start different at GoDaddy.com.
Be honest with yourself. Be honest with your mistakes. You have one tool. It's called time. Taste the opportunity and feel the success. Feel the power rise above you. You have this. Believe that you can. Know that you can. Be the person you want to become.
We're all worth far more than anyone can imagine. Our power, honestly, is endless, and our potential has the power to make something real out of the life you live. That's crazy. Like, your life is now. You can alter your future. This is where you begin too, and this is where you start to succeed. Now, this moment around you, right now, that's the secret power that you have. Time is your power. This time, you have the potential to succeed, to be something with purpose, someone with power. Power to be more than your limits and to smash those boundaries that you keep seeing in your mind, to become someone that learns, overcomes, and someone who's looking to be more than just who you think you are right now.
Look how flat that was.
Don't be afraid to step up to your fears. Don't be afraid to even become your fears. Take this opportunity now to be worthy of the success you want, to be the person that you admire, someone who takes extra steps to be more than they could ever imagine, those extra steps, putting in those extra hours.
Day by day.
Now be prepared to fight. Be prepared to have
Seems
to break
like we could touch 10.
to step
We
onto
could
the
touch
battlefield,
10.
sword in hand, ready to stand
He's
up
not
for
out of the
you,
picture.
ready
We
to
could
stand
touch
up
10
to
cents.
you, and ready to fight for your power.
Oh yeah.
This is the time to take action. Taking action with purpose.
We
Purpose
could
to
definitely
change
touch 10.
and purpose to improve.
What do you see when you look in the mirror? This should be your only competition, you. Your competition is what takes your potential towards a power that
Dogecoin
pushes
to
you
the
towards your future.
moon. Who else agrees in
A
here?
future
What's
where you
going
can be
on? Where
free.
y'all fellas from? Are
Free
y'all
of your
Dogecoin
setbacks,
army?
your risks, your boundaries.
What's going on, fellas?
You know that this is what can move you towards a power you deserve. Take control. Take direction of your life. Direct it towards a life full of your success. Take it now to know that you can always be better. You can always try harder. Know that this is how you can move toward the finish
There
line
you go,
faster
going
and
bullish
faster.
on Dogecoin.
You can
Yep.
start right now. Be confident.
There's no
Have
selling
this.
power, bro.
Use
They trying to
this.
take
Know that
Dogecoin
you can
down.
change,
But
improve,
they don't
always
got
looking
no
to make
power.
Your future worthy.
We the
Worthy of
bulls
your
got the
work,
power
your
right
effort, your time. Set yourself free
We
from
the people
restriction.
got the
Set
power.
yourself free from your progress and move towards your success. This is how you can progress. Progress toward a
Exactly.
life
Dogecoin
full of
army.
achievement. Your
Let's
achievement.
get it.
Now you have this power.
You have the control. You have the power to change your life for the better. Now let this be a time where you take a moment to remember what it is that you deserve. To remember the potential that you've always had.
Oh yeah.
Because this right here is where it begins. This is where you can really change. Now keep moving in the direction that takes you towards success. A success that moves you towards a power full of your achievement, a future made from your fears, a future where you get to be in control. So take the power you deserve,
Dogecoin
become the potential that you
army.
created, because now is the time to change. You got that authority now. Take it before the moment slips away, because I'm telling you it's not going to be here forever. Take the moment where your future becomes your
This
reality.
might be ready to
You got
go
that
back
opportunity
up
every single
again.
day. And right now is where those things start to change. You got this.
You know how I gotta read, you know.
Take it while you
You
can
gotta
see it,
rest.
while you can really make something.
You gotta
of
rest.
yourself. Because you know that now is where it really begins. This is the time for you to shape your life into the one you always wanted, the life that you need to have. Take this as an opening and use it as an opening to become someone worthy of the work you are putting in and day out. Because you're
Who else in here is a Dogecoin fanatic? That's our fight against those big hedge fund. This is our fight with them.
You know, don't give up on your life. Always achieve your goals, what you set up to do.
I don't even, you know, I don't even recommend selling on profit. If y'all really want to make a change, y'all should hold it.
Always, if you're not
Y'all
sure,
should
then
hold
ask
it
questions and
until
don't
that shit
hesitate
rise
to
to the
kind of,
moon.
You know, ask the question twice, 3 times. You know, no one's going to think you're stupid. Just if you're not sure, just do it and just attack life like you're there to live it. You know, and just live your life to fullest. That's all I have to say. So yeah.
It's a choice. You can choose to be great or not.
Mm-hmm.
It's down to
Yeah, I appreciate y'all fellas stopping by. Santana's 90s. Yeah, new. Don't forget to hit that like, subscribe. We are live, baby.
Ambition transforms your passions from dreams to the real world. Ambition is something that is deep inside. It's something that you need in order to wake up in the morning and be excited. Loving what you do isn't enough. You must have ambition.
You think how quick you think it's gonna catch up to XRP? You think it's possible to catch up XRP?
That kind of stuck with me because you know a lot of people with people with additional needs. You know, if someone says that, they'll believe it.
XRP started in 2017.
I just think you need to kind of keep around positive people.
From 42
Choose the right
cents.
group of people you want to be around. Make sure
Oh wow, it was at 42 cents. Oh, that's how far back I went. I never really noticed, figured out when XRP started. But look how high this was. Look.
Example of it, you know, and I proved hundreds and
From
hundreds of
10
people wrong, and
cents
that's what kind of
to freaking $3.31.
You know, just because I've got Asperger's doesn't mean I'm gonna sit.
Yeah, I don't think that's possible with Dogecoin if people hold.
I'm gonna be the best.
Hell fucking yeah. Look at this. Woo!
Think I've lifted the weight before I lift it. That's one massive thing that's helped me with my mental state. So like if there's 450 on the bar, even if I've never touched it, I'll be like, right, I've done the lift in my head, then I'll go straight to it and do it. For me, I don't like to use too much energy, you know, and if I get too kind of like rallied up into like thinking with dark thoughts or thinking stuff,
Can you hear the?
I've learned that kind of through the years of lifting weights, so I kind of just be as positive as I can.
Can you hear the motivation in the background?
And just go straight for it. But I always imagine I've done the lift before I do it and then just go straight into it.
Welcome, fellas. Welcome, fellas, to the Doge Army.
You know, like as a businessman, if you want to own the biggest, if you want to own a whole street of stuff, you know, just you should always visualize, you know, like I always said I want to open a gym, you know, as well, and I visualized driving past places and be like, I want to own that as a gym, you know, and when it actually happens, you're like, this is cool. So yeah, I think you should always kind of visualize things in your life. I'm always kind of, just the way I am, I'm always kind of visualizing.
I'm gonna give you a good one. This is my favorite motivational one right here. I'm gonna start it from the beginning.
Beyond measure.
This is the best one right here.
Last night I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch.
Can y'all hear that, fellas? Is it too loud, too low? Let me know what's going on, fellas. Appreciate y'all stopping by Santana 90s. Hospitalized, Brick. I'm so mean I make medicine sick.
I'm gonna show you how great I am.
This kid's gonna be the best kid in the world. This kid's gonna be somebody better than anybody ever knew.
I'm gonna show you how great I am. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale.
I have handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. I'm show you how great I am.
All of you chumps are gonna
Oh, the stock market open too. Let's check it out how did it open.
I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble.
I'm gonna show you how great I am. You got 20 minutes. Alright, that's how it opened.
You changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame. Like a big shadow. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean.
Look, I even wrote it. That was last week. This was not made. Divergent confirmation for the moon check. Wow, that's crazy. I was waiting for confirmation on this one.
And keep moving forward. How much you can take?
On Wednesday I was checking, yeah.
That's how winning is done. Because if you're willing to go through all the battles
It is
you
what
gotta
it
go
is.
through to get to where you
You
want
can't
to get,
catch them all.
who's got the right to stop you?
We're not, we're not Ash from, Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all.
And you're told no, even after you pay your dues. Who's got the right to tell you that? Who? Nobody. It's your right to listen to your gut. It ain't
What's so
nobody's right to
funny?
say no.
I don't find anything
Be
funny.
what you want to be and do what you want to do.
Jesus.
Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that and that ain't you. You're better than that.
Is it too loud? Is it too loud? Somebody speak up.
Not that we are inadequate.
Promise I don't bite too hard.
Fears that we are powerful
Yeah, he does.
beyond measure.
Definitely. Oh, wow. Hey, who is that? Oh, I can't even see it. Who was that? No Love. Thanks for the raid, No Love. Appreciate that, my boy. Oh, the alert was behind the thing. Alert box.
Imagine, if you will, being on your deathbed,
There we go.
standing around your bed.
The ghost of the ideas, the dreams, the abilities. Hey, I appreciate y'all. I appreciate y'all. No Love, you're welcome. You always look out. That's what's up, No Love. How was your stream, buddy? Welcome, everybody that's coming from No Love stream to the Santana 90s. And only you could have given us life. And now we might die with you forever. It was great, bro. That's what's up. That's what's up. You into Dodge at all? This is our fight with the big hedge fund right now.
What dreams?
Love my viewers. They loyal. That's what's up, man. That's what's up. I appreciate that.
What challenges?
Gotta give them love to your loyal viewers, huh? The love is right there, man. How it the motivation is not too loud, right?
They'll pull up the slack. This is your game.
Yeah, right now I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. So maybe y'all don't see me talking with somebody on YouTube. YouTube thinks I'm crazy talking about myself. But I'm on Twitch too, so that's why I'm talking. Somebody on Twitch is talking. Let's check the Forex real quick. GU, yeah, GU is a little bit, it's coming again. It's coming again, and let's see what's gonna happen. That's 1 touch, 2 touch, 3 touch, 4 touch, 5 touch, 6 touch. Which one is gonna be the decisive touch that either is gonna break down, break up, or is it gonna bounce down and just keep going down? But if you look at it, man, this is kind of like a whole major almost. The in between one. If you look at it, that's the whole major in between one. So once it breaks, we could keep going up. But so far, this is a major support right now. That's a major support. You see that? See, right in between. Let's see what news is coming out. Huh. Interesting. Yo, this beat just throws it out the park. Dogecoin to the moon. Dogecoin. Dogecoin. Dogecoin to the moon. I'm telling ya. Listen, I know everybody want to make profit, right? But this is our fight. Y'all got to understand, this is our fight right now. This is our sword against the hedge fund. So we got to just hold it. As much as we want to sell our profits, sell it to get our profits, we got to hold it until this skyrockets to the moon. Because this is our sword right now. This is our weapon right now against the hedge fund. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people they even got Dogecoin, but they don't understand what's going on, what's all behind it. Yep, GU. That's a nice little major support there. Yep. How much was it? Look how quick that moves. From 79.98 to 81.87. Almost a whole cent. Oh, almost 2 cents in within minutes. Almost 2 cents move within minutes. So yeah, that's crazy. Ba-da. Dodge Army. Hold the line. Oh yeah. Our weapon. What's going on, fellas? Who in here from Nola Stream? What's going on? Who's into stocks and forex and crypto? Hey, hey, hey. Oh.
I didn't want to just be a bodybuilding champion. I wanted to be the best bodybuilder of all times. Dig deep down and ask yourself,
Dig
who do you
deep
want to be?
down.
Not what, but who. I'm talking about figuring out for yourselves what makes you happy. You have to think outside the box. That's what I believe.
Think outside the fucking box.
What is the point of being on this earth if all you want to do is be liked by everyone and avoid trouble?
Exactly.
say break the rules, not the law, but break the rules. I remember that after I was
Break the rules, not the law. You hear that? That's so powerful. That's so powerful. Break the rules, not the law.
Just look at your body here, this huge, monstrous body.
That's so powerful.
It doesn't fit into the movies.
Let me take all these out. I'm gonna do a new analysis on all of these.
I was convinced I could do it. And then I got the big break in Conan the Barbarian. Trust yourself no matter what anyone else thinks. And there the director said if we wouldn't have Schwarzenegger, we would have to build one.
I'll be back.
I'll be back. One of the most famous lines in movie history, all because of my crazy accent. Just shows you never listen that you can't do something.
Let's check this out.
Don't be afraid to fail. Anything I've ever attempted, I was always willing to fail. Don't be afraid of making decisions. You can't be paralyzed by fear of failure, or you would never push yourself. You keep pushing because you believe in yourself and in your vision.
Huh, I wonder if Bitrix is for US,
It's the right thing to do.
for US residents.
Don't be afraid to fail. I mean, how many times have you heard that you can't do this, you can't do that, and it's never been done before? So pay no attention to the people that say it can't be done. If I would have listened to
Against
the
fucking
naysayers, I
Bitcoin.
would still be in the Austrian Alps yodeling. I would never have come to America. I always listened to myself and said, yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
You never want to fail because you didn't work hard enough. Work your butt off. I always believed leaving no stone unturned.
And those stock, I might sell them next week, cause
No gain.
gotta take my profits. Gotta take my profits. Or maybe I hold it for another week. 'Cause, oh man, it's been so nice to me.
At the same time is working hard. Someone is getting smarter and someone is winning. Just remember that.
Oh, here comes my favorite part. Yeah, here comes my favorite part.
Climb the ladder of success.
You can't climb the mountain of success with your hands in your pocket. Look at, hear this beat. Listen to this beat, yo. Hey. Hey. Just turned my cycle switch on. See, I'm telling you, this could go up to 10 cents this week. Easily could go up to 10 cents this week. And it's going to 10 cents. If they don't start, man, if people don't start selling to profits. This is our weapon, fellas. We gotta hold this. We gotta hold this. This is our weapon against the hedge funds right now. We gotta hold the line. Seven. I guess I'll shut up. Nobody's talking. You have any question or anything y'all want to talk, let me know.
Rise and shine. 6 a.m. and your hand can't make it to the alarm clock before the voices in your head start telling you that it's too early, too dark, and too cold to get out of bed. Aching muscles lie still in rebellion, pretending not to hear your brain commanding them to move. A legion of voices are shouting their unanimous permission for you to hit the snooze button and go back to dreamland. But you didn't ask their opinion. The voice you've chosen to listen to is one of defiance. A voice that says there was a reason you set that alarm in the first place. So sit up, put your feet on the floor, and don't look back, because we've got work to do. Welcome to the grind. For what is each day but a series of conflicts between the right way and the easy way? 10,000 streams fan out like a river delta before you, each one promising the path of least resistance. Thing is, you're headed upstream. And when you make that choice, when you decide to turn your back on what's comfortable and safe and what some would call common sense, well, that's day one. From there, it only gets tougher. So just make sure this is something you want, because the easy way out will always be there, ready to wash you away. All you have to do is pick up your feet. But you aren't going to, are you? With each step comes the decision to take another. You're on your way now, but this is no time to dwell on how far you've come. You're in a fight against an opponent you can't see, but oh, you can feel him on your heels, can't you? Feel him breathing down your neck. You know what that is? That's you. Your fears, your doubts, and insecurities all lined up like a firing squad, ready to shoot you out of the sky. But don't lose heart. While they're not easily defeated, they are far from invincible. Remember, this is the grind. The battle royale between you and your mind, your body, and the devil on your shoulder is telling you that this is just a game. This is just a waste of time. Your opponents are stronger than you. Drown out the voice of uncertainty with the sound of your own heartbeat. Burn away your self-doubt with a fire lit beneath you. Remember what we're fighting for, and never forget that momentum is a cruel mistress. She can turn on a dime with the smallest mistake. She is ever searching for the weak place in your armor, that one tiny thing you forgot to prepare for. So as long as the devil is hiding the details, the question remains, is that all you got? Are you sure? And when the answer is yes, when you've done all you can to prepare yourself for battle, then it's time to go forth and boldly face your enemy, the enemy within. Only now you must take that fight into the open, into hostile territory. You're a lion in a field of lions, all hunting the same elusive prey with a desperate starvation that says victory.
We lions, we are lions.
So believe that voice that says you can run a little faster, and you can throw a little harder, and that for you, the laws of physics are merely a suggestion.
Boom.
Luck is the last dying wish of those who want to believe that winning can happen by accident. Sweat, on the other hand, is for those who know it's a choice. So decide now, because destiny waits for no man. And when your time comes and 1,000 different voices are trying to tell you you're not ready for it, listen instead to that lone voice of dissent. The one that says you are ready, you are prepared. It's all up to you now. So rise and shine.
Boom. One of the best beat. To the moon.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean, nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Talent you have naturally. Skill is only developed by hours and hours and hours of beating on your craft.
You see, I will try 100 times to get up, and if I fail 100 times, if I fail and I give up, do you think that I'm ever going to get up? No.
You changed. You stopped being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good. And when things got hard, you started looking for something to blame. Like a big shadow. What is it you said to the kid? It ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward.
I'm motivated by fear.
All of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure.
That's gonna make the fucking difference between winning and losing. Between living and dying. I'll tell you this, in any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's gonna win that itch. And I know if I'm gonna have any life in it, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that itch. Because that's what living is.
Got that right.
In front of your face.
Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her
or anybody.
Cowards do that.
And that ain't you. You're better than that.
While the other guy's sleeping, I'm working. While the other guy's eating, I'm working.
Trust yourself, break some rules, don't be afraid to fail, more the naysayers, work like hell, and give something back.
Who am I? Who am I? Y'all see this, fellas? Y'all see this?
Dear hard work, I used to hate you. When you called my name, I heard it but ran away from you. When I knew you were coming, I used to hide from you. When you influenced others to talk to me, I quickly made excuses to get away from you. Afraid of the pain because I didn't want to get hurt. Afraid to fail, so I didn't even try. And afraid of your name because of what you've done to others. Who do you think you are? Making me so afraid of who you are. Reflection in the mirror, shadow behind me. I take one step and you're still ahead of me. Sweat in my face, tears in my eyes. I keep on going. I heard you tell no lies. You turn the poor to rich, F to A's. Is there anything that you can't do? Now look at me. You made me who I am today. And because of you, I have this never losing, never giving up attitude. Quitting? That's not in my vocabulary. When they quit, I keep going. When they sleep, I work harder. When they say that I can't and count me out, I show them that I can. When I tell them about my dreams and they laugh, I make sure I laugh last. I'm a dream chaser. That means I chase my dreams.
Same
No
here.
one else's. Only I can.
Dream chaser, baby.
It's me against this work you put on me. There's no losing. I will not lose. Far, and I'm not stopping now. Oh, hard work. My dad was right about you. You do pay off. And because of that, I love you. How can I not? I'm no longer hiding from you. I'm waiting for you. Matter of fact, where are you? I need you. Because in hard work, I trust.
Are you streaming?
Huh?
Are you on your stream?
Am I streaming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you just sleeping? Can I see you? Hmm?
wanted to make a lot of money, and so he went to this guru.
This
right?
part is good too.
Told the guru, I want to be on the same level you on. And so the guru said, if you want to be on the same level I'm on, I'll meet you tomorrow at the beach at 4 a.m. He liked the beach. I said, I want to make money. I don't want to swim. Guru said, if you want to make money, I'll meet you tomorrow, 4 a.m. So the young man got there at 4 a.m. He all ready to rock and roll, got on the suit. He should have wore shorts. The old man grabs his hand, said, how bad do you want to be successful? He said, real bad. He said, walk on out in the water. So he walks out into the water. Watch this. When he walks out into the water, it goes waist deep. So he like, this guy crazy. Adrian, he like, I want to make money. He got me out here swimming. I didn't ask to be a lifeguard. I want to make money. He got me in. So he said, come out a little further. Walked out a little further. Then he had it right around this area. He told the guy, he said, when you want to succeed as bad as you want to breathe,
then you'll be successful. Yes, indeed. Preach it.
I don't know how many of y'all got asthma in here today, but if you ever had an asthma attack before, you short of breath, SOB, shortness of breath, you wheezing. The only thing you trying to do is get some air. You don't care about no basketball game. You don't care what's on TV. You don't care about nobody calling you. You don't care about a party. The only thing you care about when you're trying to breathe is to get some fresh air. That's it. And when you get to the point where all you want to do is be successful as bad as you want to breathe, then you'll be successful.
Exactly.
I'm here to tell you, number one, that most of you say you want to be successful, but you
don't
want it
bad.
bad.
You just kind of want it.
Ha ha! Then you want to party. You don't want it as much as you want to be cool. Most of you don't want success as much as you want to sleep. Some of you love sleep more than you love success. And I'm here to tell you today, if you're going to be successful, you got to be willing to give up sleep. You got to be willing to work off for 3 hours of sleep, 2 hours. If you really want to be successful, some days you're going to have to stay up 3 days in a row. Because if you go to sleep, you might miss the opportunity to be successful. That's how bad you got to want it. You got to go days.
Dodgeball.
You got to want to be successful so bad that you forget to eat.
Ha ha.
Pain is
It's temporary.
It may last for a minute, or an hour, or a day, or even a year. But eventually, it will subside. And something else will take its place. If I quit, however, it will last forever. The most important thing is this: to be able at any moment to sacrifice what you are for what you will become.
Oh yeah.
With a real Eric Thomas, please stand up. Stop being this high school dropout. Stop giving up. Stop sleeping on the street. Stop walking up and down Fecal Avenue like you ain't got nothing, and get your GED. Stop being afraid to take a test. Stop being afraid to go to college because your daddy didn't go and your mama didn't go. Stop being afraid and be the best Eric Thomas you can be. But listen to me, it's going to be hard. It took me 12 years to get a 4-year degree, but I got it. And guess what? On a degree, it don't have dates. So if it took you 4 and it took me 12, it don't show up nowhere. But I'm exactly where I wanted to be because I realized I got to commit my very being to this thing. I gotta breathe it, I gotta eat it, I gotta sleep it. And until you get there, you'll never be successful in life. But once you get there, I guarantee you, the world is yours. So work hard and you can have whatever it is you want.
Oh. Mira cómo eso bajó. You see how it went down?
Makes you want to cry. Don't look for a pat on
I'm
the
putting
back
another
from me,
one.
because I don't have one for you. I don't empathize with you one fucking bit. I don't feel sorry for you.
Let's see how it's gonna finish.
If you can't take it, get the fuck on. I don't need you.
They trying to push it. They trying to push it. They trying to push it. Hey, 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 hey. J Panda, you got this. What up, J Panda? Let's go. What's going on, buddy?
You don't like that? Boo-hoo, motherfucker. Boo-hoo.
Welcome to the Santana's 90s.
Eat another Twinkie. Undo your belt so your fucking ass stomach can fall out on the floor, bitch.
Stop, Hunt. Laugh aloud. Yep, that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. Look at that. That's exactly what it is. Let's see how it's going to finish.
I won't lose no sleep over. Motherfuck you.
Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum.
Sensitive ass bitches.
Hey, fire, baby. This is Dogecoin right now. You got any Dogecoin, Panda?
You have no excuses. So no matter what, your nose bleeds, it's that time of the month, the kids are crying, you don't feel like it, your back hurts, you got aches and pains, it's still
Your motherfucking right.
Let's get it done.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Dun 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 dun. Ah, look at that little candle. Okay.
You stop being you. You let people stick a finger in your face and tell you you're no good.
Look at that little candle.
You started looking for something to blame, like a big shadow. Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life.
But it ain't how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. And keep moving forward.
That's how winning is done. Because if you're willing to go through all the battling you got to go through to get to where you want to get, who's got the right to stop you? I mean, maybe some of you guys got something you never finished, something you really want to do, something you never said, or something. And you're told no, even after you pay your dues. Who's got the right to tell you that? Who? Nobody. It's your right to listen to your gut. It ain't nobody's right to say no. After you earn the right to be where you want to be and do what you want to do. Now, if you know
Oh, yeah.
what's your worth, but you got to be willing to take the hit.
Not pointing fingers saying him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You better than that. Tell them you're better than that. Hey, 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 hey. 1, 2, 3. The heck is going on over here? Hey, and welcome to the Santana's 90s, fellas. If you're new, sub up. Don't forget to hit that like button, share. Let me know where you're from. What part of the army? From Dodge? What state? What state? We the Dodge Army right now.
I will believe what others have doubted. I will always endeavor to uphold the esteem, honor, and respect of my team. I have trained my mind and my body will follow. Who am I?
I am the champion.
I will acknowledge the fact that my opponents do not expect me to win. But I will never surrender. Weakness will not be in my heart. I will look to my comrades and to those who have brought me to this world and those who have trained me. And I will draw strength from them. Who am I?
I am the champion.
I will gradually go out to the field of battle. And I will move in everything I can do. And I will reach my field of battle at any means at my disposal. And when I get there, I will ride violently. I will rip the heart from my enemy and leave it bleeding on the ground. Because he cannot stop me. Who am I?
I am the champion.
To my side, I have comrades. Comrades that have been through me through thick and thin. Through sacrifice, through blood, through sweat, through tears. Never will I let them fall. Never will I let them down. And I will never leave an enemy behind. Because our opponent does not know my heart. Who am I?
I am the champion.
No one will deny me. No one will define me. And no one will tell me who and what I am. It can be. Belief will change my world. It has moved continents, it has moved countries, it has put man on the moon. And it will carry me through this battle. Who am I?
I am the champion.
Defeat, retreat, those are not in my words. I don't understand those definitions. I don't understand when things go wrong. I don't understand mistakes. But I do understand this. I understand victory, and I understand never surrendering. No matter how bad things go, my heart, my mind will carry my body, my limbs with me. Who am I?
I am the champion.
Today will be that day. Not tomorrow, not next week, but right now, right here, in your house and in your home. Who am I?
I am the champion.
History will remember me. I will not let everybody be kind. I will define myself. I will write my own praises. And no one will tell me what I can never be. I will never go out not knowing I've given everything I've got. Because who am I? I am the champion. 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 Champions on me, champions on me. 1, 2, 3. Champion. We'll get this for you. In any fight, it's the guy who's willing to die who's going to win that itch. And I know if I'm going to have any life anymore, it's because I'm still willing to fight and die for that itch. Because that's what living is. The 6 inches in front of your face. Now I can't make you do it. You got to look at the guy next to you. Look into his eyes. Now I think you're going to see a guy who will go that inch with you. You're going to see a guy who will sacrifice himself for this team because he knows when it comes down to it, you're going to do the same for him. That's the team, gentlemen. And either we heal now as a team, or we will die as individuals. That's football, guys. That's all it is. Now, what are you going to do?
there's something you got to understand about training. It is not just the body that's at work. There's an integration of mind, spirit, and body at play. There's a threshold that you have to cross in order to access the power of the mind and the spirit in your training. Lifting barbells isn't just lifting fucking barbells. Lifting barbells is a transformative process that makes you a stronger person of yourself instantly if you cross this threshold. Most people are too scared to cross that threshold. When you cross that threshold, you're like breaking through a fortress, and within that fortress, there are jewels of untold value that will instantly turn you into a brand new person. A type of person that wherever you go, people will know that you're not the same. People will recognize the newfound power in you simply by approaching training from the spiritual perspective. That power is only found beyond the threshold. That power that's within that fortress, that transforms you instantly, that makes you a stronger version of yourself, that everyone sees, knows, respects, can appreciate, it's found in one place. There's a single opportunity in your workout to access this gate, to move through and transcend yourself. It's found in the last rep. It's called the transcendent rep. Everything that you've done up until this point leads to this single sweet spot. And it is here that you grow stronger. It is here that champions are born. It is here that you become the strongest version of yourself. Everything else is just a warm-up. You can't be in the flesh when you approach that transcendent rep, that last rep that your body doesn't want to do, but your mind and your spirit have already done. The body just has to line up with it. But when you cross that threshold, not only does your body grow stronger because you did that last rep, but there's an alignment, there's a unity that happens between your body, your mind, and your spirit, only when you're courageous enough to cross that threshold, that transcendence rep. When you put every ounce of effort, energy, commitment, discipline into executing that last rep, you transcend and you are born again. You become a brand new person. You're resurrected in strength. And everywhere you go from then on out, people will recognize that there's a newfound power in you. They can't see you the same way. They won't talk to you the same way. They won't feel you the same way because you're brand new. You will breathe different. You'll walk different. The look in your eyes will be brand new, stronger, more direct, more focused, more confident. They'll all know that there's a brand new, stronger you.
Most human beings are only living at about 40% of their capability.
You take that challenge when you answer the call and you see the other side of pain. It's called glory. This is called glory.
I have never seen anybody who did extraordinary feats that didn't have extraordinary issues. It is the passion that gives you the power you need, but it is the pain from which you have the conviction about it. If you had not been through some pains, you would not have the burning to do what you do.
Everybody can serve. Anyone can be a leader. Listen, our gravestone has a day when you were born and a day when you die. And they got a dash in between. And that dash defines what your legacy is.
Work hard, you get what you gotta get. You don't work hard, you get nada. You get nothing. You gotta work hard. Work hard. You work hard, you get what you gotta get. You don't work hard, you don't get nothing. You don't get nothing. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Zero. Nothing. Keep working.
I was not the biggest, the strongest or fastest, but my goals were clear. My actions were and still are in service of those goals.
What wakes you up? What drives you? Why are you playing this game?
Dr. Miles Monroe compares leaders to the king of the jungle, he says. He says the lion is not the tall The lion is not the largest animal in the jungle. The lion is not the smartest nor the most intelligent animal in the jungle. And yet, when the lion shows up, he is king. He is king. You don't need to be intelligent. You don't need to be smart. You don't need to have a certain height. You don't need to have a certain weight. You don't need to have any kind of advantage, and yet you can be a leader.
4 o'clock in the morning, I wake up. 4:30, 4:45, I'm doing some sort of cardio. Open these garage doors. It's still dark outside. I do this, and then I'll have breakfast, and then I will go do all my strength and conditioning training at a gym for about an hour, and then I'll go to set. We all average probably about 5 hours of sleep. It's 4:45 a.m. It's still dark outside. Look at that. The lights just went out, and I'm getting ready to kill this AM cardio. You can't even see me, but it's going to be so good. It's bad. Focus! If you do anything, you never want to do anything half-assed, especially when it comes to your training. Get in, be intense, execute on it, and then get out. For a lot of guys out there, and I was certainly one of those guys, in my 20s, I thought I had all the answers, didn't know shit. By the way, in my 30s, I'm still trying to find myself, as a lot of guys are out there. Hopefully when you hit your 40s, you're hitting a nice stride. If I'm gonna do it, I need to do this job right. I need to stay focused on it. I need to give the best effort I possibly can. We live down here in South Florida, it's hurricane season. Focus! But when it's time to go to the gym, we gotta get to the gym. And there ain't no stopping us. It's like I'm gonna be the baddest motherfucker walking it. All right, empty gym, the way we like it. It's Sunday, just finished my warm-up. This pain ought to be fun. Focus! I work out twice before everyone wakes up. All right, workout number 2. I'm out working all my competition. All right, Saturday afternoon, empty gym, the way we like it. It's leg day, which means it's gonna be sweaty, painful, and fun. So how do you make it? How do you overcome the odds?
I don't know what to say, really. 3 minutes to the biggest battle of our professional lives. All comes down to today. We're in hell right now.
Indeed, we should touch. We gonna touch. I'm pretty sure positive watch. We're gonna touch 10 cents this week.
Get the shit kicked out of us.
Telling ya, fellas. This is our sword. This is our shield. This is our equality right now.
Or you could be like
we
me.
Gotta hold the
dream
line.
Of pro football, get hurt, dream over. Find yourself with just $7 in your pocket.
We got to hold the line.
So how did I get here? By being the hardest worker in the room.
Now it's time to see who has a heart. Now is the time to prove to yourselves and prove to everyone out there or somebody.
If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe, like, share, comment. Tell me where you're from, fellas.
That no one else in the world can do. Are you ready to go out there and take what's yours? What you worked hard for?
Yeah, I see that divergent. I seen it.
All of us in life have things we want. We don't get what we want. We get what we have to have. We all get what we tolerate.
I seen it. You're on your stuff, DJ Dab, huh? You're on your stuff. That's what's up.
That's when your life changes. Everyone in the world has a list of things they think they should do. I should lose weight. I should work out. I should spend more time with my kids. I should work harder. I should make more calls. I should.
81. All right, that's a nice
and then
move.
You know what? People don't do their shoulds, and they get mad at themselves. They beat themselves up about it. What changes people is when your should becomes a must. When suddenly the thing you said should happen.
Looking for a sell on USD 30.
That's when human beings change.
I haven't checked
It's
USD
like
30 today yet.
Take the island, and you're the head of the army, and you want to take the island. The most powerful way to take the island is burn the boats. Because if there's no way to go back, it's amazing what happens when it's a must to do something versus a should. That's what makes human beings succeed.
Okay.
Is a success inhibitor. You have to do your best not to make decisions based off of ego for sure.
Success and failure are generally slow processes. Either slowly building things up or gradually tearing them down. And that's why I say you've got to pay attention.
Can't wait for London session.
Watch. You have to watch every single second. Because those seconds.
So mad. I'm gonna wait for this to come down again. I'm so mad. I was supposed to take this up when it was at fucking 34. This day I was looking at it. Yep.
Turn into years.
I was supposed to take it up and I never took it up. I forgot about it.
And so that second that just went by, that counted. And so did that second.
Bitcoin is very choppy. Look at that.
And in those precious seconds, you were either building or you were decaying. You were either
on the 1 minute on my strategy. That's what's up. That's what's up, DJ Dev. Get that money.
In that second.
Get that money. Get that motherfucking money. Money, 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 money.
So, make
Let me see something.
The dream shattered, sent home with $7 in my pocket. I was like, wait, no, I gotta play in the NFL eventually. Those are my big goals. That's my dream. You realize that playing in the NFL was the best thing that never happened because it got me here. So my point is, look, you're gonna get your ass kicked. We're gonna get the shit kicked out of us. You gotta get up. You gotta have faith that the one thing you wanted to happen oftentimes is the best thing that never happened. So have faith and just keep that in mind and keep plugging away.
When you crawl out from underneath the covers every morning and you sit on the edge of the bed, you have a choice before you.
We're wired differently. We have to set a goal that if we hit that goal, we're guaranteed to make sure all that other stuff in the middle is going to happen. Why 3 o'clock in the morning? Why don't you sleep? My appetite. I say, E.T., I want more. I can do more. If I accomplish this without a father, if I accomplish this with my mom being a teenage mom, if I accomplish this as a high school dropout.
I was waiting on this one last week.
From this start, now that I'm at this place, knowing what I know now, what can I accomplish? I want you to think about that. I want you to think about more than just what you're going to do financially, more than what you're going to do in this industry in the next 3 years. Right? More than that.
What was this?
What are you going to do?
Oh, I forgot to take it off here.
That when the alarm clock goes off, that you're already up.
This one, what did I do with this one?
Do the work.
Did I even get in? No, there's no entry right there. So why there's 2?
You've heard me say it before. No alarm clock needed. My passion wakes me up. Listen to me. No alarm clock needed.
Oh, I'm thirsty.
Sometimes the only way to go about doing the work is get fucking raw and get fucking intense. Get angry and aggressive and make it fucking happen.
Yep.
For yourself.
Make it happen.
Start today. I don't care when your life clock started ticking. You can start fucking right now today. If it's 4:15 a.m. in my world,
you see, white people be taking shit too far.
You're on the East Coast and it's 6:15 a.m. and you're already up and you're already dragging ass. By 6:16, you can change your fucking perspective of the world and of your life. My advice? Fucking do it. Dig fucking deep and get it done. Do the work. Life.
finally, Eric, I want to be successful. I want to execute. I want to make all my dreams become a reality. I want to do everything I said I'm going to do. So my appetite increases. It gets stronger every year. I want more every year. I want to do more every year. I want to help more every year. I want to be bolder. I want to be better. I want to be stronger every single year. Every single year, your appetite should go up. You should never get settled. You should never get settled. You should never get content. Every single year. When you get content, when you settle, somebody's chasing you, somebody's coming from behind, and somebody's trying to take your spot. And so every single day when you wake up, you got to set new goals, new benchmarks. You got to raise it higher and higher and higher so you can make your dreams become a reality. A true hunter, watch me. A true hunter is wired differently. He's wired differently. Doesn't have the same makeup. Listen to me. What makes a gazelle is how he's wired. What makes a lion a lion? Okay, let me explain to you. When a lion sees a gazelle and the gazelle sees the lion, both beasts see each other at the exact same time. When the gazelle sees the lion because of how he's wired, he automatically fear takes over. When the lion sees the gazelle, he lights up. It's showtime. The hunt is on. This is what I was made for.
Do the work. Do the fucking work.
Why do you want to work out? What is your goal? The most important thing is that you have a vision, that you have a goal. Because without that vision and without that goal, again, you're drifting around and you're never going to end up anywhere. People don't become successful just by accident. You know, I mean, maybe the guy that found gold in California and started the gold rush, but don't count on that. That's the one in a lifetime kind of a situation. So you got to really have a specific goal. And to me, to have that vision that I want to be Mr. Universe, that I want to be the greatest bodybuilder of all time. That was a great vision, and that specifically to look like Reg Park and to be up there on that stage and to lift the trophy overhead and to win the championship over and over and over again. So that was a great goal. You have to have a goal. Now, it doesn't have to be that specific goal, but it has to have some goal. This is why I always recommend to people, sit down, take your time, and start thinking about, why do you want to work out? What is your goal? And that can be as crazy as it is. It could be, I want to impress girls. If that's your goal, so be it, but it motivates you. It could be that you're emulating a certain, bodybuilder or a certain football player, a certain boxer, whatever it is. Have those pictures put all over the wall like I did when I was a kid. I put pictures of Reg Park and of Sonny Liston, of boxers and of Ali and of powerlifters and weightlifters all over my bedroom wall, so that every day when I go to sleep, every day when I wake up, I look at those pictures and they motivate me. You need that motivation, and then therefore you have this kind of imprint in front of you all the time, and you know exactly what you're chasing. People always come up to me and says, why are you smiling? You're working out 5 hours a day. You're doing the same as the other guys, but the other guys have a sour face. They're pissed off that they have to do another rep or another set or something. I looked forward to another 1,000 reps of sit-ups. I looked forward to another 500 pounds of leg press or squat. I looked forward to doing more and more curls until my arms fall off. Why? Because I knew that every rep that I did and every set that I did and more weights that I lifted, I get one step closer to turning that vision into reality. So I was turned on by that. I was excited. I couldn't wait to get to the gym. I remember that when I weighed 245 pounds, and Bob Rafelson, the director of Stay Hungry, said to me that I'm interested in having you come in for a reading and work on your acting and all this, because I'm interested in having you in a movie to star with Jeff Bridges and with Sally Fields. I was delighted about that, and I was excited, and I started pumping up more and more. And then he said, but I don't want you to weigh more than 210 pounds. He
you want me to be in the movie, but I'm weighing 245, 246. I say, I just won the Olympia, I say, which was 1974, and I was really at my biggest. And but he demanded that, and he says, look, it's very simple. On the day we start shooting, he says, I'm gonna put you on a scale, and if you don't make the 210, you're out, because I have someone else in mind. And I worked on it. I started visualizing myself very clearly as a lean athlete, because that's the only way I could lose that weight and all of a sudden get interested in running more. Because up until that point, I ran like 3 miles after training or before training or whatever. But now all of a sudden it was 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles. And they even ran mini marathons in order to lose the weight. And I did everything with high reps. And I was watching my diet, what I eat and all those kind of things. And but the day before, I remember we were in Birmingham, Alabama. The day before I was at the YMCA with Bob Raferson. He was swimming and I was working out, and there was running. There was a track there and there was running. He says, let's step on the scale. And I stepped on the scale and I weighed 209. So it just shows you what is possible if you visualize exactly what you want to look like. And there was no room for any kind of like, well, I can't get my act together or anything like this, because there's only a certain amount of time. But the key thing again is have the clear vision. Have the specific goal of what you want to accomplish, because then you never go to the gym and you say, the day I feel down a little bit, I don't know what it is all about, I don't know my life, I'm confused. No, I tell you that I was a perfect example of someone that was not confident at all. I mean, when I was a kid, I was just like any other kid. I had my hang-ups and problems and all this. But when I joined the weightlifting club and I won my first little trophy because I did the best clean and jerk, and then we went to another meet and I won another little trophy, I started feeling like somebody. But the bottom line is, everyone can use the same method, because I used it in politics, I used it in making money, I used it in everything that I've done in the movie business. When you have one little victory, little victories add up, and that is what gives you then ultimately confidence. Well, for me, the most important thing always to have a deadline. When I, for instance, had a competition, and let's say the competition was in the middle of September, and it was now beginning of summer, so there was no more time to screw around. So there was the time now to get going on a diet, to get going with the training, to not slack off at all, because there was a deadline there. The day of the competition, I had to be in the best shape possible. And I knew that if I come to the competition and I lose because I did not schedule my training the proper way, or I didn't have the right frame of mind, or I didn't give everything, literally worked my butt off, I would be just so angry. So I never wanted to be in that situation. So this is why it was very important to pick that time and to say, this is when I have to be in top shape, and then I work towards that. But it's not just with the competition. I mean, it's the same in the movie business. I mean, to me, it was always a big advantage when I said, okay, my movie starts on April 1, and I have now 3 months, so I have to get really in great shape. So you pick those times. It could also be that you have no movie and you have no Mr. Olympia or no Mr. America, no Mr. Universe coming up or any of those things. But you say to yourself, the summer starts in June. I'm gonna go to the beach in June, and at that time, I want to be in great shape. So that creates an urgency that makes you really start training hard and taking it seriously. Because if you don't have a specific plan, then you wander around. I mean, you can have, as I've told you many times, the best ship or the best plane in the world, but if you don't have a specific goal where you want to go and when you want to get there, you just drift around and you never get anywhere. So this is why it is so important to create that urgency and have a specific time when you want to be in shape. Well, I mean, look, everyone has a problem with time, but the day is 24 hours and we sleep 6. Now, I know there's some out there that say, whoa, I need 8. Well, I say just sleep a little faster. Because the bottom line is we have 6 hours of sleep, 24 hours are available, so you have 18 hours now available to your work, your family, your hobbies, and also to learn something new or to do something new, which could easily be that you want to learn a new language, or that you want to read as a New Year's resolution, I have to read a book every week, or you say, I'm gonna go and reshape my body. So you're gonna go and take this hour out of your schedule and say, I'm gonna train an hour every day. So this is, for most people, a huge challenge, but it is totally doable, I can tell them, because the kind of things that I did when I came to this country, I mean, I went to school, I was working in construction, I was working out my 5 hours a day, I was taking acting classes from 8 o'clock at night to 12 midnight, I was doing all of those things. I wanted to make sure that out of the 24 hours of the day, that I don't waste one single hour. Those hours were too precious. And so there I just want to tell people, don't give me this thing, I have a difficult time with the time and I don't have time for this and I don't have that. You have time, you make the time.
It's another early morning. Every morning, every day of our lives, we have choices to make. You have the choice to stay in bed, to say, forget it, I'm not gonna work out today, or forget it, I'm not gonna work hard today. You always have a choice every single day of your life.
Done today. No one cares what you did yesterday. You gotta change your dialogue. The I used to be mentality doesn't work. What have you done today to better yourself?
Today's another day. Today's another day that I'm faced with another choice to make. So I'm making the choice again to put my shoes on early in the morning and get active again. Make the right decision.
Well, some of you read that I think about when it's hot outside, that it's sunny and 70. Well, it's fucking not today. It's the reality. It's about 90 degrees and 100% humidity. But who gives a shit? That being said, September 3rd, I had to have my book turned in. And what I realized, I'm reading this book a lot, but I realized I wasn't born this motherfucker. I made him. At the bottom of insecurities, fear, self-doubt, lies, was me buried in the fucking fetal position. How I got out of that was recognizing it, being honest with it, being truthful with it, and then fixing it. We like to live on social media with lies about ourselves, how great we are. Get to the source and fix the problem. I'm a big believer in doing something that sucks every single day of your life. I believe it's a key component into strengthening your mind. Every day you're trying to find more of what you're capable of. And that's the big question. What are you capable of? Stop doing the things that you do every day. You run every day, go swim.
Oh, I forgot I was muted. I was gonna put another one here.
You'll definitely build something. So, I'm all about callousing the mind. Do something that sucks. Don't get it twisted. It's not about flipping tires. I'm in Las Vegas right now and it's hot as shit. It's not about any of that. But what it is about is a lot of us give total control to life. We don't have any
Where
control.
y'all from, fellas? Somebody talk to me. I'm letting me fall asleep over here.
To prepare my mind for what life's going to throw at me. A healthy body gives you a healthy mind. That's what it's about.
Yummy.
What I realized for myself and a lot of people is that between mediocrity and trying to find your best self. So there's tricks to all this crap in life. Life is one big head game. One trick in this situation is, so I didn't want to run. So what did I do? I figured out a couple of things.
How's USD 30 going, DJ Dav? DJ
Think that
VIP.
you're giving into it. So I said, you know what? Instead of going for a 20-miler, let's go out for an easy 6 or 7. What that did to my brain was it said, okay, mediocrity thought it won. So it let loose a little bit. It let go of that. Oh, this
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it.
This could be okay. It's not too bad.
I'm paying attention
to
it.
mile 2, guess what happens? Greatness pulls mediocrity in the fucking mud. Get out there and get after it.
You want to go in about the right mindset, the right gear.
See, I had it here.
In combat, you
waiting
wear
for
body
the,
armor.
ooh la la.
But what we do wrong is we don't strengthen our minds. You gotta strengthen your mind, take control of that. So then when
That's
you
a
get out
stop hunt.
in the real world and they fuck you up,
Oh,
you got
multi-session.
protection.
Multi-session,
So I'm about 15
that
miles
came
from
down
home.
strong.
Now,
That
I often
flipped
talk about
hard.
taking souls.
That flipped
This morning,
hard.
this person, I usually train alone. This person wanted to run with me.
That was beautiful.
I said, fine, we'll run 15.
That was a beautiful
This morning
46
comes,
pit turnaround.
There's storms coming in this way.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
And the person calls and said, hey, why don't we do it tomorrow? Taking souls is when I told the motherfucker, I'm gonna run 15 today, and I'll run with you again tomorrow. That's what taking souls is about. Don't worry about the elements and what's going on. You gotta get out there and get it.
Let's see what's
He
gonna
wasn't the
happen.
only one that thought about
14
taking the
minutes
day
for this
off.
candle. Let's see what's gonna happen with this
Storm's
candle.
coming in right now.
This candle
There's
can
not
say
a soul
man,
out here
many
but me.
things, but I don't know. I would like to wait for a London session when everything is moving.
If you want to get better, do the shit that no one else wants to do. Do the shit that no one else is even thinking about doing.
That's low. It's gonna be looking for the
At the end of the day, hard work
for the hunt.
may not be enough. You still may fail.
Multi-session, neme.
Just stay at it and go at it.
Multi-session, neme. Va a rebotar por aquí. Look, I'm gonna even mark it.
The more things you can do, get outside that zone. That zone is that zone that makes you feel good. The stronger your mind's gonna get. It starts getting used to doing shit like this. It's not fun. My mind's used to it.
When that alarm clock
let me
goes
mark
off, there's at least 50% of the time where you just that soft little pillow is just caressing your
They
head. And you wanna
update the
stay there.
thing on
And
Monday,
it takes
right?
discipline to go,
I think they
nope,
do update
I'm gonna get up out of this bed and I'm gonna do what I'm supposed to do.
We all average probably about 5 hours of sleep. Work hard. Sleep less.
Tomorrow morning,
That's
when
so
that alarm
bad.
goes off and you start feeling all the
this.
excuses that come in, and that bed is cozy. I know what you're saying. I love my bed too. And
That's
you
what
then
it's
go
going
5,
for
4,
right
3,
now,
2,
but
1,
no,
and you get up.
That
it's
discipline
actually
that you
gonna.
have at that moment,
What
you
I
win that
believe is
fight.
actually looking for the hunt.
That's a big victory.
I'm still not clear where is the
that
peak.
pattern will carry out throughout the day because once you're up, well, now that I'm
Still
up, I might as well go
considered
work
the
out
peak down
because I'm already
here,
up and
or is
I
it-
feel
is
good
it-
that I
it
got
has
up out
not
of bed and
made
I won
a
that
new
battle.
peak up
Let me go win another battle. Let
In
me go
my
get it done.
opinion.
And that discipline carries on throughout the day. So
It
now
has
you
not
take
made a
that
new
and
peak
you
up there, in my
expand that
opinion.
out over a week and a month, and you end up
look at
with
that. That's
more discipline.
consolidation.
And it
That's
starts
not
with that
no
simple
peak.
act of getting up and getting out of bed in the morning.
I work out twice before everyone wakes up. So it started off 4 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe
where I'd
this
start
leg
some
is
of my
gonna do the
cardio,
peak.
then I'd
Who
have
knows?
breakfast, And then I would go to the gym, and then I go to work.
But
I
it's
wake up
going
at
up.
4:30 in the morning because no one else is awake yet. So that
Waiting
gives me
for
the
that.
opportunity to do things that I need to get done kind of selfishly for myself. And the big one in that category is working out. And it doesn't feel good at 4:30 when you get up, but by the time 7 o'clock rolls around and you've already worked out and you've already gotten some work done and you've got some time to say goodbye to your kids before they go to school, it's infinitely better than sleeping in until 6:45 and you get out of bed and now you missed your kids going to school or whatever. You're not prepared for the day. It's awful. Wake up at the same time every day. And if you pick that time and you start waking up at the same time every day, that's very good for you. It doesn't have to be 4:30. It could be 6:30. It could be 7. I don't know what your personal schedule is. Find out a time, pick it, set it, stick to it.
Look, everyone has a problem with time. But the day has 24 hours, and we sleep 6. Now, I know there's some out there that say, whoa, I need 8. Well, I say just sleep a little faster. Because the bottom line is we have 6 hours of sleep, 24 hours now available, so you have 18 hours now available to your work, your family, your hobbies, and also to learn something new or to do something new, which could easily be that you want to learn a new language, to read a book every week, or you say, I'm gonna go and reshape my body. So you're gonna go and take this hour out of your schedule and say, I'm gonna train an hour every day. So this is, for most people, a huge challenge, but it is totally doable, I can tell them, because the kind of things that I did when I came to this country, I mean, I went to school, I was working in construction, I was working out my 5 hours a day, I was taking acting classes from 8 o'clock at night to 12 midnight, I was doing all of those things. I wanted to make sure that out of the 24 hours of the day, that I don't waste one single hour. Those hours were too precious. And so there I just want to tell people, don't give me this thing, I have a difficult time with the time and I don't have time for this and I don't have that. You have time, you make the time.
Sometimes, even if you're the most highly motivated person in the world, that grind starts to beat you down a little bit. And that's when you have to stop looking at the short-term thing, because that's not getting you to get it done. And you gotta look, okay, what is the long-term goal that I'm looking at? What am I really trying to get done in the long term? And you say, oh, you know what? I'm actually waking up today early so I can be ahead of the curve, so I can sell more of these widgets or whatever, so that I can buy a house. And you know what? Today matters. Today matters. This decision that I'm making right now is that first step. It's me taking one stroke, swimming in the right direction, heading towards the shore. And if I don't take this, I'm not making any progress.
I'd been struggling. We still had all the same problems. We still had to lean on the house, still facing bankruptcy, still fighting like crazy. I was still unemployed. The next morning, the alarm goes off, and I pretended NASA was there. It's the stupidest story. I literally went 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I counted out loud, and then I stood up. And I'll never forget standing there, and for the first time in 3 months, I had beaten my habit of hitting the snooze button. I couldn't believe it, and I thought, wait a minute. Counting backwards? That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Well, the next morning I used it again and it worked. The next morning I used it again and it worked. The next morning I used it again and it worked. And then I started to notice something really interesting. There were moments all day long, just like that 5-second moment in bed, where I knew, knowledge, what I should do. And if I didn't move within 5 seconds, my brain would step in and talk me out of it. Every human being has a 5-second window, might even be shorter for you. You have about a 5-second window in which you can move from idea to action before your brain kicks into full gear and sabotages any change in behavior. Because remember, your brain is wired to stop you from doing things that are uncomfortable or uncertain or scary. It's your job to learn how to move from those ideas that could change everything into acting on them in the smallest moment.
When I was in high school, I early on, about 16 years old, I decided I want to become president of the United States. Because I thought, how can I contribute the most to society? And I went to a seminar by a man named Jim Rohn. He's still a seminar speaker. And I took a week's pay. I was working $40 a week as a janitor. And it was $35 for the evening seminar. So it was a big decision. And I listened to him speak, and I came out so inspired, because most of what he said I already believed. Now as an authority figure saying you really can be this way.
Why pay the price? Why work this hard? Why go this far? Why try to learn this much? Why try to do it all? Why try to see it all? Why try to have it all? Why do it? Why learn it? Why study? Why put yourself out? Why try to take on this much responsibility? Why develop yourself to the full? Why try to become all that you can possibly become? Why try to earn as much as you can earn, share as much as you can share, develop every skill you possibly can, see every human you possibly can, go to every class you possibly can, touch everybody you possibly can? Why do that much? Why go that far? Why share that much? Why give that much away? Why try to see everything? Why try to do everything? Why try to become everything? That's a good question, why? And you're the only one personally that can answer that question for yourself. You've got to have your own list of why. Work on your list of whys. If the why is powerful, the how is easy.
If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and your sleep for it. If all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famish, or gulf, sickness or pain of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want, dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it. With the help of God, you'll get it.
But if the why isn't strong, if your goals aren't powerful, if the vision isn't clear, the old prophet said, without a vision we die, without a vision we perish, without a dream we're nothing.
And because he spoke how people live their lives as a result of the story they believe about themselves, he interrupted the story that I believed about myself.
Work on your list of why.
Make no small plans, for they have no magic to stir men's blood. Make large plans, for they do have magic to stir men's blood.
Impossible is not a fact, it's an opinion. It's your opinion. They'll say, no, science shows. And I say, yeah, and how many times has science showed something's impossible? Now science shows it's possible. Things are impossible until somebody does it. Divorce the story of your limitation and marry the truth of your unlimited capacity, then the whole game changes.
Success is born out of luck. It's awareness of mind that takes advantage
All right, I'm
of that
back.
opportunity. You will all be confronted with opportunity.
Oh.
You must take advantage of it. So if you don't take advantage of your opportunity, you'll never realize your dreams. Whether you want them or not is irrelevant. You don't know that until you achieve it.
But most people have strategies available, or they could get them, or you could create them. But the problem is you got
You
a
notice
story.
it's like 5 candles
Your
and
story
you're
is
out.
why it isn't
Look.
working. And the story
You
is,
get there, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After the 5th candle, you out. But now I'm trying to hold. Everybody got to buy and hold, buy, hold.
I was born into a counselor store.
You're not making big profits unless you got like thousands and thousands of, you know, so you can get really nice profit from that little move. I'm just testing, you know, things out.
It takes. I said to myself, yes. So I started pushing.
That's a guy. Elon Musk talk about it, right?
About self-belief.
Celebrities are talking about it, right? There's some celebrities that are not fucking with the big hedge fund, the things that is going on.
You can do more than this.
So, you know, this is our sword. This is our shield. This is our battle.
Grinding is not even a good word for it. It's not even a good word for it. And just going further and further. And then when I got through running, I go.
You want the hedge funds to stop taking our money? We gotta buy this shit. We gotta buy Dogecoin. We gotta buy crypto. We gotta buy Bitcoin. They cannot regulate that.
Things don't happen overnight. You have to make the emotional and the personal investment. to make your dreams come true.
I should get some studying while this moves.
Never throw in the towel. And if I threw in the towel, pick it up. Never give in. Never, ever, ever give in. And when you're young, it's very easy to give in, to walk away. It really is.
What's
So
up? What's up, fellas? Where y'all from? Who's in the chat? Who's in the chat?
And you realize your dream.
Let's see. Let's put something more motivated.
The question isn't can you handle the situation.
Y'all know who's Leslie Brown? Les Brown?
Can you handle your mind?
That guy, man, kills it. That guy is a beast.
Can you manage the thoughts and the emotions that are trying to poison your
I want to talk to you about those that are making it today, or what it takes to make it today.
This guy's a beast.
In a time of great uncertainty, in a time of change that's taking place around the world, in a time when people are feeling a great deal of anxiety and fear and reservations about the future, at a time when people are going to work and don't know whether or not they will have a job when they get off, and not necessarily because of their performance, but because of what's happening in the economy. At a time when there are challenges, more so than ever before, in personal relationships. When we look at what's happening on the crime level.
Look at that. People are taking the profits.
And what's happening with our youth. That many times I'm sure that we've all taken time just to stop and reflect. Many times when we hear what's happening in the news or read the newspapers, where's all of this leading to? What's going on here? And so I think that now more than ever, we must begin to look at what are the things that we can do that would put us on some firm footing in life, that will enable us to do some things and use some powers that we have, that many of us go through life never ever discovering that we have those things going for us. And part of that, I believe, is knowing what it is your life worth. What is it that gives your life a sense of meaning and purpose? Because once you find that, it puts you in your power place. See, if you know what your life work is, I encourage you to start working on it. If you can't do it all at one time, do just a little bit of it.
Les Brown.
And if you don't know what it is that you showed up to do, if you don't know why you're here, I encourage you to find out what your purpose is here. What is the meaning of your life? What will be different? Have you ever asked yourself that question? I've done that. I remember coming from a friend of mine's funeral, and I was reflecting on how much time I had left. And I went for a walk in a park thinking about this guy whose life was so promising. And I mean, he wasn't an old guy. He was quite young, in fact. And I thought about all of the things that he said he was going to do, and he never got a chance to do those things. And I started thinking about my own life and how much time I had left to do the things that I would like to do. And at that time, I wasn't sure what my life purpose was, what my life's work was. I wasn't sure about it at that time. And I thought about it quite a lot.
Who is that guy talking?
I had some idea because I wasn't convinced, that I don't think I felt worthy. I didn't believe that it could be me to do this kind of work that I'm doing right now. And I say to you that if you begin to take a conscious effort to find out what it is that you're supposed to do, I say that it can literally save your life. I said that it can literally save your life. I was telling a group of people of a study that was conducted. Dr. Larry Darcy, who wrote a book called Recovering the Soul, he said, human beings are the only living species that has achieved the dubious distinction of dying or having a stroke or a heart attack on a certain day. If you ask most people, what would you say the primary cause of why people will have a heart attack or stroke? Many people will say, well, because they smoke cigarettes, or because of high cholesterol, or because of stress, or because of obesity, and all of those things are contributing factors. But ladies and gentlemen, more heart attacks take place in this country on Monday morning between 8 and 9 a.m. That's when the majority of people who have their first heart attacks have them. 85% of the American public, according to recent studies, are going to jobs that they hate, working on jobs that do not challenge them. They get sick thinking about going.
Ah, pues tú la escuchas. What up, Angel?
Migraine headaches.
Tú escuchas esa juca.
After the Sunday afternoon football game,
Mierda, la
for
aprendí
60
ahora mismo.
minutes, the anxiety began to build. And come Monday morning, they drop dead of a broken heart. Some of you ought to think about not going to work on Monday. Think about that. People are literally dying to go to work. Because, see, when you go to a job and you already know how far you can go, you can already see that proverbial glass ceiling. It's like going to a movie when you've gone in the middle of the movie, and you've seen the end, and you sit there for it to start all over again, but something is missing. You know what the outcome is going to be. You can't get excited about going through that movie all over again. Am I correct? See, when you're going someplace and you already know how much you're going to make, you already know how far you can go. You're in a dead-end position. It erodes your self-esteem. It lowers your sense of yourself.
Ángel, ahí está medio.
It creates an inner turmoil. It creates an emptiness in you. So I say that your life is worth finding what it is that you're supposed to do. And I'm not saying quit your job. I'm saying find it and do just a little bit of it. When I wanted to become involved in speaking, I started just learning quotes, listening to other people's tapes, going to seminars, going to workshops, asking other people to help me. Just start working at it just a little bit, but do find out what your work is and hold on to it and don't let your dream go. Don't let it go. See, and here's something else I want you to begin to look at. Why is it that most people don't pursue their dreams or don't do better than what they're doing if they're capable of doing it? I think that many of us don't go the next step because we don't know what to do yet. And I say that the reason that we don't even explore the possibility of what to do is because subconsciously we don't believe that it can happen for us, and we don't believe that we deserve it. So here's what I'm suggesting. How much time do you spend working on you? How much time do you spend every day working on your dream? In the last 90 days, how many books have you read? In the last year, what new skill or knowledge have you acquired? What kind of investment have you made in you? So I'm saying that as you begin to look at where you want to go, if you want to make it today, and things are changing so fast you have to literally run to stand still, I'm saying that you've got to make some conscious effort to begin to work to develop you. Here's something else. Most people are not living their dreams because of fear, ladies and gentlemen. I was in Columbus, Ohio yesterday speaking for a particular Ohio department. A young lady named Karen who greeted me, who organized the event, very talented, very skillful. And she was talking about she wanted to become involved in the consulting business. I said, why aren't you doing it? I said, you have the abilities. I said, you're not here because they like you. You're here because you're doing the job. You're making things happen. And she came up with all kinds of ideas, but finally she said, I guess I can't see myself doing it. I guess I'm afraid. Fear, limited vision, and lack of self-esteem is what keep most people doing things they don't want to do. I flew from Columbus, Ohio to Denver, Colorado to a major communications company, and the person that picked me up at the airport told me about the fact that the company was planning on having a major downsizing, And they offered some of the employees there an early retirement, and some of them will earn as much as $300,000. And they said, this is the last time that you can take this offer. If you don't do it, when we have the downsizing, you might be among those who will lose their jobs, and all you will get is your severance pay. And only 50% of the people who were eligible to take the $300,000 took it. The others were afraid to take a chance on themselves. The others couldn't see themselves beyond that company. They couldn't see life after that company. The same reason that people stay in relationships where they're abused or they're unhappy or it's unfulfilling. They can't see themselves beyond that relationship. They can't see themselves enjoying life without that person. They think that this is all that they can do. The same reason that people get stuck at a certain level in life. They can't see things being better for them. And they think that this is it and this is all they deserve. This is all they've ever seen. It's been passed on to them. And they think that this is it for them. Oh, no. I was looking what Dr. Blanton, Smiley Blanton, who is a colleague of Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, what he said about fear. He said, fear is the most subtle and destructive of all human diseases. Ladies and gentlemen, fear kills dreams. Fear kills hope. Fear put people in the hospital. Fear can age you. Fear, ladies and gentlemen, can hold you back from doing something that you know within yourself that you're capable of doing, but it will paralyze you. And it seemed like you're in a hypnotic spell. And I ask you a question, what is the benefit? What's the benefit of allowing fear to hold you back? What's the benefit of giving up on yourself, of not stepping out on life and taking life on? What is the benefit for you? What's the plus in that? It's one of the things I had to ask myself. So I didn't want to make any mistakes. I wanted everybody to like me. I wanted to be perfect the first time I did something. It's not going to happen. You're going to make some mistakes. You're going to hurt some folks' feelings. You're going to create some enemies whenever you decide that you want to begin to take life on. You've got to ask yourself, how long am I going to allow this to hold me back? I like what Zig Ziglar says. He said, fear is false evidence appearing real. That is an illusion that we create in our mind. It is a state of mind that can be changed. So let's look at how we can begin to take some steps to restructure that fear, to begin to expand our visions of ourselves, to begin to increase our self-esteem. Webster said that self-esteem means confidence and satisfaction in oneself. Look at your life right now. Whatever you've done up to this point in time, your life is working. Whatever you have produced, it came out of you as a result of the kind of person that you have become. It's a result of your choices. It's a result of your consciousness. Now you have to ask yourself, are you satisfied with what you have produced? Is this what you want? Would you like for things to be better than this? Do you believe that you deserve better than this? Or are you content? This is it. You don't have to do anything else. That you've already resigned yourself in life and say, well, I'm happy. I'm not starving like the people in Calcutta. Are you allowing yourself to get off the hook like that? Or do you believe somewhere in the back of your mind or in your heart that there's some other great work for you to do? There's something else that life has for you. And that's why you're here. How do we handle this fear factor? How do we increase our self-esteem? You have to begin to fortify yourself. How do we do that? I believe that you have to begin to consciously monitor your inner conversation and start talking to yourself. Start building yourself up. Sometimes the only good things you will hear about you are the things that you say to you. Young lady that was in the audience this afternoon said to me, I told myself yesterday for the first time, I'm proud of me. And she said, I felt good about that. So I'm saying learn to be your own booster. Start building yourself up. Start encouraging yourself. Start saying, I can do this. I can make this happen. When I started thinking about becoming a speaker, I said, yes, I can do this. I can make this happen. When I start trying to convince myself I can be a businessman after flopping and failing and losing thousands of dollars and feeling stupid and dumb and having people take advantage of me because of what I didn't know. I had to talk to myself because people were saying to me that I was dumb. And somewhere in the back of my mind, I was saying, you're right, look at what I've done. I had to say, no, Les. Hey, come on, man, get yourself together. You can handle this. You just haven't figured it out yet. It's all right. This is your training period. This is the tuition you have to pay for what you don't know. You can do this. Other people have done it. It doesn't take an Einstein. Get you some people that can teach you some stuff that you don't know. Get you some people that have done it successfully and learn from them. Take some seminars, workshops, read some books on how to manage a business. Change the way you see yourself and begin to tend to the personal details. Understand that nobody's going to take care of your business better than you. And when I start changing that kind of mindset of beating myself up because of my mistakes and start looking at the possibility of my doing better, of my making the adjustment that would enable me to do what I want to do successfully, things begin to change. And I'm saying, stop beating up on yourself. You do it. I know you do it. I've done it. It's a natural inclination for us to put ourselves down. See, we are born negative, I think, in a negative consciousness because we live in a negative world.
Wow.
See, you don't have to teach children to lie. They'll lie automatically. Did you wet in your pants? No, I did not.
Look at that big candle.
Well, what is that?
Yummy.
I don't know.
Yummy for my tummy.
You don't have to encourage kids to misbehave. They will do it by themselves.
Oh, my.
You don't have to encourage them to do the wrong thing. They will do it automatically. You have to correct their behavior. So I'm saying that we have to work through the challenges of life in learning how to begin to work to fortify ourselves. Repeat after me, please. I can live my dream. I can find my purpose in life and live my purpose. I deserve more from myself. I deserve more from life. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you deserve more from life too. Here's some other things, ladies and gentlemen. Begin to guard your mind against negative programming.
What up?
Like
what up?
turn
what
off
up,
the television.
DJ Dav?
Don't watch the news. Don't watch it.
That's it. Look at the camera.
I think that more people have a sense of hopelessness and anxiety about life. If you look at the news, you cannot feel good looking at the news. You'll be scared to death. You're scared to go to sleep. I mean, it turns your power down. You've got to be conscious of that. Don't pick up the newspaper and read it. No. Just try this. Just experiment with yourself. Now, if your job depends upon you knowing certain things, let somebody tell you just about those things. But start filtering the stuff you allow to come in your mind. You know that song you used to say, don't let nobody bring you no bad news. I tell my staff, look here, don't tell me any bad news while I'm on the road. Let me handle it tomorrow. I don't like anybody to tell me any bad news at night before I go to sleep. I can't do anything about it anyhow. Why let me go to sleep with that on my consciousness? No, and my staff, they know that. Say, let it wait till tomorrow. And I have a period of time. Tell me bad news between 10 o'clock and 12 noon. After I prayed and meditated and read my books, I'm fortified, I'm ready to handle it. I deal with them, then I'm out of there, and I'm going on to something else. So you've got to guard the kinds of things that you put in your mind. See, if you don't program your mind will be programmed because human beings are goal-oriented. That's why we die of broken hearts early. That's why we're running through life to early graves. We're going through life, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that Henry David Thoreau said that most men live in quiet desperation. Most of us go through life running scared. Larry DeAndre, who I think is going to be one of the greatest motivational speakers around today, told me a story, a true story of a friend of his that every day when he came home from school, when he would get to a certain block in his neighborhood, there was a neighborhood dog that would chase him. And that dog would start after him, barking, boy, he would run, just running from that dog every day. Finally, he just got tired of that dog chasing him every day. He said, this dog come around here today, I'm going to take a brick or something and bust him in the head. So he was walking home that day, minding his own business. Sure enough, same area, there was that dog there. And the dog started barking. He started running. He saw a brick, and he stopped and picked up the brick and turned around. And the dog got close to him. He realized the dog didn't have any teeth. He said he put the brick down and said, "Get on out my way." And ladies and gentlemen, all our lives, many of us go through life running from things that ain't got no teeth to do us any harm. Haven't you been afraid to do something, and then after you did it, you say, "Whoa, if I'd known it was this easy, I would have done it before"? Haven't you ever had that experience? Raise your hand. Absolutely. So we created this in our minds, false evidence appearing real. We made it real in our minds. That's why Churchill said there's nothing to fear but fear itself. That's the destructive monster. So turn off things that can contribute to your fear.
Yo traje agua.
Turn a deaf ear to people that all they can do is talk about how negative things are because they have bought into the consciousness of the world.
Agua.
Start attending workshops, seminars, listening to tapes on a daily basis to begin to recondition your mind, to retrain your thinking. Faith comes by what? Hearing and hearing and hearing. Listen to things that can empower you, that can enable you to create a new reality for yourself, in a new life for yourself. You might appear to be strange around most people. You know, most people think you're strange if you're happy today. People say, "How you doing?" I said, "Better than good." "Whoa, what's wrong with him?" Just go around smiling and watch people. Look at this. Is this a weird guy over here? Because most people don't smile. Watch them. Look at their faces in the morning. Here we go, another Monday morning. "How you doing?" "Haven't had my coffee yet. Don't ask me." See, these people have not found their purpose in life. That's why they're grumpy. That's why they're miserable. That's why they're so negative. They're hurting and they want to hurt other people. So start practicing using programs for your mind. Seminars, books, workshops. Keep a journal. Record your thoughts. What's happening with you? Every day when you get up, have a journal near you. I use a Jack Boland journal so that I can write down my ideas. I keep it by my bed so I can write down my thoughts. See, ladies and gentlemen, we get 3 to 4 thoughts a year that if we would act on those thoughts, they could change our life. Don't say, "Well, I'll remember that." No, write that thought down. I got a thought today I wrote down. A friend of mine is in the hospital. His morale is low. They're talking about amputating his foot. He's got to feel very bad. So I said, you know, I'm not only am I going to see him, but I can't be there with him all the time. I said, I'm going to create a tape for him that he can listen to that will heighten his level of morale. We told him the other night, "Don't go to surgery. You are depressed. Your energy level is down." No, tell him not now. Don't do it now. In fact, most doctors who have any sense of awareness don't perform surgery on patients that are in a state of fear, that don't think they will make it. They wait till they're in a different state of mind. So I said, what about making tapes for people that are facing physical challenges? I said, that's a good idea. All right? See, there are ideas that can come to you out of things that appear to be negative. I have a friend out of Chicago, just met him. He was 23 years old. And this guy, he went financially bankrupt. 2 years ago, ruined his credit. Guess what he decided to do? He found a blessing in it. He wanted to restore his credit. It was very challenging, very difficult. And he realized that a lot of other people during these particular times are ruining their credit. So now he started a credit repair business. Last year, he earned over $100,000 helping people to restore their credit. I met a young lady who attends this church, that she was at her father's funeral, and she was putting flowers on her father's grave, and she looked around and saw the other grave sites. They did not look well-groomed, and they were not attended to on a regular basis. She started a grave site maintenance business. Out of that tragedy, something positive has come out of it. And now she's earning more money doing that than on her present job. What idea are you sitting on? Write your ideas down. And then, once you get that idea, take the lead.
Oye, ese mouse está heavy.
Hello? Take the leap. See, a lot of people get the idea and just walk around with them. Have you ever had an idea and all of a sudden you looked around and somebody had that idea and gone with it? Think you're going to be going with my hospital idea. Forget that, buddy. We will be out there together, Jack. Take the leap. See, it's out here in the universe. If you don't take the plunge, I guarantee you, somebody else will. Take the plunge. Go into action. And ladies and gentlemen, you will be surprised at how things will come together. You'll be surprised. Now, you're going to have some difficult challenges. I can tell you that now. Be aware of that. Things are not going to work out exactly right. For a time, they will, sometimes. And that's when life is just playing a game with you. I want you to feel good and relax. And then after a while, say, okay, the honeymoon's over now. And then life will come over there and slap you side the head. Say, what you doing out here? Well, this is my dream life. Is that right? Come over here a minute. Oh, you went to the seminar, huh? Come here. I can tell you that. But ladies and gentlemen, go into action with your dream. And don't avoid where the fights are. Get in the midst of the fight. And get some hickeys on your head. Or you can come back down. Get knocked down so you can learn how to fight, so you can hold your position. See, most people don't get out in the arena of life because they don't want to fight. Most people don't get out there because they don't want to get knocked down. They don't want to be dropped to their knees. But see, you're going to be dropped whether you're on the field or whether or not you're sitting on the sidelines. You're going to be dropped. So at least get dropped for something. Don't get knocked down while you're sitting down. See, that's how most people are spectators in life. You don't want to be a spectator. You want to get out in the field where the action is, and you will be amazed. After the struggle, there will be a calm period, and things will begin to click for you. Come out here with what you got. You don't have enough money? Don't worry about it. You got the dream. You got the idea. You don't have enough resources? Don't worry about it. You need some help? Don't worry about it. You get out here in the arena, someone will look at you and become inspired and say, hey, can I help you? But if you're sitting up on the bleachers, nobody's going to ask you anything. You've got to get into the flow of action. Frances Hart called me from Chicago. She had been sitting on an idea of a show that she wanted to produce for 10 years called Mind-Body Connection. So someone saw me speaking in Chicago at a sorority convention and said, I saw a guy that perhaps can host this show for you who has energy and charisma. She called me. She was so fired up. I said, listen, on the day that you want to do that, I'm speaking in Chicago. I can do it for you. And I said, by the way, I met somebody 2 weeks ago in Baltimore who has an idea of the same type of show, and she's doing it on radio. Why don't you call her? And then she called me back. Who else would you suggest? I said, well, I know Deepak Chopra. He wrote the book called Quantum Healing, and Bernie Siegel. Could you get his number? I tell you what, I have a friend named Jack Boland at the Church of the Day. He knows how to get in touch with him. Call him, and he will give you the number so you can get in touch with Bernie Siegel. That lady started calling all around. Did not have the resources, but she had this idea and dream. And she said the other night when she came before the audience that had gathered in the studio, she said, I feel like I've been pregnant for 10 years. And tonight you're going to witness a beautiful delivery. And it was. She said, I couldn't believe, Les, how things began to happen, how it all began to come together. And how many of you ever started on some dream and you didn't have all your stuff together, but you just went out there with nothing but faith, and things begin to happen for you? Raise your hand if you know what I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, those hands up there, it's proof. The proof is in the pudding. These people have demonstrated it. And if they can do it, you can do it. You can do it. Experience the pain. Experience the rejection. Experience the hard times. That's how you grow. That's how you develop yourself. That's how you begin to appreciate what you get. When you're working on a dream, at some point in time, a transition takes place. And the transition is what you are becoming in pursuit of the dream. Because even if you don't get the dream, you become such a strong and powerful person. It will so change your life, you can look at something else and say, well, I think I'll go do this then. Because you have now developed yourself in such confidence and such competence in how to deal in the arena of life that you can move into another area and not miss a beat. Once you begin to discover who you are, then you really realize how you have been given authority and dominion over everything on the face of the earth, including all the dimensions of your life. But you can only do that through the struggle of life. And most people avoid the struggle. Most people go through life avoiding pain. And when you go through life like that, something in you dies. Something in you that you never activate is lying dormant in there, that you never get a chance to call on because you have not challenged yourself. Somebody said, the land of familiarity belongs to the dead. That most people like to feel like they're a king in the area of their comfort zone. They only want to do those things that they know how to do well. Osborne said, unless you attempt to do something beyond that which you've already mastered, you will never grow. So if you want to begin to grow, you've got to put something out here that you can't reach easily, that has got to make you stretch, got to make you jump for it, got to make you get back a little bit and dig in so that you can take a leap for it. And maybe you jump up there and you miss it and you skin your knees and you come back again and you bust your lip next time. But you keep on, and through that process, you learn how to leap higher. You start challenging yourself to dig deeper, and then you discover some things about you that you don't know right now. Some talents that you have in you that you didn't know that you can do. I started out just talking to kids, and now I'm speaking at corporations. Now I'm traveling. I didn't know I can do this, but had I not given myself a chance, and I'm saying to you, give yourself a chance. Here's something else. If you want to begin to make your stuff happen for you, I think that it's very important that you start trusting yourself. Listen to yourself. Listen to that still small voice within you. Don't try and make everything logical. There's some things about life that defies logic, that you just can't explain how the outcome is going to be. I think that's why Paul said you've got to learn how to walk by faith and not by sight. That once you begin to trust yourself and your ideas and your instincts, life takes on a whole new meaning, because now I want you to do that feeling that you are led. Just feel, I am led. I remember the worst speech I had ever given in my life. I let someone exploit a fear that I had. For years, I had a tremendous inferiority complex because I'm not college educated. And this person knew this. And she said, let me write this speech for you. You're going to speak at Ohio State University. Those people are very educated there, and they're going to know when you make grammatical errors, and they're going to know because of the substance of your speech that you are not literate. I care about you. I don't want you to embarrass yourself. So this person proceeded to write a speech for me. I had a speech in my mind. But this person was stronger than I was negatively than I was positive about my own thoughts. And I gave my power away. With my permission, I allowed this person to guide me to do something that I really didn't want to do. But I didn't feel enough inner strength and conviction about my skills as a speaker and the message that I had to bring to stick by my guns. And I got up there at the Ohio Union, and I read this straight speech and did not move and did not take my eyes off the page because I'm not accustomed to reading. And after I finished, some people gave me a standing ovation because I read it extremely well, and I was very tense and I was very nervous. But Boo was with me, and we've been together since second grade. And I didn't want to go on the side of the room where he was. I saw the look in his eyes. And another friend of mine by the name of Mike Williams, and I knew what they were going to say. And they had the look on their face like, what happened to you? And so I didn't go over there. I went over here where I could get some compliments. And these people were saying, you were very good. Oh, thank you very much. I wanted to be fortified before I got this whooping. So finally we were going to the car, and we got in the car, and Boo was trying to be as tactful as he could. And then he just said, "That was the worst speech you have ever given." I said, "Oh, Boo, I know. Why did you read the speech? What happened to your spontaneity? You've always been an extemporaneous speaker. Les, why did you do that when she told me that they wouldn't accept what I said? Les, let them take you as you are." I gave my power away. Ladies and gentlemen, don't give your power away. You don't need anybody to approve your dream. It was given to you. If they can't see it, it's because it wasn't given to them. It was given to you. Hold it, nourish it, cultivate it, work on it. It's yours. It's your baby. Work on it until it comes into fruition. I gave away my power, and I said, I'm not going to do that no more. If you've ever given away your power, repeat after me, please. I'm not going to do that no more. Isn't that something good to say? No, all right? Here's something else for those who make it today. Do what you know is right. Treat people like you want to be treated. Don't try and take any shortcuts. Don't try and cheat. Pay your dues up front. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, what goes around comes around. You can pay now, or you will pay double later. So do the right thing. There might be a tendency sometimes, because of the negative part of our consciousness and our own programming, for us to want to say, well, I just do it this time. It won't matter. Won't nobody know. Ladies and gentlemen, everything matters. And you know you're somebody. You know. I'd rather lose out on my dream doing the right thing than to cheat trying to make a shortcut to get to my goal. I want to be able to look myself in the mirror, and that's what you want to do. There's no saying, judge a man not by what he does, but by that he doesn't have to do. And to judge the true quality of a man is what he'll do when nobody's looking. See, there's some good out there for you in the universe that has your name on it, and nobody can get your good. It has your name on it. They can't take your stuff. It's your stuff. So when you know that, when you know that whatever you're seeking, it's also seeking you, you don't worry. You don't run scared. You don't think somebody's going to take it from you. You listen to your inner voice, and you always take the high road. There will be the tendency, the natural inclination to take the low road. You must resist that. Repeat after me, please. I will always take the high road. And do the right thing. No matter what. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, do the right thing. Here's something else I encourage you to do if you want to make it today. Keep your agreements. Keep your agreements that you make. And establish a network of people who will also do that. Establish a network of people in your life that you can count on, that will be there for you when you need them, and you be there for them. And test them sometimes. Find out how many flaky people you've got in your life. Ask them to meet you someplace and say, this is very important for me. Will you be there for me? I need you. And whoever shows up, write their name down. Those that don't show up, draw a line through their name. And when they call you, make sure you're not available for them. Are you busy? No. I just choose not to deal with you in this way. Get all the flaky people out of your life. I asked a friend of mine today about a mutual friend. I said, have you talked to him? She said, no. I said, why? He's so negative. I had to cut him out of my life. I couldn't risk having him in my life. In my office, I have a lot of fruit, and I had a basket of apples on the table, and I had a plum that had spoiled. When I picked the plum up off this granny apple, it left a brown spot. You ever heard said one spoiled apple will spoil a whole barrel? One negative person can spoil your whole life. Leave the flakes alone. People that are seriously not serious. And if you're surrounded by flakes, that tells you who you are. Because like attracts like. Hello? I know you don't like that. I bet you won't applaud that one. You applaud for them, huh? Here's the other thing is you're working on your dream. A lot of people have been calling me saying, hey, man, I read about you in Ebony. Boy, you're lucky. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. Here's something else. 3 P's to have in your life. In working on your dream and doing your life work, you must be patient, persistent, and positive, no matter what. I called John H. Johnson for 2.5 years to get in that magazine. The first time I called him, he wouldn't talk to me. Then I was persistent, trying to find out who knew him that could invite me there to meet him or have the opportunity to speak so that he could hear me. And I met a guy who worked for him. And I said, hey, I'd like to speak for you guys free. I just want to know, will he be in the audience? They said, yes, good. I spoke and I tried to tear the microphone up. And he said after I finished, hey, young man, you're quite impressive. I'm going to have my staff do an article on you. I said, thank you, Mr. Johnson. And I sent him information on me, Federal Express. And it didn't happen. Waited for a month, and it didn't happen. Waited for 2 months. It didn't happen. I started calling every month. Hello, how are you, man? Speak to Mr. Johnson. I'm sorry, he's not available. Tell him Les Brown calling. I just want to say thank you very much for the article when he puts it in. I kept on doing it, kept on calling, sending new articles, sending new information on me, kept on upgrading the information on me, sending him thank you letters. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I was always positive. I could have gotten negative saying, where did you lie to me? Why you don't tell me you were going to put me in the magazine and you didn't do it? I could have got an attitude. Be positive no matter what. Because when you are negative, ladies and gentlemen, you're sending out negative energy and you're blocking your good. So don't send out any negative energy. Don't take it personal. I didn't care what he thought of me or the staff, that I was a nuisance to them. They get paid to deal with people like me. I wanted to be in that magazine. They got a subscription of 1.7 million people. Ask me, do I care what they think about me? Any sensible, reasonable, intelligent person knows if somebody doesn't call you back after 2.5 years, they don't want to talk to you. Ask me, do I care about that? Results don't lie. I'm in the magazine. Hello, hello, hello. See, a lot of people have an idea or a dream and they give up on it. No, don't do that. Work your dream until it gets hot. See, most things don't happen as soon as we think they should happen. The messenger of misery might drop in on you and say hello. Murphy's Law might come by and thump you on the head. Any number of things can happen to interrupt your flow. It's okay. Don't take it personal. Just acknowledge what's going on. It's called life. And keep on working on your dream. Continue to keep on knocking, because this is your life. This is what you love. This is your passion. Step back. Don't judge it. If you judge it, judge not yet, lest ye be judged. Why? Because when you judge it, you invest emotion in it, and that emotion could be anger, and guess what? That hurts you. That doesn't hurt anybody else. One doctor said, the man who angers me killeth me. And then he allowed someone to egg him into an argument on the floor of the National Medical Convention and suffered a massive heart attack. When you're in a state of anger, you have so much acid in your blood, if they withdrew some blood from you and inserted it into a pig, it would die from the acid. So what do you want to take yourself out early for by internalizing things? Shakespeare said, nothing is neither good nor bad, but thinking makes it so. So judge not according to your appearances, but right judgment, and feel that everything is going to work out for you because you're patient, you're persistent, and you're going to be positive no matter what. Don't allow other things or people or circumstances to determine what your reaction is going to be. I was out to dinner with some people, and we had a waitress that was quite discourteous and rude. And the people around me took an attitude about it. I learned how to observe life. I think that in order to overcome life, you've got to learn how to observe it. Just stand back and watch what's going on and choose not to buy into it. I said, "Excuse me, ma'am." I said, "Do you know what TIP stands for?" She said, "No." I said, "TIP stands for to ensure promptness." We've been sitting here a long time. I want to give you $5 up front to ensure a prompt meal. Would you assist me? She gave me the biggest smile and said, "Of course I will." And I said, "By the way, I'm not with these people. I'm going to be sitting at another table. Please put my meal over there. Serve them by themselves." See, I don't want to make anybody angry who goes behind closed doors to prepare my food. Oh, no. I got my food. If I told them, I said, "If I were you, I wouldn't eat that." "Where's the manager? I want to see him." She said, "I'll get him just a minute. I know what she did to their food." Oh, no. I said, "Eat that at your own risk. I don't even want y'all driving me home. I'll get your cab." No. I don't know when that's going to take effect on you. So don't allow people to determine how you are going to respond to them or circumstances. Learn to look at it. A friend of mine, Tom Perkins, handsome, articulate man in his mid-50s. He had a tremendous business, and at the height of his success, someone was killed in his business. He was sued and lost $750,000. Lost his business, lost his family, lost his home, everything. He was devastated, ladies and gentlemen. He started living in his car. He would wash up in a McDonald's across from Howard University on Georgia Avenue in Washington, D.C. He said, "Les, I was so depressed." He said, "I had everything, and then one day I lost it all." He said, "I didn't want to live anymore." He got some sleeping pills, and he took over 35 sleeping pills, and he laid down, folded his hands across his chest, and he said he went to sleep to die. 2 days later, much to his amazement, he woke up. He couldn't even get that right. I said, "What happened then, Tom?" He said, "An incredible thing happened." He said he was laying there for a moment. He said, and a voice said to him inside his mind, "It wasn't your life to take." That was one thing. He said, "Since that day, when I get any major challenges, I don't take it on myself personally. I feel that I've got somebody with me." He said, "I'll never leave you nor forsake you." He said, "Hey," I said, "God, you got to handle this for me. This is too much for me." He said, "I don't sweat the challenges of life." Repeat out to me, please. Don't sweat the small stuff. Don't sweat the small stuff. Because it's all small stuff. See, whatever you're worried about, if someone call you right now and say, "Listen, you got 2 days to live," I'm telling you, you won't be worried about your bills, ladies and gentlemen. You won't be worried about whether or not somebody loves you or cheating on you because you're about to check out. Okay? So put things in perspective. Here's something else Tommy said that I think is important. He said that the voice also said to him, "If you change your ways, I'll give you far more than you ever lost." Look at your life right now. If you want to keep on getting what you're getting, keep on doing what you're doing. You've got to be willing to change your ways. Your life is working. If you don't like what you have produced, you're a director, you are the star, you wrote this script. You produced this, whatever it is. If it's a hit, you produced it. If it's a flop, you produced it. Take ownership of it and decide to go back to the drawing board and rewrite the script that you are the star of. You have the power to do that. On this day, you can declare that I'm going to change. As you look back on your life, you can decide that I don't like what I produced here, and I want higher ground. I want to begin to experience more love. I want to have more adventure in my life. I want something that gives my life a sense of meaning. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been selected to head up a program called Project Life in Chicago, training thousands of kids. And I had the experience, we had our second session this past Monday. And to see these young people when they came in, and to see the young people and the parents and the community volunteers when they went out. One young man from the Cabrini Green housing projects who didn't want to be there, who came up and said, I want you to know I'm so glad to be here. And he said, I'll never be the same again. He said, thank you, Mr. Brown. He said, I just got to go now, but thank you, sir. I'll never be the same again. To see a letter I got from a young man who was in the Cook County Jail where I work on Monday morning. And this young man will not be out of jail for at least 50 years. At least 50 years. They gave him 100 years. This guy has shot at least 60 people that we know of and killed 10 at least. And this letter he wrote, he said, since listening to your tapes, he said, I have not changed, but I feel a different person in me. Over 70% of these young men are in there for murder. We wanted to have a two-pronged attack where we would train people on the outside and train those that are in the jails, because I believe if you cage them like animals and treat them like animals and they're out on the streets every 22 months, they're going to get out and act like animals and go back in like animals. So we said, let's take an approach. This gives me my life. This might be insane. But I felt so good. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, if we can accept the possibility of that this is the decade of consciousness.
Where?
That's what I believe that this is. The decade of consciousness, if you please.
Where? What are you watching?
A time where we can begin to create in folks' minds the idea, the possibility that we can create a more humane society, the possibility that we can create more love, communication, and understanding in relationships, the possibility that we can create a drug-free America, the possibility that we can create the kind of respect for diversity and difference in our multicultural society, the possibility that we can begin to develop the mindset to bring out the best in people, to encourage them to achieve their greatness and support them in their dreams, that if we can, in this decade of consciousness, to begin to see and envision that happening, and that we all can play a role, that we were born for such a time as this, that we showed up for this, that we survived 1 out of 9 million sperms, and we've been chosen for this great work. What an exciting time to be alive. Here's something else to recognize. Wherever you are on the ladder of life, and I was reading in Dr. Norman Vincent Peale's latest book called The Power of Positive Living, which I think is his greatest work. And he has something in there, a section called Comeback Power. Wherever you are in life, ladies and gentlemen, you've got comeback power. I don't care how low you are. I don't care what you have done. I don't care what you have experienced. I don't care how devastated your life might appear to be, the shambles it might be in. There's a power in you that can enable you to be stronger and better than anything that's out here. One man who came to the training, he was not a kid. And I knew he had a drinking problem, and he was looking at me, and I could smell alcohol on him. I said, excuse me, come here, come here, come here. He said, what is it? I said, let me tell you something. I want you to know you've got something in you that's stronger than that poison you're putting in your body. Do you understand me? And he was looking, he was backing up. He said, no. He said, I don't know, man. I said, it is. I said, that's why you're here. Something drew you here. And that which caused you to come, you said you want some help. And you need to be around some people that can help you get in touch with your power, because you know that your life deserves this. See, I think that the reason that we abuse ourselves with drugs and alcohol is that we're trying to numb something in us that's aching us, that's urging us, that's nagging us to do something bigger and better. It can't be because it tastes so good. It can't because crack feels so good or cocaine. Is not that simple. That when we are deluding ourselves or polluting our minds, it numbs us where we don't have to face reality. Because we don't know what we've got going for us. See, once you discover who you are, the truth of knowing who you are will set you free from ever wanting alcohol, from ever wanting any kind of drug that's going to destroy who you are. Once you begin to know who you are, it will set you free from believing, I can't see myself doing any better. Once you discover this power, the perfect essence of who you are, that's in all of us, that's permeating our being, that enable us to be the directors of our lives, that you truly can live a healthy, happy, prosperous life, and that you can make it in what are called the worst of times. I think it was Robert Schuller said, tough times never last, but tough people do. And you are tough. You're made of some special stuff. There was nobody here before you. You brought something here that was not here before you showed up. Guess what? Nobody's going to do your work for you. Nobody's going to write your book for you. Nobody's going to open your boutique. That has been given to you to do. Nobody can help those people you want to help. They will only respond to your voice. You were sent here to speak a word that will wake them up. As sure as the word was spoken 2,000 years ago, Lazarus, come forth! You will speak that word and ignite and bring to life many who have entombed themselves in fear and mediocrity and a limited vision and low self-esteem. So as you leave, I hope that you challenge yourself to begin to look within, knowing that you have comeback power, knowing that you came and brought something here that was not here before you came. And whatever that dream is, whatever that great work is, don't let anybody take it from you. Fight for it. I like Mark Hughes of Herbalife. When the FDA attacked them like they did Cambridge, they died. Repeat after me, please. When you're hot, you're hot. And when you're not, you're not. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, I'm hot this evening. Look out. Let me tell you something. Y'all out there fanning like y'all about to get happy or something. Look at it.
Coño, Mello, se me ocurrió una idea ahora mismo.
Now, let me tell you what this is symbolic. We set it up just this way. The reason that we are here this evening to talk about Joe versus the volcano. And so what I wanted you to do was to really experience this. Now, what is it when you're near a volcano that's boiling over and about to explode? What is it that you feel that lets you know you are in the area of a volcano? What is it you feel? Oh, I know. You feel heat, right? So you're going to experience this volcano because we have things in our lives, ladies and gentlemen, and because we don't handle them, because we don't deal with those things, they begin to get kind of hot. You've heard the expression, boy, I'm in hot water. Have you ever heard that before? And that means that there's something that you're in, that some dilemma that you've got to handle, something that you've got to deal with. So let's begin to look at this guy called Joe versus the volcano, and let's see what's in it for us. I took the liberty of changing some things to enable them to be symbolic for us. And Tom Hanks plays this role, and for those of you that have not seen the movie, it's about a guy who was going to work every day. It was very depressing. I mean, when you see it, the photography is very dingy looking and gray and very dim lighting, and the people are going in looking drab, doing the same old thing every day in the same old way. Some of you work with people like that. There are faces that you wish you never ever saw. Am I right? If you never saw them again, it would be too soon. Am I right? Of course, right. So this is what was going on. This guy was going into this job where it was a dead-end job. He wasn't happy. He was miserable, and many of us can identify with that. He knew that he was capable of doing more, but he had really given up on himself. He had really sold himself out. Yeah, some of us have done that. He made a trade-off. For whatever reason, he decided to do this. That's why we can identify with him. And the volcano is symbolic of the challenges that we invariably face in life, of the problems that many of us run away from handling. And he had to handle this. And how did he come in contact with this volcano? Well, what happened was he was going to this doctor constantly. He was a hypochondriac because he wasn't living his purpose. His dream had not found his life work. He would create illnesses for himself. And so what happened in the process, this doctor decided, he set him up really. See, when you're not living your goal, you go through life living like a victim. If people can set you up for anything. They can run any kind of game on you and you go for it. I had a saying when I was in radio, stand up for what you believe in because you can fall for anything. Well, Joe didn't believe in very much, including himself and his dreams, see? So he was very vulnerable. And so Joe was set up by this doctor. This doctor told him that he had a rare disease and he had 6 months to live. This disease was called a brain cloud. Oh, Cadumbo Joe went for it. He believed it. But you know something? It changed his life. It changed his life. And so he was told, look here, you don't have long to live anyhow. The guy said, why don't you do this? I'm going to give you all my credit cards, and this way you can live like a king, and there's something I want you to do. There was a catch. There's a volcano on an island that's about to erupt. And unless somebody jumps in that volcano, sacrifice their life, these people on this island will perish. Well, your life isn't worth much if you don't have that long anyhow. So why don't you take my credit cards, all my American Express, MasterCharge, take all them, go live like a king, and die like a man. And Joe said, okay. What did he have to lose? He was going to die anyhow. And his life didn't have any meaning and value to him as it was. So this was no big sacrifice on Joe's behalf. Now that says something about us, people, human beings, that when you have not structured your life so that it can have some meaning and value for you, that you'll be willing to throw your life away into anything. See, the volcano could be alcohol. It could be drugs. It could be a job that does not meet who you are. That you go through life, you're doing it so long, you're operating in this and you're acting out that role of mediocrity for so long, you think it's you. It could be a relationship that's no longer giving you what you want and creating dis-ease in your body. It could be any kind of circumstance, like in his work environment. It was toxic. It wasn't good for him. But he didn't have the guts to do anything about it, to act on it. So therefore, it was making him miserable. And as a result, he couldn't see the beauty of life. In fact, in the movie, see, they had, in the concrete, there was a daisy growing up through the concrete. But people were so caught up in the depression and the gloominess of life, they couldn't even see the daisy when somebody just stepped on it one day. They couldn't see the beauty in life. See, that's what can happen to you in life, that you can get so caught up in the misery of it and the pain and the sickness and the depression and playing a victim and blaming everybody and everything rather than taking responsibility. It will blind you from seeing the stuff out there that's really beautiful. That's what Henry David Thoreau meant when he said that most people go through life in quiet desperation. They're miserable. I have friends been married for years, live in 2 different rooms. Why would you live like that? I mean, miserable, don't even talk to each other, grumble. Oh. I think that was supposed to mean good morning. Miserable, just making each other miserable. Why live like that? People go to work like that. I said, why even show? I used to work with a guy like that. You couldn't say good morning to him before 9 o'clock. He'd look around and say, does he know me? Anybody know me? No, you don't talk to me before 9 o'clock.
William, que lo que.
I mean,
welcome to Santana's 90s.
Raise your hand. Just miserable. Why show up? Come in complaining every day.
¿Qué opinan de eso? Voy a hacer un diseño ahora para Dogecoin. Para vender esos poloche. Oh, shit. Tienen que darle promoción a ese poloche. Oh, shit.
Doctor told Joe, hey, man, you're going to die with this brain cloud. And you know something? All of Joe's other illnesses left. Joe decided to live. Joe decided to live his life. Now, that is interesting. A psychiatrist did a study, and he was talking about how his patients reacted when they got information that they were going to die immediately. He said that many of these patients that had gone through years of therapy that should have been making decisions about their career,
Angel in the
about their
building, que lo
marriage, or about their
que.
circumstances, and somehow or another they
El
were
medio, que
and
lo
didn't
que.
have the
La
personal
gente
power
están
or
aquí
the wherewithal or the
reportándose.
willpower to act in their own best
Mira, mira,
interest.
mira, mira entrada aquí.
But
Entrada
when they were
para
told,
ganancia,
listen, you
entrada
got
para
3
ganancia,
months to
entrada
live,
para
or
ganancia,
you
entrada
got
para
6
ganancia.
months to live, all of a sudden these people who were initially victims
Probando,
of
probando, tú
all of a
sabes.
sudden, they started acting in their own best interest. They started living their lives. And it's amazing to me that what a
Denle a
paradox.
like,
Once
denle a
people
like.
told they're going to
Coño.
die, all of a sudden they start seeing the daisies in life. They start
Compartan
seeing
el
the beauty
video,
in life. I remember
coño, el en
it's a
vivo.
monologue, and it's called The Last Mile. And
Que
so
se vengan
it's
la
a
gente aquí a
monologue about a guy
informar
who was
con el
sentenced to die
necio.
in the electric chair for a crime that he did not commit. And he was pleading to the jury to understand his case. And I remember one of the parts of the monologue where this guy talking to the jury and talking to himself and going the whole gamut of emotion. And I remember something he said that struck me right now. He said, you know, he said, it's queer, ain't it? How even though life has done you wrong, somehow you still want to live. He said, you never again find me complaining about life is
To
giving
the
me
moon
a
and
short
beyond.
deal. No. I
Reach
just want to
for
live.
the
I take
skies,
the carpenters, the crumbs,
and people will
anything.
follow you. Oh shit. Yo quiero buscarme algo también.
This guy who before
Hay que buscarse esos chelitos,
from
mano.
French Corner, Indiana, never really cared about life. All of a sudden, now that he knew that his life was going to be taken away,
Hay que
for a crime
buscarse
that he
esos
did not
chelitos.
commit, he wanted to live. It's a very passionate, powerful monologue. I used to read that quite
Santana
often.
pone el oro.
So what is it that we can begin to do?
Gold. I seen
Do
it
we
earlier.
have to get a pronouncement that we only have 6 months to live in order to decide to live?
See
In
how
order
he's
to live
climbing?
in a spirit of
It's at
integrity?
1814.
See, most of us go through life living a lie.
This
The
bass.
Platters had a song.
There's
Oh,
like a
yes,
bass around here too
I'm the
where it
great
bounces up and down to
pretender.
the 30
What a
line.
beautiful voice. Oh, don't faint.
Look,
It's
we
okay.
look
It's
back.
all right. It's all
Remember when it came
I hit
down
that
here?
note, it just
See
gives me
how
a
it was
chill.
here?
But anyhow,
Look at this right here.
that many of us go through life being great pretenders. We should get an Academy Award. Pretending that we're happy.
See how it was
Pretending that we're
divergent right here? I
content.
mean divergent.
Pretending that everything's happy
Consolidating
and gay and
here.
carried away. And that's not
So
the way
let's see
that it
what's
is.
gonna happen over there.
Going through life feeling that we can't do anything about our situation like Joe did. But when they told Joe he was going to die, Joe became
So
a
we
new
gotta
person.
see
Went
what's
back
gonna
to work
happen
with a young
here.
lady he'd been wanting to talk to for a long time. He said, hey, I want to take you out.
It might start. It
He
might
wasn't
start
worried about
consolidating.
rejection. Joe had his eyes on her. He said, Lord is my shepherd, I see what I want. Oh,
Ese Les
I'm
Brown
not
como
keep
se
going, but I
ríe.
ain't dead yet.
Oh
He wasn't
shit.
looking for a living. You hear me? I like that, Joe. Don't lose that.
Ya,
Don't lose that.
estoy en
All
proceso de
right,
hacer un
so-
diseño. ¿Qué le voy
so
a poner?
here's
Ya,
what
ya
I
le
think
voy
that
a
we
poner
can
la
begin to
moneda
do.
de
To live
Dogecoin,
our
pero
dreams.
¿qué le voy a
To
poner?
begin
Algo to the
let
moon.
life take on
Yeah.
some new meaning for us, some
Como
new power,
rockets
some
y
new
vaina.
value.
Coinbase to
Is
the
to
moon.
begin to
Yeah.
look for the daisies in your life
Rockets.
right now, where you are. Regardless of what's happening to you, regardless of what's going on with you, begin to look for some beauty in it. Begin to look for some lessons that you can learn from where you are and what you're going through. See, the volcano.
Rocket.
See, when Joe jumped into the volcano, and he eventually did that with a young lady
Rocket
that
ship.
fell in love with him, they were thrown out of the volcano and they
yes.
survived. Think about that. Now, see, I think that when you decide to take a leap and you handle the challenges that you're facing, read something about fear. That's one of the things that keeps us from beginning to live life. Here's what happened. This guy, John Rogers, wrote that. He said, when people take the courage to journey into the center of their fear, they find nothing. It is only many layers of fear being afraid of itself. And Eleanor Roosevelt said, you gain strength, courage, and confidence by every experience in which you really stop to look fear in the face. You're able to say to yourself, I've lived through this horror. I can take the next thing that comes along. You must do the thing you cannot do. See, that's what the volcano is. It is the thing that we cannot do. And because it is that, we must do that.
Oh, yes.
Once fear is acted upon,
Déjame ir para
the
crear el
death of
poloche.
fear is certain.
Voy a crear mejor el
So
hoodie.
what
No
volcano
sé,
you
vamos a
have
ver,
in your
vamos a ver
life?
quién
Let me
me
ask you some
inventa.
questions here. If you had 6
Vamos a ver
months to
quién me
live,
inventa.
what would you do differently
¿Qué tú estás pensando con el oro,
with
Mel?
your life? What
Eso
would
yo
you
lo
do
veo en
differently?
consolidation. Yo
Would you
no,
have the same job?
I'm not getting in none of those until after London.
Would
That
you be
has
worried
to
about
wait until
things that
London.
you're worried about right now? Would you have the
Just
same
like this one right here.
Would you have the same people in your
After
life?
London, you won't know what's up
I
with
was
it.
sitting on the House of the Ohio legislative floor.
There was
I just been elected for the
this
third
one.
time as the chairman of the Human Resource Committee. Powerful, prestigious position. And I was reading a book on how to manage your time in your life, and it talked about what are your long-range goals 2 to 3 years from now, what are your short-range goals, 6 months goals, and then it said, if you had 3 months to live, what would you spend your time doing? So I wrote down I would spend my time, one thing, I would resign from the legislature.
Look, it's consolidating now.
Back to Miami, and I would buy my mother a home, something I'd promised myself that I was going to do, and I had continued to procrastinate and put all kind of reasons
Consolidation.
why I couldn't do it. And, you know, I wanted to make sure that she was financially secure, my children would be financially secure. And I would do lectures, and I would go around talking to people and working with kids. That's what I said I would do. Then it turned to the next page, and it says, for all you know, you don't have 3 months to live. You might die today. So whatever you wrote on the last page, you want to spend as much of your time doing that today. So I looked at Mr. Vern Rife, the Speaker of the Ohio Legislature, and I said to the guy on my right, State Representative Mike Stenziano out of the Ohio State District, I said, Stenzi, 25 years from now, who would care what legislation we passed? He said, nobody would care 1 year from now. Now, here's what was happening with me. I came to the Ohio legislature with great expectations. There are things I wanted to do. I wanted to make a change in society. I wanted to make an impact. But I was just disillusioned after being there for a while. I introduced some legislation that I'd worked months to get this legislation passed, got it out of subcommittee, voted to the major committee, and then went from there to the reference committee, and then they introduced it on the Ohio legislative floor. And this legislation was designed to provide protection for senior citizens and poor people who bought money orders. People buy money orders thinking that it's cash. But what they did not know that there's no bond or insurance security in the event that the money order company files bankruptcy. And so this company filed bankruptcy.
You still doing USD 30?
People just holding worthless paper. So I wanted to introduce some legislation so that senior citizens would not be victims of this anymore. After months of hard work, after introducing the bill and having the votes lined up, guy raised his hand, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Rife said yes. He said, I'd like to introduce an amendment for Mr. Brown's bill. He said, we will hear the amendment. He said, I'd like to amend it and change the word shall to may. I said, excuse me, Mr. Speaker, may I speak, please? Yes. I said, ladies and gentlemen of the Ohio legislature, this legislation is not something we wanted to make it optional to provide protection for Ohioans and senior citizens. We want to make it mandatory. And then this guy said, no, Mr. Speaker, I just think that he's taking it a little too far. This is an honorable gesture on behalf of the state, but he's taking it too far. Let's make it optional and leave it up to the goodwill of these money order companies.
¿Lo hago mejor en hoodie o lo hago mejor en poloche?
Let's have the vote. And they had the votes. And I lost. And I
did this for my chat.
And then all of a sudden this job that at one point had meaning to me and value.
Yo creo que mejor lo voy a hacer en el hoodie. No.
And all of us have had some experiences where you went to a job and you were excited about that job. Boy, it had so much promise, and then you got there, so much you wanted to do. You thought it was an opportunity for upward
mobility and growth and development and expansion. And all of a sudden, you cannot tell me otherwise. This is fire.
Glorified cubbyhole. Old grave with no dirt on it. So it became very depressing going to work.
This is
and so that's
fire,
what happened
bro.
to this guy, Joe. A lot of us have done that before. I used to get my head start throbbing on Sunday afternoon after the Sunday afternoon football game.
Yo creo que lo voy a hacer en este mismo hoodie. No, pero eso es la vaina que no me gusta aquí. Oh, yeah, yo pongo el Dogecoin aquí. Y pongo Dogecoin, Dogecoin Army. Oh, shit! Oh! Lo voy a hacer en el hoodie. Oh, shit, man, yo.
She said she was so miserable in her marriage.
Oh, yes, indeed.
That one day she went home. I said, when did you get your divorce number? She said, Les. She said, I went home, put the key in the door, and she said, I couldn't go in. She said, I was so depressed, I had so much pain in my body. She said, I couldn't just walk in. She said, I dropped to my knees. She said, I had to crawl in. I had to crawl in the house because I just couldn't. She said, I knew then I had to get a divorce. So that what happened to Joe. And Joe decided to act on that. So what can we do? Well, here's what we can do. Wherever you are, decide that you're going to focus your time. I lost my job in broadcasting, and it was a major blow to me because broadcasting was all that I had. That's all that I knew. I'd been doing that for like 15 or 20 years, and that was my specialty. But because I was so controversial and couldn't keep my mouth closed, I lost my job. You know, and so it was a depressing time for me.
They finally added for the hat.
Nobody would hire me locally. And because I was good,
what I've been waiting
I would
for.
send off my audition tapes to other radio stations. Program directors would hear it, and they wouldn't bring me in. I was a seasoned veteran. So you have that experience. If you're real
Let's
good,
go.
many people will
They
perceive you
added
as
for
a
the
threat,
hats.
and they won't hire you.
Finally, I could
Because
design a
they want somebody that they can
hat.
control, and they don't want anybody in there that's going
Let's
to outshine them.
go.
See, sometimes being good can be a liability to you. Am I right? Sometimes women have to scale down their ambitions and drive and what they can do.
I'm gonna
in
get
deference to men's egos.
creative.
So what I did
Let
was,
me
in the
start with
meantime,
the
in the between
hoodie.
time, I started focusing on my flowers. I got into flowers. See, they say when I was a kid that an idle mind is the devil's
No,
workshop.
I haven't made it yet. I haven't made it
See,
yet.
if
I'm
you don't
just
have anything on your mind, your mind can play all kinds of
I'm
tricks
just
on you,
looking that I
See,
could
when I
create
was in
it
business,
now on
sometimes
a
I
hat.
wanted to call Bert Childs. I said, Bert, can I get my job back? My mind would say, well, if all you had to do is just keep your mouth shut, now you unemployed. Running your mouth. Wah, quack, 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 quack. Why'd you just shut up? They told you to shut up. Man told you you're going to get fired. No, you had to keep on talking. Oh, ego. Now you're unemployed. Won't nobody hire you because your mouth too big. Stop beating myself up. Why not shut up? Boy, you're right. You know, these boys, you ever talk to yourself? Raise your hand. You know what I'm talking about? You ever talk to yourself? So I just kept
They're
busy.
buying. Those are my
started working
custom
on flowers.
shirts.
I got it really into flowers.
Yeah, they gotta pay money to
I
buy
knew
them.
my flowers had names for my flowers.
Yep.
Oh, real good. I talked to them. Hello, how are you today? Oh, you're beautiful. I want you to rise. People would bring their flowers over to me that were dying and wilting. I would speak to them and say, rise. Those flowers straighten up like that. That was phenomenal, all right? Then the other thing is I did a lot of volunteer work. I'd go to the hospital and I'd read the Bible to people. And I would go to friends whose parents perhaps were ill or facing a challenge, and I'd talk to them. I became involved in all kind of community volunteerism. So I'm saying that if you're going through a challenge, not that you've been laid off, but the universe has given you an opportunity to find your real true making on the planet, then use that time wisely. Volunteer, give yourself away. My high school teacher, Charles L. Williams, said something I love. He said, love and happiness are like perfumes. You can't sprinkle it on others without getting a few drops on yourself. Isn't that beautiful? See, what you give is what? What you get. All right, repeat after me, please. I'm going to give my life away. Because what you give is what you get. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, share some happiness. Now, here's something else. Fear of change. See, the reason that I think that Joe stayed there as long as he did, Joe feared change. Most people fear change.
I think it's pick
A lot of people stay in jobs where they're miserable or stay in relationships where they're miserable. Sometimes in order to begin to see the daisies in life, you've got to be willing to change cities, change friends, change relationships, change jobs. See, after a while, you get bored doing the same old thing in the same old way, day in and day out. Human beings were designed to achieve. And when you're not on a path of developing your greatness and growing and being more productive and being more effective, then your life literally becomes depressing, just like Joe. So Joe was resisting change. And as a result of resisting change, Joe made some trade-offs. See, this psychiatrist talked about the fact that these people who had been on his couch for months and years, not being able to make decisions about things, but when they found out that they were dying, they got up and started making all kinds of decisions. They decided no longer to sell out. And you know what happened to me when I lost my job? You know what I think it was, what life said to me more or less? Les Brown, you know you can do more than what you're now doing. Les Brown, you have sold out. Les Brown, go home. Go in your drawer, pull out your check stubs, and see how much you've sold your soul for. See, one of the things that got me about the movie is what Joe said to his boss after the doctor told him he was going to die. He went back to work and he confronted him. He said, because I was afraid, too afraid to live my life, I sold it to you for $300 a week. I sold my soul for $300 a week. When I look at Joe, ladies and gentlemen, I know that I'd sold out on myself at different points in my life. And when you go home and you look at, if your life is not what you want it to be, if you're not living the way that you want to live, if you're not experiencing what you want to experience, if it's not giving you what you want, you've got to ask yourself, what have I sold my soul for? Remember that song? 16 tongues. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. Saying, Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Oh, no, this is not Luther Vandross tonight. No. Last time I sung, Luther called my hotel and made a bomb threat. No. That song is depressing, ladies and gentlemen. That many of us have sold our souls for a home in the suburbs or a brand new car or 3 meals a day and a roof over our heads. Or because we want to be popular with our friends. See, when you decide to make a change, it's challenging. But there's going to be some resistance. Everybody's not going to agree with that. There's a price to pay. Am I right? See, when I had to think about getting a divorce, it was time for me to grow. And sometimes you stay in a situation too long. Many times you say, well, I need to do it for the kids. Well, see,
oh my God, why can't
staying there too long can be harmful to the kids. I had a friend of mine who finally got a divorce after agonizing it. She said, I stayed there as long as I did for the kids. She said, but if I had it to do over again, I would have left sooner because it wasn't healthy for them. And it wasn't healthy for me. Many of us stay in jobs where it's no longer good for us to be there. But because we can't see ourselves having the capacity to do more and to achieve more and can't see life after that job, we stay there as victims, volunteer victims. Because nobody's making us do it. We volunteer to be victims. We volunteer not to be in charge of our destiny. We volunteer. We willingly do it. If you're going to sell out, don't do it in a hurry. Do it slowly. Let somebody come and have to take it from you. Don't just give it up willingly. And that's what Joe had done. Thinking about a guy who he had everything going for him. Went to Harvard, became a lawyer, joined a large, prestigious law firm, married the perfect wife, had children. And guess what? He was going through the motions day in and day out, but it wasn't giving him what he wanted out of life. He was going through an act. He was acting out a role. And one day, he couldn't get out of bed. He was just there in bed, couldn't get up, paralyzed. They got the doctors. They looked at him, examined him from head to toe, and said, there's nothing physically wrong with him. Get up, John, come on, get up. He couldn't get up. He stayed like that for months, had to take therapy. See, because there was dis-ease, there was conflict in his body. Many times when life calling on us to change and to grow and to expand, we said, no, I don't want to hear that. No, we resist that. So we can go back to that lifestyle of mediocrity. We resist that change, that growth. We go back so we can go back to sleep. Winston Churchill said the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but at the end, there it is. Carlyle said, truth crushed the earth shall rise again. And we know scripture says, ye shall know the truth, and truth shall set you free. But the truth that will set men free is the truth that men don't want to hear. See, we don't want to hear. You got to change. You got to take responsibility for your stuff. You got to clean your act up. You are not your act. You need to get your life together. We don't want to hear that. We want to talk about the circumstances. We want to talk about how bad things are, why we can't do it. See, that's where Joe was. So what we have to do is decide to live with integrity in our relationships and the things that gives our life some meaning. Stop pretending and decide to become real. Decide that we're not going to trade off, because we don't realize what we have in our hands.
No.
I'm reminded of the story of some explorers who were in Africa, and they saw these little boys playing with these little rocks. They were shooting marbles. Game similar to that. And these marbles, so to speak, were shiny, and these explorers asked these little boys, say, here, taste this candy. Gave them some candy. So you like that? Say, yeah. Say, good. Tell you what, give me those marbles, I'll give you some more candy. And they did that. And the explorers went off, and they discovered that these shiny rocks were large, uncut diamonds. The little boys did not have enough awareness to know what they had in their hands. And many of us are like that. Many of us have genius within us. We have ideas that we use it for the company. We put in long hours, 60, 70 hours a week for the company store. We'll break our backs for the company. But when it comes to us, when it comes to using our genius in our own behalf, taking a chance with our own creativeness, acting on our own dreams and ideas, somewhere along the line we get paralyzed. We find some reason not to do it. Oh, I did that. I'm not as good as they are. I don't have their education. I felt inferior because I never had a college education. So I felt inferior. I thought people with college education were the most intelligent people in the world. And I felt inferior and intimidated by them. So I wouldn't want to speak before people that had more education than I did. What? Come on, Les, you can do that. Oh, no, I can't. Les, you're a good speaker, man. You can just communicate with people, period. Well, I'm not, there's just some things I just don't know. And can I pass? Get somebody else. I got a friend, man. This guy has a master's degree. He's real good. Get him. But I'm not the one to come speak to that group. Yep. See, I didn't know what I had in my hands. And fortunately, I had somebody around me who saw what I had.
Be so
and was willing to work with me until I could see it too. See, that's what many times we have to have. Somebody could look beyond our faults and see our needs. And hold that vision until we are able to capture that vision ourselves. How do we handle some fears? I was talking with my friend Pat Johnson, who's the president of Begin Within Seminars. Think about some major fear you have. Here's one thing she said, which is good. She said, Les, if you got a real major fear, she said, take a deep breath and see yourself strong enough and more than able to handle that fear, whatever it is. Everybody take a deep breath. Whatever that fear, just feel that you have the strength and the power and the capacity to handle it. Another friend of mine named Ron Weiner, he says, when I'm confronted with a fear, I just practice the art of looking beyond the fear. I go behind it and see it already completed, see it already resolved. And then I carry myself accordingly as if it already is taken care of. That dispels the fear for me. Another friend of mine by the name of Jack Wilson said, when I experience fear, I think about when I was in Vietnam and what I handled back then, and I look at what I'm dealing with right now, And the fact that I survived that, the fact that I had other kinds of situations that were close calls or that I was overwhelmed with fear and I came through it, then I look at this and says, this is nothing here. And we've all had that experience with Jack had. How many of you had some situations that you were in that you were overwhelmed with fear? You didn't know how you're going to come out, how you're going to survive. And you did. You survived and you didn't die. Raise your hand if you survived, all right? So what you got to do, whatever that was, whatever that state of consciousness, whatever that self-confidence that you had, however you stood up within yourself, here's what we know. You survived. Here's what we know. You're still here. You didn't die. Hello, you did not die. You didn't die. You hear that? You didn't die. You're here right now. You got it and you handled that fear. You kicked it out of there. All right? Remember that play Color Purple? I remember when Albert told the girl she couldn't go with Sugar. He said, where you going? You know, this girl been wanting all her life live her dream. But she was afraid. She felt incompetent, and he'd beaten her down, and her self-esteem had eroded. He said, where you going? You can't talk. Sugar can talk. You ugly? You dumb? Sugar got class. You ain't got nothing. Where you going? You ain't going to make it. You're going to fail. She said, look here. I might be ugly. I might be dumb. I can't talk. She said, but I'm still here. I'm still here. And so as you begin to look at the fears in back of you, you came through those fears, and you're still here. See, that's a testament about how powerful you are. And so whatever the volcano is, you have the capacity to take that volcano on, the capacity to jump in it and find your true identity. Here's another thing that keeps a lot of people from taking on the volcanoes and jumping into the challenges that they're confronted with. The fear of making mistakes or not feeling good enough. Guess what? You're going to make
Con la bolsa,
mistakes.
diache, no tengo para meterle esa bolsa de dinero. Oh, sí, yo la puedo buscar.
Never made a mistake, hasn't done anything.
No, yo la puedo buscar, espérate aquí.
If you're going to make some mistakes, if you want to do something out here, you're going to fall flat on your face. You're going to be criticized when you come out into the arena called life.
Ay, papá.
You're going to be awkward and stupid and dumb sometimes. It goes with the territory.
No,
But it's okay. What's important is that you bring your stuff out here. Are you good enough? Prepare yourself. See, there's no substitute for competency. A positive attitude won't get it. Being enthusiastic won't get it. So you got to prepare yourself. You've got to develop yourself. You've got to practice. You've got to work. You've got to do your homework. You've got to do your research. See, a lot of people have a yes, I can attitude, but a no, I can't aptitude.
Yes, it's Doge.
And competency builds confidence. And confidence feeds into competency. See, the better you become, the more confident you feel. And the more confident you feel, the better you want to become. You realize that you have no ceiling. That you can better whatever you've done so far. You can go beyond that.
Doge, some people say Dogecoin.
Feeling that you've already arrived, as most people have. And that's why they've settled for less than what they rightly deserve in life. Because they feel they've arrived, and they say, well, I can rest now. I can rest on my laurels. Now,
That's the problem.
Made it.
I've been trying to... Really?
No.
Right now, I haven't found a broker that you can actually buy them.
There's something else for you to achieve.
Because if you buy it through,
said that unless you've made some major mistakes in life, you haven't started living yet.
Called, Robinhood. You're not physically holding the Dogecoin. You have part of it, but you're not physically having the Dogecoin. Like you can take it off the network. Cryptocurrency, like once you purchase it, you can take it off the network.
You don't call that living. Not rocking the boat.
Yeah.
Going through life
like
quietly.
Once you buy, like right now, that's the problem that we're having. Not trying to like. People are buying it through Robinhood, not knowing that you physically cannot. You physically don't have the Dogecoin. Like you know when you buy Bitcoin and stuff like that. There's a broker. There's a couple brokers that sell them or whatever. You can buy it through there. But like if you physically don't want your Bitcoin to be online, you could just take it off the system. It gives you code and all that stuff. If you buy it through Robinhood, you buy Bitcoin through Robinhood, you cannot do that. Which means that you physically don't have, the currency.
Here's something else. See, a
that's
lot
the only
of
way
people,
right now
because they
to
don't
buy
want to
it.
make any mistakes, it takes us to the next level. A lot of people don't want to
Crypto.
fail.
It's the
Fear
same
of
thing as
failure,
Bitcoin.
Fear of success, and guess what else? Fear of the unknown. I saw a guy last week, came up to visit me. Haven't seen him for years. Bob Boyd from Columbus, Ohio. Bob Boyd introduced me to motivational tapes. Introduced me to a lot of motivational speakers and positive thinking and a multi-level marketing company at that time called Bestline Products. Had an inspirational leader named Bill Bailey. Jim Rohn was in that as well. And so Bob Boyd, that folded. But here's what about Bob Boyd. Why I was interested in seeing Bob last week that drove up from Columbus. Bob Boyd, that I know has been involved, personally I know, and I've been involved in business deals with him. Bob has had at least 30 failures that I know. 30 business failures since I've known him, since 1972. Incredible. So I wanted to hear this deal that Bob is bringing me. Les, I've got to talk to you. So he came in the traditional Bob Boyd fashion. Hello, Les, how you doing? I said, fine, Bob. I wanted to know if Bob had lost in his fire, steam, had life beaten his dream out of him. Bob said, Les Brown, I've got a deal. You know, you get exposure to a lot of people. Man, I've got a deal. I'm thinking, does he want me to join Amway? What is this? Man, I've got something going. Man, this thing, man, Les, it's a money
Dogecoin really came out
said,
was to battle the hedge funds.
But
really
here's what was going on in my mind.
That's right now, Dogecoin is not like Bitcoin. Bitcoin could grow. Dogecoin right now is just the fight between the hedge funds and I don't know if you know what happened with GameStop and stuff like that.
I said, what?
Yeah, that's kind of like the fight that we're having because Dogecoin right now is really just an emoji. It's just really an emoji currency. The only reason that it's going up is because they're trying to fuck again with the big hedge funds and corporations. So
you want to courageously hold on to your dream and not lose enthusiasm. See, Bob has not internalized failure.
All of that stuff is regulated for their
he wanted
own
them to work
benefit,
out.
so
He's still looking for his pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. And he was so fired up, traditional Bob Boyd fan. He took his coat off. Les, let me tell you something, man. You've got to see this deal. With the things you're doing, you're now on PBS. My God, Les, you'll make a fortune. Man, I just can't wait to tell you about it. I said, tell me, Bob, tell me. When it got to talking, I said, Bob, I want to be a part of it. He said, now explain to me what I just told you. I said, I don't know what it is, but I want to do it. I want to do it. I didn't even know. I felt like the lady that was with Joe. Joe decided he's going to jump in the volcano. He said, I want to go with you. He said, oh, you can't go. She said, oh, I want to go too. See, you get fired up about something. People will come to see you burn. They want to go too.
Nair. You Nair.
So I like the fact that Bob has not lost his fight.
That's not my great-grandfather. It's my grandfather.
Bob is still hungry. Bob still sees his dream. Bob is still searching for a way to make it happen. He doesn't care about people talking about it. Man, he's never kept a job. Guy's had 15 or 20 different jobs, all these business deals. Bob has turned a deaf ear to that. You know that's what you got to do if you want to conquer your volcano? A guy in Los Angeles, all over the front page of the newspaper, he just passed the bar after taking it 48 times.
The fight, the battle. Oh, Melvin. What up, Melvin? I didn't even know. Melvin Frias Bosono. Welcome to the Santana's 90s.
Enough reason and excuses not to take it.
What's going on, buddy? If you're still in the chat, my fault.
Assistant, a clerk.
I'm trying to make a design of the shirt right now for us Dogecoin Army.
Can you imagine what they did to this dude? Know that guy is? Man making a career taking the bar. But by the way, he need to make a career to pass it. People will do that too. You know, people talked about John Kennedy Jr. failing the bar. Did you read in the newspaper that he passed? I didn't see that, but did they make a bigger deal about him passing as they did when he failed? No, you know why?
You don't even know what you're talking about, kid.
They like to see that. People are like that. I don't know why it's set up like that. I was on the expressway, traffic was jammed up. You know what was happening? It was an accident. But people pull over to the side to get out of their car to go look, to see somebody else is suffering. That's why talk shows are so popular. So people like to hear other people's misery. Get it caught up in that. Then they go magnify it in their own lives because that's all they focus on. I better not catch you going to any accidents here. Bob Boyd went to conquer his volcano like that gentleman who decided it doesn't matter how many times I fail. I'm going to courageously pursue it. I don't care what people say. I don't care what they think. This is something that I want that gives my life meaning and value. You got a volcano like that in you somewhere. There's something. See, at some point in time, all of us have seen our destiny. I was 6 years old, a man by the name of Reverend Ed Graham, of Mount Zion Baptist Church in Miami. I was 6 years old right before Christmas. My mother was ill. We had no food in the house. And this tall, strapping man around 6'1" came to the door with a food basket in his hand. And he says, "Hello, is this the Brown family?" My mother said, "Yes. I understand that you have 2 sons and a daughter and that you have no food." "Yes, I'm from Mount Zion Baptist Church, and around Christmas time we pass out food baskets to needy families. Take the basket in behalf of the church and have a nice Christmas." And when he walked out, I said, "Oh boy, I'd like to be like that man." And I went to his church and I used to watch him speak, and tall and powerful and dynamic speaker, such eloquence. One of his favorite people was the poet Kipling, who wrote, "If you can keep your head all about you, a losing theirs and blaming it on you." What eloquence he had. And I said, "Oh, I would hunt Wesley."
And then money.
Boy, he's powerful. A friend of mine, Mildred Singleton, my former fiance, she was with a school outing. But we're still good friends. She is at a... Y'all always dipping in my stuff, but anyhow. Somebody say, "I take you, it's all right." But she was on a school outing, and they took her to a hospital, and she was in the operating room watching from a distance. And she saw someone working or doing eye surgery. She says, "That's what I want to do." She's just a teenager, and today she's an ophthalmologist. All of us have seen our destiny at some point in time, and we decided not to listen. We decided to ignore it. No, that's not for me. Life came in and slapped us side the head, and we stopped dreaming anymore.
That's why I'm going to do the rock.
Bigger Thomas said, "The impulse to dream has been slowly beaten out of me through the experience of life." And that's what causes many of us to give up on our volcano. The experiences and the challenges, the defeats, the disappointments, and the failures of life. That we decide to prematurely throw in the towel on ourselves, or to sell out on our true potential, sell out on living our dreams, feeling that we're not good enough, not wanting to make any mistakes, particularly if you're raised with a great deal of criticism. So you've got to be willing to prepare yourself and do the best you can. Take your best shot and let the chips fall where they may.
I'm trying to change the color.
And so as you begin to look at people become afraid of success because they feel they're not good enough, they can't handle it, the responsibility is too big. I've been there. And when you feel that way, you begin to unconsciously work against yourself to make sure that you don't get it. You begin to sabotage your own potential in a variety of ways, through procrastinating, through not taking care of business, not giving reports on time, not spending your time wisely, squandering your time looking at a lot of idle television, or spend all your time lamenting and complaining about how bad things are, using your energy negatively rather than positively, complaining rather than producing. That's what we do when we're afraid of really making it. And when you're afraid of the unknown, when you're afraid to take that leap, when you're afraid to venture out there, that's a real challenge. I'm reminded about a little boy. 2 little guys were out playing on some ice that was supposed to have been solid. And one of the little boys stepped on a thin area of the ice and fell in a hole. And as he began to start thrashing in the water, he began to move with the undercurrent to other areas of the ice, and his friend was there trying to help him, beating, hitting the ice, trying to save his friend. And he panicked, and he looked just a short distance away, and there was a tree, and he went and he ripped a branch off, and he came back trying to get his buddy out, and he just took the best he could and started scraping around the ice to make a circle. And when he did, he started beating on it and beating on it, and there all of a sudden the ice began to crumble, and he was able to pull his friend out to safety. When the paramedics finally got there, They saw what had happened, how thick the ice was. He saved the little boy's life, but what baffled them, they looked at the branch, and they looked at this little scrawny guy and said, how did he do this? It's impossible. They just went beating around the ice
what up,
to
Rain
see how thick it
Leo?
was, hearing the thumping sound.
What's
Said,
going
how
on,
did
Rain
he
Leo?
do that? I mean, it was a miracle that he was able to just take that branch and go around, make a circle, and beat the ice and pull him through. It's just too small. It's just impossible. And an old man standing around, hearing the conversation, stepped forward and said, I can tell you how he did it.
Yep.
He didn't have anybody here to tell him he couldn't do it. See, sometimes life will happen to you. Like
Hey,
this little
my
boy,
friend, how you
and
been? How you
won't
been?
have time to say no.
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Think that you can't do it. The only time you will have is to act, to take the leap of faith and believe that everything is going to be all right. Take that leap of faith. Trust yourself and know within yourself that everything's going to be all right. But aren't there some guarantees you can give us, Les? Yes. What is that? You're going to die.
Look at this. Look at this. Hold up.
In case you didn't understand
Look
that,
at
you
this,
can't
fellas.
get out of life alive. So I'm saying to you, you got 6 months to live.
Hold on. I'm going to show you right now. Hold up.
Now. Live your dreams now. Start acting like this is your last day on the planet. See, if we decide
making a shirt for
we don't
us
need a pronouncement
Dogecoin
from some
supporters.
physician to say we have 6 months to a year to live in order to really begin to appreciate the beauty of life. In order to really to make some hard decisions.
Nah, I'll show y'all the
in
final
life.
product, actually.
See, we have the
I'm
power
showing y'all
in
the
our
final
hands.
product.
Like those little boys, we have that kind of power, that kind of genius, that kind of fortune, that kind of wealth, that kind of happiness, that kind of sense of fulfillment in our hands.
And then I'm gonna
We
put
have
money.
that.
Oh, I should put the money
We have
bags
that.
over here then.
It's in our hands. It's on us. And
Let's
nobody
see.
can make that decision for us.
I
We
did
can
that,
give
I
it
did
away.
that, I didn't do the money.
We can give it to the company store for
The money
$400 or
bag.
$500 a week. Or we can exchange it for how people think about us, how they feel about us, and go through life and resign ourselves to be miserable
Where you been,
as we
Rain
go to
Leo?
our graves, looking good for everybody else,
No, that's someone else.
except to ourselves. Or we can decide, hey, wait, this is the only life that I have. And that is my volcano. And I'm going to take the leap of
Very
faith.
good,
I'm
thanks.
gonna
Why
jump
are you
in it.
not online anymore at
And I'm
PSN?
going to handle
Do
it
you hate
because
me?
I know
No,
the
not at
universe
all,
will
Rain
never
Leo.
give me
I've
anything
just
I
been
don't
making
have the
money,
capacity
working, you know,
to handle.
self-development. I've
See,
been
I
on
say
other
to you,
things, buddy.
But you've got the power within
No
you
hate. There's no
to
room
handle
for
any
hate
kind
in
of
my
volcano
heart.
in your life. Regardless of how it shows up. Regardless of any kind of challenge that you
There's
might
no
have in your
room
life.
for hate in my
I say
heart.
to you, you got that in you right now. Where will it come from? Don't worry. If you trust yourself, it will come to you at the right time in which you need it. If you believe
That's
and
what he
don't
always
doubt in
says, I feel
everything
like.
in
Night
you,
bot.
Huh?
Night
something
bot.
about
Yeah.
life, I believe,
Yep. That's night bot for
that
you.
when a person resolves within themselves that
Like,
this
but, when I
is
get
how
bigger,
I give my life. This
only
is how
see
I'm
that
forwarding
one,
myself into the universe.
it's me
Dr. Johnny
when
Youngblood out of New York, he said,
scream.
I must
Oh, yeah?
live what's in me. This is why I've got to do this, Les. I must live what's in me. And all of us have something in us that we must live. And if we don't know what it is right now, we must create it or we must find it. All of us have this, whatever this
Leo.
something is.
That looks
That gives
dope,
our life
though.
that
looks
meaning,
dope.
that value, and that power.
Let me delete that.
And that
Let me
happiness.
do the money bag.
That happiness that a lot of people just wouldn't understand why you got to do it and why you got to take that mountain on. Don't you know, there be people who've decided that what they're doing is who they are. They've been acting this way for so long, they think their act is who they are. They've been evading themselves so long and tell that mediocrity is natural to them. They won't understand you. They won't understand why you've got to go and do what you got to do. Why you might have to change cities, or you got to get another job. Why? What's wrong? This job is paying good. It's not to pay. It's not always the money. Yes, I need money, but I need something else other than money. I need some peace of mind. I need some fulfillment within me. It's not.
I can't subscribe to your channel. I need this gold.
Well, what is it? I don't know. Why you gotta go? Why you going now?
Yeah, it's alright, man. I don't, you know. Just sharing love. There's, you know, you subscribe if you want, buddy. There's no obligation.
You to understand.
I appreciate it. I'm happy with you stopping by and saying hi, you know.
No explanation is necessary. And he who does not know, no explanation will suffice. I just got to go and jump in the volcano. Excuse me.
Nightbot is a bot. Yep. You didn't know that?
So I say,
you didn't know?
Design your life so that it makes sense to you. Might not make sense to anybody else. But it makes sense to you. That's what's important.
A robot
it
for my
makes
channel.
You happy.
From time to time, he put that.
Of joy. It
Subscribe to help the channel grow. Don't forget to follow and turn your notification.
It helps
Appreciate
you
you stopping by my
have
channel.
some special joy that other folks just won't understand.
That's my bot.
Go get your volcano. This is Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy, Leslie
put some
Calvin
money
Brown.
back over here.
It's been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a
Put
privilege.
some
Thank
money
y'all
back
again.
What does the robot live with?
Where is the money back? Oh, I didn't transfer it.
Hey, Nightbot, are you really a robot?
He's not gonna answer you, Jay.
How's he not gonna answer?
Because he's a robot.
Want to talk to you about critical options. Looking at some of the definitions of options: decision, self-determination.
No, I like it without the money bag.
Desire.
I like it without the money
I want to share
bag.
something with you that's relative to critical options, because we all have them in our lives. And I want to ask you a question: what is the focus of your life? What is the focus of your life? In life, you have a critical option. You can take a stand in your life, or you can follow the crowd. See, people who follow the crowd, their lives are not focused. They're not immersed in anything. People who take a stand, they're living a life that has some power, a life of achievement, a life that has some meaning. People that are taking a stand in life, they are consciously involved in a process
you know
to
what?
design a life of substance.
That's it. I'm taking this off.
These are people that they're just doing what everybody else is doing. So that's a crowded road over there. They're following the followers. I want to
I like it. I don't know. I like it like this.
And what are some of the things we can do that will enable us
Let me see the
to give our lives up in a way that has some purpose and meaning, that can be real
Send
for
me a
us,
friend request
that can give
to
us
PSN,
a
okay?
sense of
Leonardo.
of joy,
I don't be on
happiness,
PlayStation no
and
more. I
peace
don't be
of
playing, buddy.
See, most people
I be
are
working
bored
and I'm working on my business and
Most
stuff
people
like
feel
that. So I
life
really
isn't
don't be
worth the
playing.
hassle. That life is just wearing me out.
Oh, what is your name
It's
on
boring.
PlayStation?
It's monotonous. I have nothing to look forward to. Here we go again, another Monday morning. TGIF Day. Thank God it's Friday.
How old are you, Rain Leo?
Boy. You see what the man meant by many people die at age 25 and don't get buried until they're 65? Doing the same thing the same way every day, looking at these faces, just walking around.
PS4.
I mean, you got to be aware of these faces. They affect you, you know. Try to stay around pleasant faces, and if you have an unpleasant face, try and smile more. It's good for your health. And there's another dividend, you look better too. So, looking for a way in which we can begin to give our lives some special power. Number one, commit yourself to giving your best at all times. Now, that's not easy. See, most people, and particularly those who are working in corporations, they're finding now they've got to change their behavior. We're now involved in a world economy. We will never do business the way in which we've done business in the past.
Dad, do you know there's a
We will never be able to, in the American workplace, do just enough to get by. Now the standards have been raised. Quality and productivity has been increased because of the competition. And so now average performance will not be enough. This is a new day. Competition is fierce. So people who've been locked into a behavior pattern are working just hard enough to keep from getting fired. They're being laid off. Are forced into early retirement. It's a new game now. So now more than ever, it's about increased productivity. Now more than ever, it's about superior quality service. Now more than ever, it's about creating a positive atmosphere in the workplace. And people that have that competitive age, people that are hungry to make it. So you got to be hungry now.
Brother, I translate everything I write. I can't write English. I come from Switzerland. That's right. Yeah, that's right.
Committing yourself to give your best at all times, regardless of the competition to do otherwise, or the influences of negative people.
But you're forgetting. I'm saying I don't be playing no more, so that's why.
To push yourself, to always get in the habit of giving the best that you have to share. Thinking about a situation where I had to give a lecture out in Los Angeles, California for Xerox Corporation. Part of what I do when my profession is doing corporate training. My passion is doing training with kids. So when I go someplace, I always try and arrange for a community group to have a group of young people together for me to work with them on a volunteer basis in the evening. So I decided to go into an area of Los Angeles to talk with someone about doing that, and they suggested that I come to speak at a community center right outside Los Angeles at Carson Community Center. And because of the gangs in Los Angeles, one of the young men that was coming there to organize it, and his mother, he had a twin brother, and he took an interest in me because I have a twin. And his twin brother was the victim of a gang ritual. They brought in a new member in a gang, and he had to prove that he was really with them and committed. And his job was just to select anybody at random and kill them. And he did that as this young guy was coming out of a store.
There you go.
So they told me, Mr. Brown, would you come over and talk to the teenagers here? There's a lot of depression and despair and hopelessness, and people feeling powerless about the gangs. And bring with you some handouts and materials so you can do a workshop, and parents will be involved too. Would you be willing to do that? I said, well, I'm doing a full-day seminar, and I'm usually just physically exhausted afterwards. How many people you say you're going to have? That we guarantee at least 400 to 500 people there. I said, okay, I will come there and work with them and take them through this intensive. It's called Project Respect, how to create a shift in the community. How to get young people engaged in a process of creating positive peer pressure rather than buying into the negative peer pressure. Instruments and techniques of how we can provide ongoing coaching for young people to begin to change how they see themselves and their values, and how to resist negative peer pressure. So I came there after working in a seminar, totally exhausted, in that Los Angeles traffic. It took over an hour to get there. Got there, they only had 7 people. I had an attitude. I said, you had me come all the way from Los Angeles after working all day?
Let's see how it looks.
Just to talk to 7 people? You told me over 400 people were going to be here. Where are the parents? Only 1 parent here. My time is valuable. I've got all this material that we've copied to do a workshop.
Okay, let's see.
And so I went on and talked to those young people that were in the room, the 7 that were there. And I just gave them a little speech. And then I left. Went back to the hotel. That night around 3:30 in the morning, the phone rang. The minister that invited me called me and said, Mr. Brown, I've got to ask for your attention for a moment. I said, what is it? Kenyatta, one of the young men who was there, wanted to talk to you. He was the brother of the guy that was killed. He'd like to talk to you. He's been here for over an hour, and I told him, please don't call you. But he insisted. Would you please talk to him for a moment? I said, yes, put him on the phone. Kenyatta, what can I do for you? He said, Mr. Brown, I listened to your tapes for a long time. I've grown to love you and admire you. Among the things that I heard on your tapes that you said you must deal with circumstances such as you find them. You came in this evening and I admit, no, we did not have the numbers that you asked for. No, we did not deliver as we had promised we would.
No.
But we were looking for you, the motivator, to give us some hope. We were depressed, and we don't know what to do. We were looking for some direction.
Oh, yes, let's get it.
And you were so caught up in pouting with your ego.
Y'all ready?
Because we
The
didn't
design
have the
is
place
almost
full.
ready.
You didn't give us your best.
The design for the shirt is
I said,
almost
excuse me, I was
ready.
laying in bed. I sit up then.
For the hoodie, it's a hoodie for us.
Now, see, part of what won't let us grow in life is, number one, we identify when we get feedback. We start taking it personal. Number two, we start to justify. So I became defensive, and I said, wait a minute. I worked all day. I didn't charge y'all a quarter for this. I went carpet material. I came over there. I was there to give a training for the people, and all y'all had to do was bring people there. If you don't do it for me, for the next speaker that you have, at least provide an audience for him to work with. He said, are you through?
Fire.
I said, yes. Mr. Brown, you said you must deal with circumstances such as you find them.
Let's see.
We went round and round for about 45 minutes. Because my ego on the line. I can't let this young boy out-debate me. He was not intimidated. I used all the verbal gymnastics and examples I could. He would not bulge. And I said, okay, I'm sorry. Give me a break. And he said, it takes a big man to say he's sorry. That night,
how can I do this?
after I finished that young man, I prayed. I stayed on the floor by the bed. I said, Lord, if you ever give me a chance to speak again, I don't care if it's
like
one
this.
person
Yes,
in
right
the
here.
audience. I'm going to wear that one out. I learned my lesson. I want to read something to you called The Builder that kind of touched me. Because when you start looking at giving your best at all times, that's not easy. But when you are committing yourself to doing something, those are the standards that you set for yourself because that's who you are. If you're working on a job where you're miserable, they're not paying you what you're worth. You don't like the work, you don't like the people, and you're dissatisfied.
What's going on, fellas?
If
Who's in the
you've
chat?
decided to
At
continue
least
to take
report
a
yourself.
paycheck,
Where y'all
you
from?
owe
What's
it
going
to
on?
yourself to give it your best effort. If you get in the habit of being mediocre or doing just enough to get by, you're not hurting anybody but you. You're cheating you.
Doge.
The builder.
Oh, yeah.
That was a man who was an efficient builder. He had worked for years in a large company and had reached the age of retirement. His employer asked him to build one more house. It was to be his last commission. The builder took the job, but his heart was not involved. He used inferior materials. Timber was poor, and he failed to see the many things that should have been clear to him had he shown even his normal interest in his work. When the house was eventually finished, his employer came to him and said, the house is yours.
What does that mean, Dogecoin?
Dogecoin?
Here's the key.
What the fuck?
What did you say?
Babe.
It's a present from me. The builder immediately
She
regretted
said Doge
that
coin.
he had not used the best materials
Oh
and
my
engaged
God.
the most capable workers.
That's
If
how
only
you
he
say
had
that.
known
I heard her.
that the
Doge
house
coin.
was for him. Whoa.
What is? How do you say it? Doge coin?
Doge
If
coin.
he had
Or
made
Doge
a commitment
coin.
with his life, with his
Doge
craft,
Don't you need a D? D-O-D-G?
that I'm going to give my best at
That's how
all
you spell
times,
it,
even
Doge
if this is my last job. I'm going to give it my best
Oh, yeah,
shot
not yet.
because
I don't
that
know.
expresses who I am.
I
You would
like
have been
that.
more appreciative of that gift. Would you imagine that?
Why don't you put
I
your
think
logo?
that makes a very good point. The next thing is
Because it's for the freaking
live
thing.
What is that?
each day
For the
with
Doge
integrity.
community. For the Dogecoin
Don't try and get over in life. Don't try and cheat. See, a lot
I
of
don't know,
people like
it's
to
too
try and cheat.
But right now I
I
can't
was
change
with
the
a
color.
friend of
That's
mine,
what
and
pisses
we
me off.
went into a service
I like to
station
do
to
it
get
in
some
black.
gas. They gave me back too much change. I discovered it down the road, and I was turning around going back. Guy said, "You're a fool. Hey, man, what when they don't give people enough change? You think they flag the people
Oh, I
down?"
forgot.
I said, "I'm not responsible for them. I'm responsible for me." I went back and I told the guy, "Excuse me, sir, you gave me a $20 bill too
Nah,
much."
but the thing's not down.
I gave it to the guy. The guy just took it and walked away. Didn't say
These
thank you.
curtains.
The guy in the car laughed. Said, "I told you, you fool."
Not.
I kept that. I said,
Can they
"I'm
hear
not
us? It's so
responsible
simple,
for his attitude."
Damn, they heard me say Doge
Knowing that he
coin,
would not
Doge
say
coin.
thank you, I would still give it back to him.
Well, you put a dog.
Because my image of myself
That's the
says,
emoji of
hey,
it.
you don't
I
take
know, I'm
something
just
that doesn't belong to you. That's the way my mother raised
Should
me.
I move it?
Don't try and cheat. Say, well, you know, this little bit won't count. Everything
No, the
counts.
metal doesn't look as good.
A friend of mine was on welfare
See, the
after
metal doesn't
going
look as
through a
good.
bad
It has to go
experience.
right here.
Someone, thinks she and her husband became ill. They couldn't work for a while, and they went on welfare. After they both became physically well, he said, "Look here,
Oh, look.
we don't
Look
ever have
right
to go
here.
back to work. We're making more money
That's
on
where it
welfare
goes.
than we made when we were working, with all the Medicaid benefits and all of the food stamps and everything." She said, "No." She said, "We are not going to accept the checks anymore." He said, "I'm not going to work." Now, you can go to work if you want to. She went down to the welfare
Man, you should put
department
that
and
dog
said,
right there,
"Don't
that
send
coin.
any more checks."
That would make more
to
sense.
my
I thought I
house."
had a coin in here already.
Lady said,
I didn't put the coin
"Excuse
there,
me?"
No, that should go on the front.
She said, "Now, I've been working here 25
the
years.
coin doesn't look right.
No one has ever come in here and said, 'Don't send any more checks here.'
But
Are you sure you're all right?" "Yes, I am."
Why don't it look
And she
right?
went home and told her husband,
doesn't.
"Don't look for any more checks because I told them to cut the check off. Now we've got to find something to do." And they
You see,
started
it
a
does.
paper
Look at
route
it.
and got over
Take the
1,500
other dog out
customers
really quick.
and were making money hand over fist in a spirit of dignity and
How does that not
achievement,
look right?
not ripping anybody
That would
off.
make
That
more
was the
sense for you
critical
to put
job.
that.
She could have very easily said,
Don't
"Well,
ask for
everybody else is doing it.
advice
Why
I'm
not?"
asking. I'm saying.
But she decided
no,
not to follow the crowd.
Yeah, the coin looks better.
What?
I
If
like
you're
what,
asking and not letting me
Whitaker
say,
said, "What you
then
think
you're
about
not
this?
asking.
None of my
You're just
spiritual
saying, look at my new shit and don't comment.
So when you're
I said that's
keeping
what you gotta
integrity
say to
with
us.
yourself,
Such crypto.
you know that's going to bring you under a lot of
coin.
pressure. The
Oh,
next
I know
thing
that
is,
meme.
Nah, the dog looks
don't
better.
try to cut a bargain with life.
Yeah,
Life
that's
is
what the
not
coin
Donald
says. 'Cause
Trump.
it's- Oh, that's what it's done. But like,
Life will not give you any special deals because you maintain a sense of
But
integrity.
like what?
so the meme's going up. In the
Anybody
coin
ever try to
line?
cut a deal? Raise your hand, please, if you know what I'm talking
Huh?
about. If you try to cut a deal,
Dogecoin's
Dogecoin
there are
is a
no
meme coin.
deals.
Is a meme coin.
There are no deals.
That is a meme. Like, you know, memes.
You got to do what you do
Really?
because,
Yeah.
not with any ulterior motives,
Yeah, some people
that
say
you're going to get some
memes, and then
special
I've been-
benefit or some
Yeah.
special treatment in the universe. No. Doesn't mean that somebody might not
think the
steal your
point in
car
the memes
while you're trying to do some good for somebody.
take this shit
No,
off.
there
I
won't
don't
be any
think-
special light around your car. They will take your car too.
I was aggressive to sign.
All the good people.
In the past.
You're going to go too.
It wasn't that one. It was
I
not
know.
that one.
You've
I'm
got to
trying
do
this one.
what you do because that expresses who you are.
That looks like
And for no other reason.
Generic.
They might not have a banquet to recognize you or give you a special little plaque and dedicate a day in your name. No.
Real quick.
Stop touching my fucking ear.
No, because that's what happens to you.
The next thing is,
ew, I'm never
dedicate
touch
your
yours
life to
again.
something. Dedicate your life to a cause larger than yourself. See, if you dedicate your life to a cause larger than yourself,
why take
you're
this
not
out,
following the crowd.
take that, and put it
See,
on the
if
sleeve.
your life is not dedicated to something of value, and I like what Howard Thurman said, who was one of the mentors to Dr. Benjamin Mays, who was a mentor to Dr. Martin Luther King. He said, the quality of life is often determined by that to which the individual is dedicated. If the dedication of life is vague and diffuse, the
now I can make
quality is
hats,
apt to be
babe. Look.
poor and weak.
Don't do that.
There is much to be said for the intensity of life. See, most
Ya,
people are not
está bien,
intense about
coño.
life.
Está bien, está
Most
bien.
people are very casual about life.
No.
They haven't found anything to become intense
I'm making a
about.
mask too.
So when you dedicate your life,
you should make a mask that says.
You don't care anything about the odds. Somebody said when the dream is big enough, the odds don't matter.
I could do all of this.
See,
I
when
could
you
do all of this
dedicate
shit.
your life,
See, these are the sleeves.
you bring on a special
Yeah, but it's
power.
only for
There's
the
a
sleeve.
power
That's
in
for
you
something that is
that
already made.
people's circumstances, events, and I'm not talking
make
about
it
the
first.
physical you.
Babe, you should get a
I'm
mask
talking
made
about the real
just
you,
for you.
the indestructible, invincible, perfect essence
I
of
could
who
do
you
this one.
really are. That can bring a government to its knees. That can change the course of history. When you dedicate your life like a Nelson Mandela,
Finally, this is what
who
I've
has
been waiting for.
decided to
Fucking hats.
sacrifice his freedom. All he has to do is say whatever the government wants him to say, and they'll let him go free. And he can go to a foreign nation and say, I just said that because I've been in
Let me
prison
see
for
what.
over 20 years.
Hopefully, it's the whole fucking
And nobody would say,
side,
well,
not
Nelson,
only
you
just the
sold
front.
out. No one would say that.
Oh,
They would say,
what?
wait a minute. Nelson, you gave over 20 years of your life. What more can we
You
ask?
unlock exclusive
It's
assets to
okay.
Teespring. Okay.
But
these
because of
ones,
his integrity with himself, and he's dedicated his life to break the back of apartheid and free his people. There was Benjamin Disraeli. He says, nothing can resist the will of a people that will stake even their existence on the extent of their purpose for good. That when you dedicate your life to something,
So do you
bring
have to
on
buy
some
it first
powers
before you
in the
sell it?
universe that works through you to bring about changes
I made
that you would
$4
never
from
ever know unless you
myself.
dedicated yourself.
Once a person, I can't talk. Once a person buy it, then it distributes it.
So I say to you that there is a Mother Teresa in you. There's some work for you to do. I say to you that there is a Nelson Mandela in you. That kind of commitment, that kind of spirit, that kind of personal power, that kind of vision of allowing yourself to be used by life is in you. That all of us came here to do something, to make a difference. And in a historical context, the world will never be the same again because you came this way. Anytime somebody asks me how I'm doing, I say I'm doing better than good and better than most, and sometimes even better than that. Let me tell you where I got that from. When I was involved
here
in
they
broadcasting,
are. Okay.
I used to
Should I
have
make
the
a
first
zipper?
hour of my show as a disc jockey in Columbus, Ohio.
No.
I used to give an inspirational program. And there was a lady that used to call me by the name of Audrey Kelmore. Audrey worked at University Hospital. Audrey was an enthusiastic personality that everybody liked her. I mean, she had a radiant smile, and she was just one of those people. You ever meet one of those people that everybody just liked them? She was one of those kind of folks. Audrey became stricken with muscular sclerosis at a very young age. And after a while, she became confined to a wheelchair. She had children, and because of her physical deterioration, she could no longer take care of her children, and she had to be confined to a nursing home, Alum Creek Nursing Home on Nelson Avenue in Columbus, Ohio. Audrey used to have the nurses at the hospital call the radio station and put the phone to her ear. And she would ask for a certain request, and I would ask her to say a few words to the listening audience. One day while I was doing my program, I got a call from one of my regular callers, a young lady by the name of Shirley. Shirley, on this particular day, there was a sound in her voice, and I detected that something was wrong. And she said to me, "It's nice talking to you, Les."
And there goes the drop. May you still around?
Hold a minute, Shirley. There's something wrong. She says, "There's nothing wrong." I said, "There is, Shirley. I know you. Come on, Shirley, what's wrong?" Where Shirley had been diagnosed as having cancer of the breast. And they told her that she had a 60-40 chance of not surviving. During the time that she had had her medical examination, her husband had become distant. Through the pressure of losing her husband and the illness, she just felt, hey, I'm not the kind of person that can handle suffering. And I'd rather just end it quickly. She was at a critical point in her life, and this is the option that she decided to take. I did everything I could to discourage her, to give her a reason to want to go on living. I was trying to find something that she can hold on to that would give her a sense of hope, some thread. And I used scripture and everything. And one of my fallback positions, Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. And she didn't budge. That did not work. And I was out of my arsenal of what can I do to hold on to her, to get her to change her mind, to create a shift in her thinking. And the thought came to me. I said, "Shirley, could you wait until tomorrow?" She waited for a long time before she answered. She said, "Why tomorrow?" I said, "Because if you wait until tomorrow, I'd like to take you by to see Audrey Pelmore. You remember Audrey that I talk about all the time on the air?" She said, "Yes, I like her. I would like to meet her." And she met me at the Alum Creek Nursing Home, and when we got there, we were both very silent because I'd made a pact with her that if this was not enough to discourage her from taking her life, then I would honor our agreement and I would just release her. And I was going to talk to somebody else to try and get her. I didn't tell her that. As we walked down the hall, I did not know exactly what to expect. I had not seen Audrey for some time. When we walked in the room, there Audrey was, all twisted and physically deformed. She had no voluntary use of her arms. She couldn't even fan a fly out of her face. She couldn't get up and move around. And we had to get close to her because her vision was blurred and she can't speak very loudly. And her hearing was somewhat impaired. And as we drew closer to her, I said, "Audrey, this is Les. And I have a friend with me named Shirley. How you doing, Audrey?" And with what strength she had, she said, "Better than good and better than most." And Shirley, I know as the tears began to form in her eyes, I know she had to be thinking
That sucks.
that here this woman is. She's been on her back, a prisoner in her body for 17 years. She can't turn herself. She can't get up and go to the restroom. She said to me, "Les, I'd love to be able to get up and walk out of here with you. I'd love to be able to take care of my children, to be a mother to them, to see them graduate from high school." She said, "Les, I can't do that. And I'm doing better than good and better than most." Shirley had to be saying within herself, what right do I have to feel sorry for myself? What right do I have to cry out, why me? And she decided and left there with a commitment that she wanted to live with whatever time that she had left, that she had no right to cut the time off. She had no right to do that. And she left there with a new determination, a new spirit about her. And that's something about what we have, that you have. There sometimes your options are frozen. See, Audrey can't walk out of a hospital. She did not have the capacity to take care of her children, but she had a freedom of spirit. And that's what we have, wherever we are, with whatever hand that life has dealt us. We have the freedom of spirit. We can go through life whining and weeping, Or we can have the kind of spirit that people will say, hey, there's a blessing to be around that person. The staff at the hospital used to go in her room to be encouraged and inspired by her because she didn't feel sorry for herself. And she didn't go through life blaming everybody. I'm reminded of a young guy who was on a bus, a little young fellow, and some kids were picking at him, some bigger guys, and they kept on thumping him on the head and hiding their hands. And so he got tired of them doing that, and he stood up so he would not be around them out of their reach. And they took him and said, sit down, set him down. And he stood back up and said, I don't want to sit down. They said, sit down. Didn't we tell you? And they pushed him back down. I don't want to sit down. They said, sit down, and they held him down. And he looked at him, he said, you might hold me down, but I'm standing up inside myself. And what we have got to do is know that there's something about you, there's something about us, there's a power in you that regardless of what happens to you, you can stand up inside of yourself. I think that's what the poet meant when he says, out of the night that covers me, black as a pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods there may be for my unconquerable soul. You have an unconquerable soul. Something that George Bernard Shaw said that I think has some power for us. I'd like to share it with you. He said, this is the true joy in life. And one of the things that he said, and I love when he talked about man and Superman, he said that we should establish a tribunal where people would be required to come once a year to give a reason why they should be permitted to go on living for the next year. Can you imagine all the do-nothings hopping from one foot to the other trying to give some justification why they should be allowed to live for the next year? Well, what do you do? I drink a little bit. What are you contributing to life?
Oh, shit.
I go to work every day. No, are you making a difference in the universe? Why should we allow you to continue to occupy this space? Can I come back to that one? This is a true joy in life. The being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one. Being a force of nature instead of a feverish, selfish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy. I am of the opinion, George Bernard Shaw goes on to say, that my life belongs to the whole community. And as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it whatever I can. I want to be thoroughly used up when I die. For the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle for me. It is a sort of splendid torch which I've got a hold of for the moment. And I want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it on to future generations. This is Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy, Leslie Calvin Brown, saying it's been a plum-pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. Thank y'all here. Thank you.
I think it's gonna go every single color.
All of us, at some time or another, have agonized over making a decision. Some decisions are major decisions. And also there are a lot of small decisions that we don't make, that they tax our minds, they drain our energy, they create a lot of anxiety and nervousness and mental torment because we don't take care of it. We decide not to decide, which is a decision. Deciding to decide, to act, It's a major, major challenge for all of us at different points in different areas of our lives. And there are things that happen to us along the way, experiences that we have that prevent us from working through the mental block of acting, of doing those things that we know we ought to do. And so what I want you to think about is, what is there that you know you need to do, that you want to do this, but for some reason or another, you've been holding back. For some reason or another, you just have not been able to gather your nerves or be able to work through the procrastinating or putting it off or justifying or blaming. Some reason or another, you just haven't done it. And you know you ought to do this. You really want to do this, but you don't know why you haven't done it. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Raise your hand, please. Okay, then I've got company here this evening. I'm not talking to myself. Now, first of all, we know that this is not easy. Because in order to begin to reinvent your life, you've got to make a conscious, deliberate, determined effort. That you really have got to put all of yourself into it. It's very challenging to act, to do those things. There are times when you're looking at it and you say, I know I need to do this, but I don't feel like it. I don't want to do it. I know I need to do it, yet leave me alone. No. I don't want to do it. So what do? What are those things that cause us to do like that? I think that among the things that prevent us from acting is the fear of failure. And if you've already failed, you don't want to fail again. The pain of that, the disappointment, the fear of loss is another thing. Because many times when we do those things that we know we need to do, we feel that we might lose somebody that we love very much and care about. We don't want to hurt anybody. Many of us don't act because we want other people's approval. We want everybody to like us and to accept us. And that's not possible. Many of us don't do the things that we want to do and don't act because of lack of self-confidence. We don't believe enough in ourselves. I have a friend who's been working on a job where she's miserable, talented, want to go to another place that she can do what she wants to do and make the kind of money that she would like to make, and had some offers. But because of her fear and her lack of self-confidence of things might not work out, she won't take a chance on herself. So there she is, spending 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, and she's miserable. She hates to go to work. They're not paying her what she's worth. She knows it. But yet and still, she won't do that which she knows she must do, and it's wearing her out. There are a lot of people that their jobs are making them sick because they won't act. You check out the absenteeism and people that are depressed. You see them coming to work.
Man, look.
I don't know. Just leave me alone. It's not even 9 o'clock yet. You're talking about good morning. There are days you go to work, you want to just keep driving past the job. You know, you don't want to stop because it's not in sync with who you are. But you haven't acted. Have another friend. This guy's brilliant. He's a business consultant. He helped a lot of people get their business started. And people come to him because they know he's knowledgeable. But this guy won't start his own business. Now, he's very smart. He can do it. Everybody believes in him except him. And he's so smart, he's talked himself out of where the numbers aren't right.
Oh, yes, no, I didn't put it like that. No, it doesn't look right.
So
Yeah,
there
look
are
at
many
them.
reasons why we don't act. There are other things, though, that affect us. It's that not wanting to take personal responsibility. We want somebody else to do it. And many times we pick up our inability to do certain things from people that we love, people that we admire. We identify with them, and we live in the context of their ideas, their opinions, and their life patterns. We buy into it unconsciously.
Hey, Oliver in the building. Thanks for the sub, my guy.
She eats everything. She doesn't throw anything away. And I have unconsciously picked that up.
No, I'm saying this right here.
Now,
this,
my mother never said, let me show you how to keep everything less and just clutter things. I unconsciously picked that up many times.
Left
unconsciously. We try
back.
to honor the people we love by
Left
being
pocket
like them.
the back.
By the same token, I realized something about myself when I had some major decisions to make. And I found myself
building. What up,
acting
Dav?
like my mother. See, my mother's the kind of person that when she has a problem with one of the other foster children that she adopted, she won't confront them. She will call me. Les, why don't you tell Linda to move?
How you
She's
been,
lazy.
G? Chilling. I've been
She
chilling.
won't go to work. She runs
How
the
about
street
you?
all day, and then she comes home and wants to sleep all day, and I think she's doing drugs. I said, but Mama, why don't you tell Linda that? I bought the house for you. I told you when she wanted to come home.
I'm actually
don't let
making a
grown
shirt.
person come there
I'm
and
making
take
a
care of
hoodie.
them.
You want to?
You
Yo,
literally will,
watch
after
when you
all,
see
she's
this
my
hoodie,
child.
bro.
Mama,
Watch when
then
you see this hoodie.
handle that. When I tell her
Nothing,
to
you know,
leave,
nothing
she
crazy,
said,
but
Mama
it,
said, I
man,
can
it
say,
looks
Mama,
nice.
can I
For
say?
me, it
You
looks
tell her
nice.
yes, and then you call me and say, she's still here. Why worry me with this? So Mama hasn't developed the courage to act on that. Some people won't act until there's a crisis situation.
Chilling, bro. Gonna
When
sleep
Linda started
soon.
stealing from Mama and took her Social Security check to get some drugs, Mama got
I
some
know. I
courage
forgot
to say,
you're
"Get
old,
outta
so
here.
you gotta go to sleep. I remember
Don't
now.
ever come back." But she wouldn't do it until then. And see, we don't have to wait until
You know,
a
old
crisis
people go to sleep
situation.
so early. You
I
know.
have a friend that has been having a challenge with losing weight. Both of us have been dealing with that challenge. And for the past 40 years, he's always seemed like weighed over 235 pounds. And so he said, man, I just can't lose weight. I'm big-boned. I said, Bud, I've never seen any fat skeletons.
Or pull on all-nighter. I don't know. You know you're old, man. You know you're old.
You can change this.
It's
You
all
don't
right.
have to go to your grave fat. We're all digging early graves with our teeth.
It's all right.
We don't have to do this. They need to have a support group around M&M peanuts. You want a support group on something, and throw Snickers in there too. But I can tell you
Why
about the
you
help
grumpy?
we need with
You
that.
ain't changed your
So
diaper
what
today?
happened with Bud, though, he became
I ain't
ill
grumpy.
a few weeks ago. See, Bud in the last few weeks has lost more weight than he's ever lost, even when we were
He
competing with
said
each other.
I haven't changed
betting
my
a lot of
diaper.
money.
This guy, man.
But what happened was,
I swear to
Bud
God,
became
yo.
diabetic. He went into an insulin shock.
I don't wear no
He didn't know that he was
fucking
diabetic. His
diaper,
blood
bro.
sugar became high. And the doctor said to him, you are diabetic. You're going to have insulin
This
shots
guy, yo.
every day. You're going to have to
Oh,
change
man.
your diet. And let me tell you what's going to happen if you don't do what we tell you to do. Number one, there's a possibility that you can become an amputee. Number two, you can go blind. Three, you can become impotent.
Bro,
Bud say,
nah,
help
I
me.
need to be involved. It happens when you're old. I'm not that old. Come on, bro.
When Paul broke out of jail, the guy say, tell me what I must do to be saved.
Oh, this guy, man. This guy ain't shit.
I said, Bud, you want one of my peanut butter and jelly sandwiches? No. I said, Bud, I can't believe you're eating vegetables, man. You're exercising. He said, that's right, and jogging in place too.
What? This dude
Now,
is
he had the ability to do it before, but there's some people, it takes that kind of crisis to bring them into reality in order for them to act in their own best interest. Some people have to hit rock bottom in order to rise. I don't know why. You want to begin to look out on your life.
Damn,
what
these
you want for
joggers
you.
are that much money?
And
What
I
the
think that when we begin to focus in the area of what does it take for us
$50
to
for
act,
joggers?
I think we can say events
Babe.
can inspire us to act.
Never mind.
Like that particular event in
She's
his
gonna
life.
kill. Not killing.
Circumstances. A friend of mine, he wanted to do something and he just did not have the motivation and the drive and the confidence within himself. But his circumstances changed overnight through an acquisition of the company that he worked for.
Crazy.
He lost his job through the inspiration of
Fucking
desperation,
$45 for
he
some
had
joggers.
to
That's
act.
insane. It just show you.
See,
got,
life also are things that can inspire us
this
to act.
life.
See, we don't have the courage, and that's
Nah,
what it
man,
takes.
I'm not that
courage.
old
It
yet.
takes guts
Fuck that.
to do that which you know you need to do. If you don't have the
That's
courage
crazy. These
to
joggers
act,
are expensive, bro.
life many times will
Why
move
they
on
do that?
you and make you act. Life will whoop your butt so bad. You will be so miserable, you will catch so much hell, you say, yes, I will do it. What do you want me to do? Take me. A friend of mine said, I can't stop smoking. I can't stop smoking. Doctor said, Sam Axelrod, you have emphysema. Sam never picked up another cigarette and said, look at those stupid people smoking. Sam, you did it for 35 years. How can you talk about people? Well, I was different. I'm trying to help them. They don't have to do the same thing I did. But be compassionate, Sam. Isn't it interesting how quickly we forget? So I'm saying that look at something in your life. It might be just writing a letter to somebody to say thank you. It might be just to apologize to somebody. I had a confrontation in the Penobscot building with the security guard there. He responded to me what I perceived as a negative way, and he and I engaged in an argument. I did not like the way I handled that. I avoided going through the front door for a long time because I didn't want to face him. Finally, I decided to act, and I went up to him and said, I want to apologize to you for the way in which I handled this argument we had the other day. I was wrong. I hope you accept my apology. He said, I do.
Bro, I
said,
have
"Thank you very
good
much."
videos
I felt
about how to
relieved.
speak with others
Now, when you
and show
decide to act,
compassion.
it's not
Hold on.
always going to be like that. A friend of mine
All
did
right.
some work for me. It was below par, to say the least. I knew that this guy was capable of doing better work.
Cheeto, Dodge to the moon or what? Yes, indeed, brother. Yes, indeed, brother. Hey, I appreciate all y'all fellas stopping by.
I wanted him to do my work over. I was going to pay him for what he did, but I needed my work done right. But I was
appreciate y'all
afraid
fellas
that I would hurt
stopping
his
by.
feelings. I was very, very
Santana's
meticulous, and I approached him, and I said,
90s.
let me share this with you. You know I care about you, and that you're a very
We are
talented
taking
and
Dogecoin
gifted person.
to the moon.
And you and I both know
Que
that
lo
what
que,
you
que
have
lo
given
que?
me is not a true reflection of your talents and abilities. And I'm saying, let's go back in the studio
Santana's
and do this again.
90s.
And he said to me, I'm going to
It
forget
feels a
you
little
ever
bit
said
weird,
that.
you know. It went from Dino McBee Stream to Santana's 90s.
I was wiped out. He never spoke to me again. Now, when you decide to act, you're going to have some people like that. We're no longer friends.
Babe, look at
I
the
lost sleep
leggings.
over that, ladies and gentlemen. I said, I can't
Babe,
believe that. I remember
look at the
standing
leggings.
up one night looking at the phone. I said, I gotta call him. Said no. Then I said, no, forget that. I called, man, look here, we've been knowing each other too long to allow this to come between us. He said, don't call me anymore, and hung up. And then I wanted to think about what can I do to make it up to him, and then something came to me, less. What do you have to prove? See, many things we don't do is because of the fact we want people to like us. There's some necessary losses in life. When you decide acting in your best interest, you're going to lose some friends. Everybody's not going to approve of you. There's some people that won't like you. Who do you think you are? You're arrogant. What do you think you can do? You think you can get away with that? You're selfish. Thanks, I got that. It's my life. And so what I'm saying to you is that as you begin to look out on your life, this is challenging. This is not easy acting.
Para que le den promoción, para que le den promoción, para que compren esa vaina. Ay, coño. Uno le da promoción a esa vaina. Y esa vaina sube con todo. Y se vende mi vaina también. Oh, shit.
You've got to expose it to the truth. And the truth is that it has no power over you. So write down something you
¿Y qué es
want
lo
to
que,
act
Chito?
on.
What were you playing?
But for some reason that you've been
Oliver.
holding back, and look at it. The next
I'm
thing
just
is
designing
ask
for.
yourself the question: is it
Yeah, but
helping
why
you to
they're so
continue to put it off?
expensive? I don't get it.
If it's an asset for you to continue to procrastinate, then continue to do that. But if it's a liability for you, If it's causing you some
I
mental
really
and
don't
some
get it.
emotional challenges,
Why
or
they're so
perhaps a
expensive?
financial problem, look at that. Examine that
Jesus,
for what
nobody's
it is.
gonna buy this shit.
Next step, ask yourself, what's blocking you? What's preventing you from acting?
Better be some
Why
fucking
don't
high
you have
quality
the courage
stuff.
to handle that?
Sheesh.
Why won't you face that?
You was watching the
What are
Super
you
Bowl.
running away
Yeah,
from?
who won?
What kind of
I didn't
avoidance
watch it. Who
behavior
won?
are you engaged in? Next is, what is the worst thing that can happen when you take action? So I looked at that. And I said, what's the worst thing can happen when I tell him this? He can say, I don't like you. And he did.
Brady.
Now what happened? I
The
experienced
experience
that. I looked at
won.
that. I saw that. And guess what,
The
ladies and gentlemen?
experience
I
won.
didn't die. My feelings were hurt a little bit. I lost some sleep about it, and sometimes I think about it when I drive
Oh, I
past
could
his
have put
house.
to the moon.
But I'm still here. It's uncomfortable. But it's okay. It doesn't bother me anymore. I've gotten used to it now. So what is the worst thing that can happen? I want you to visualize that, experience that, feel the nervousness and the discomfort. And the more you run it in your mind, the less power that it will have. Next is, how will you feel after taking this action? I felt a sense of personal achievement when I faced somebody that has been my mentor for years. And for years, there was something I wanted to tell him. And I didn't have the courage to tell him because it was always, I was the student, he was the teacher. It was always, I looked up to him and admired him and held him in high
Bless
esteem.
you, woman.
And I was always grateful and thankful
Yeah, that's
for the
crazy.
impact
Experience
that he
one.
had on my life.
You know.
And I loved him so much. I didn't have the courage to say to him, please stop drinking so much. You're an alcoholic. You need help. I didn't have the courage because I was afraid that he might not like me. I was afraid that he might be hurt and crushed, that we would no longer be friends. I didn't want to jeopardize what we had. I loved him a great deal, and I didn't know how this would affect our relationship. And I didn't even want him to know that I knew that he was an alcoholic. And so I was a coward. I was spineless. In the name of love, I did it to justify to myself to stop.
So when do you
from
think
helping
Doge will
somebody that I love
skyrocket?
from dying.
That's
I
really,
love him so much, I just
that's
can't tell you.
really a
I don't
a
even know how he
technical
would handle
question
it, to
that
know that I know
it's hard to answer
that
because
he's an alcoholic.
you
And
never know
finally,
when it's gonna skyrocket.
after years,
You never know.
I developed the courage.
A lot of people like right
To
now. The
face my
thing
teacher,
about
my
Dogecoin,
mentor who
that's
has
our
molded
fight
me,
right now. That's
who looks
basically
at
our
me now
sword
and wanted
against
to do what I'm
the
doing
hedge
now,
funds.
and did
Because
not do it. Came at a
Dogecoin is
different
really just a
time,
meme coin.
and it wasn't time
The only
for
reason
what
that
he
it's
brought.
going up
And
is
he's living
because
through me.
of the battle
And I
with
had
the
to
hedge
face
funds
this man who's been like
and
a
stuff like
father
that.
to
So
me.
people are just buying and
So I gotta
holding it.
tell you something.
It's not to really,
You've got a problem.
it's not. It's
I
not
love
an
you very
actual
much.
coin for some
Please
purpose.
stop drinking.
You know, not for like
You're
like
killing yourself.
Bitcoin.
It's not
Bitcoin
just
is supposed
social.
to replace the market and stuff
You
like
do
that.
it
There's so many
every
stuff
day.
behind like
You
Ethereum,
need help.
and Bitcoin is
whatever I
supposed to
can
be
do to
like the
support you
gold.
in that, I will.
Ethereum's supposed to be like the dollar.
Please stop.
Dogecoin right now, there's no
And he
like
looked at me,
actual
and I had
like,
no idea how
like,
he
you
was
know,
going to handle that.
monetized
there was
purpose
like,
for it.
I
Really, that's
dare
just a
you.
battle right now that we're having with the hedge funds.
And we just
It's
looked
really
at each
just
other.
a meme coin.
And then I reached out to embrace him, and we've never ever embraced man, macho. Never hugged before. I hugged him, and he just stood there with his
Yep.
arms straight. He couldn't raise his arms to hug me back, and he was shocked. And after he got over the initial shock, when he could bring himself to speak, to maintain his composure, because he could never
So that's why
afford
it's
to
like,
let me,
you
his
never
student,
know. You
see
don't
him
know.
vulnerable,
You know what I mean?
or admit that I was right.
But as long
He
as
said,
the
"I'll be
battle's going,
And I said, yes, sir. I said, tell your wife I'll be by the house to see y'all before I leave. When he walked away, at first I was very depressed about it. And I said, well, maybe it wasn't my place to do
and it's
this.
mosely like if
And
we
then when
really
you
want to make a
act, you're gonna
change,
have some second thoughts.
like if
Then
we
I
really
said,
want to,
no,
you know,
I did
make
what I
our
felt.
present felt.
I did it because I feel very
You know,
strongly
like,
about this.
Like I just suggest to buy and just
And
hold it.
fortunately, he called me back.
Like, I'm not looking, if I make
weeks
profit,
later,
fine, but I'm just
and
chipping
left
into
word with the
holding, you
answering
know,
service.
because these hedge funds,
Leslie
they always
Brown,
take our money, so.
I just want to say thank you. And hung up. That was a good feeling. When we
Wow,
look out
this
on our
is
lives,
beautiful.
you
Wow,
ask the
this
question,
is
what are you
fucking
going to do?
beautiful.
Look at, as
Yo,
you think about this that you
ladies
know
are
you
gonna
need to
love
handle,
this shit.
what are you going to do? And then write down 3 strong reasons on why you know you must take action. And be explicit and
Wow.
descriptive in your reasons,
All right,
because
I made the shirt.
your
Should I
reasons
make a
have
shirt?
power.
I don't know. Should I make
Your
a tank
reasons
top?
will
I
drive
don't
you.
know.
When you have doubt, when your faith becomes weak, your reasons will fortify your faith. When you have an inner conversation, say, no, don't do that. Your reasons will become your rod and your staff to comfort you, to take you through those challenging moments. So write down your reasons. And what you will find,
Oh, look at this
that when
one.
you decide to act, when you decide to
I
take
can
life
design this
on,
one everywhere.
and let me warn you, it can be painful, it will be uncomfortable, and that's where the growth is. When you're uncomfortable, when you're stretching out, when you're taking life by the collar, you're going to get thrown to the ground again and again and again. But when you have determination,
let's see,
and you know that what you're doing is right, it gives you your life, it gives a special meaning and power to you, you will have some power from on high. You will discover some things about yourself that will begin to electrify your personality. You'll begin to discover some things about you that you don't know you've got when you put yourself in that type of challenging situation. Repeat after me, please. I can go into action on anything in my life. Nothing is stopping me but me. No challenge in my life has any
So you
power
into that,
over me.
Chito? You into Dogecoin and stuff like that?
Here's something that Howard Thurman wrote on the decision to act. He said, it's a wondrous thing that a decision to act releases energy in the personality. For days on end, a person may drift along without much energy, having no particular sense of direction and having no will to change. Then something happens to alter the path. It may be something very simple and inconsequential in itself, but it stabs awake, it alarms, it disturbs. In a flash, one gets a vivid picture of oneself, and it passes. The result is decision. Sharp, definitive decision. In the wake of the decision, yes, even as a part of the decision itself, energy is released. The act of decision sweeps
Ashley
all
and
before
Tiffany.
it, and the life of the individual may be changed forever. When you decide to make decisions, to act, you begin to access power within you that will increase your self-esteem, that will increase and enhance your personal power.
Oh my God, I'm in
That
love with
puts
this
you
shit.
in charge of life. And life has a whole new meaning for you. There's a sense of personal freedom. Doesn't mean you're not going to have any struggles. Doesn't mean that you're not going to have any challenges.
Fire.
Doesn't mean that you're not going to suffer any defeat.
Yeah.
No, doesn't mean that. But what it does mean, that you're putting yourself in the position to grow. You're putting yourself in line with your higher calling and your higher self.
Oh, I might have to change that.
That's what life is about.
Because I have to the moon here. But I don't have to go like this.
Would you join me in this affirmation, please? Everybody stand, please. I'm standing up to life and the challenges in my life. I'm going to use all of me. All of my courage, my faith, determination, and any help and support that I can give anyone
Dogecoin.
to realize their greatness. Together we can. Shake somebody's hand on your right and left and say, you've got what it takes. One of the first things I want you to begin to do right now is to take a brave look at your life. Look at your life right now where it is. So let me ask you some questions. As you begin to look out on the future, look out on this year, let's take personal inventory. What has brought you here? As you begin to look at the things that took place this past year, did you get out of it what you wanted? Did you achieve the goals that you set out to achieve? What part of your life or what things that you do that you don't want to be a part of your life? Are there any people, as you begin to look at your life and look at where you want to go and what you want to do, are there any people that might be some dead weight that you need to think about unloading?
Oh my God, babe.
Because what you have found through that relationship, that it's more toxic than it is nourishing, it's more debilitating than it is empowering, and so now you've got to make a decision. See, many of us won't be able to move forward because we're not taking true inventory of our lives. As you begin to look at your emotional, your spiritual, and intellectual development, how many books did you read? How many seminars did you attend? How many classes did you take to begin to develop yourself professionally, to improve your craft or your skill? How many new things did you learn?
That looks like he's farting fire.
It doesn't look like too much,
though. What about your past that has influenced you right now?
You can take that off. Why you gotta be so extra?
What's your philosophy of life? What are your beliefs? Things that you feel very strongly about?
Exactly.
What are some of the things that you have picked up along the way that you've been doing them for so long you think that they're you, that you need to begin to re-examine them and perhaps get them out of your life?
You ever do that? Does that feel good to you?
See, a lot of things we're doing, we do unconsciously because we picked it up somewhere in life. A friend of mine out of Chicago named Rhea Steele, I was at her house to have dinner, and Rhea, who was born in Chicago, has a tremendous Southern drawl. After I met her mother, I said, where did Rhea get her Southern drawl from? She said,
we said one wasn't good and he said it. Let me see if 2 weeks is better.
And she picked it up while in
no, I'm not putting 2. I'm just look at that shit. Oh shit!
Somewhere in life that maybe might be a liability to you.
No, just kidding.
Fear, what beliefs that you're holding on to tenaciously that's no longer allowing your life to work.
Look at the people that are small.
And you're still clinging to them.
See,
as we go into a new world, there's some old behaviors that just won't
I don't know who my man is. That's not. What the fuck?
What are the events? What are the circumstances? What are the people?
To me, it doesn't look bad.
Just thinking.
Is this too big?
What are the things that you need to let go?
The 2 spaceships are?
Some things that have caused you pain. That's stifling your growth and development. What are those things?
What'd you change?
As you begin to look at your profession or your career, what is it that you need to do to begin to upgrade your skills or your knowledge? To continue for you to be competitive in the marketplace.
Why don't you accept our criticism? To buy his stuff.
As you begin to look at yourself and ask some of these questions, what is something that you're good at? Are you living your passion? Are you living your dream? What do you regard as your greatest personal achievement?
Fuck you.
What is the one thing that other people can do?
I want to buy one like this.
Make a white people out of them, make a Dominican one. Okay, white people are simple. Salt, pepper. Pepper's a little spicy.
And guaranteed
Dominican's like all the seasons. He said, bro, let's put it purple.
Oh, that purple looks nice. Oh, look at that
orange! What would you do with your life if you had it to live over?
Yeah, I see it. It looks nice.
That orange is fucking
getting to
dope.
know yourself.
Orange. Let me see.
What is one value, one deep commitment from which you would never bulge? What is one cause that you would like to become involved in to make a difference on the planet? I work in the Cook County Jail in Chicago. It gives my life a great deal of joy and fulfillment. Have you found something like that in your life that you could enjoy doing, working with people. I have a friend that's working with physically handicapped people. She said it's been the most rewarding experience she's ever had. She used to be a constantly depressed individual, always feeling sorry for herself. It has changed her life. She's a grateful person. She's found something that she's lost herself in. What is your biggest setback, failure, or defeat of the past year? What is it about you, if somebody really knew, they wouldn't get into a relationship with you? Now, don't go tell it. But once you acknowledge what that is, then start working on it and changing it. Change that. It's easy to blame the other person, but start taking ownership for where you are. Are you proud of how you have been living your life? Have you explored your natural talents, your gifts, by enthusiastically trying a variety of activities? Ladies and gentlemen, a lot of us have so much talent and abilities, we just put them back on the back burner, or just left them aside someplace. Never did anything with them, never brought them out here. Used to do them extremely well in high school or college, or just had a natural gift and never did anything with it. What are you sitting on? What gifts are you sitting on? Have you resigned yourself to a life feeling that nothing can be done to change your future or your circumstances? Have you been afraid to try something different because you're afraid of how people will react to you or what they will think? Those are some of the things that I suggest that you begin to answer yourself. Now, here are some things that I suggest that you begin to look at working on to develop your character. Some things that will give you some personal strength. Webster says character building activities. He says character, the pattern of behavior or personality found in an individual or group. Moral strength, self-discipline, fortitude. That's what's going to be required in order to begin to manifest your greatness. Now, looking at yourself, one of the things I'm suggesting you look at, what is it that you need to be in the process of doing more of or less of? Like being more direct. So I used to have a problem of not telling people what I actually thought because I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Oh my.
Saying no without feeling guilty. More focused. So I used to be the jack of all trades and master of none. Used to do a lot of things. One year I decided to do one thing well. I looked at all of my talents and I decided the strongest one, my ability as a speaker, that's the one I'm going to focus on. But I'm capable of doing a lot of other things. But only when I decided to focus that I begin to reap the rewards of my talent. And then after you do that, you can begin to expand and use the other talents that you have. Deciding to keep your word. If you just decide, I'm going to keep my word. If I say something, I'm going to do it regardless. Being more considerate. More trusting. More disciplined. Being less fearful. Being more adventurous. Find something that you can look at your life that you say, hey, I know I've got a problem in this area, being late. I need to take care of that. Procrastinating. I need to deal with that. Not taking care of business, being seriously not serious. Creating an imbalance in my life where I'm spending more time looking at television or having social fun and not spending enough time working on me. See, most people, ladies and gentlemen, spend more time working on their jobs than they spend working on themselves. They work harder on their jobs than they work on themselves. And whatever we achieve in life, whatever we create, whatever we're able to manifest comes out of the human mind. Now, I want you to think about 5 things that if you had the courage to do them, it will give you a feeling of satisfaction and self-respect. Think of 5 things that if you had the courage to do those things, you would feel a tremendous feeling of satisfaction within and self-respect. Take the time to write those things down, whatever they might be to you. It might be in your personal life. It might be in your friendships, your family relationships. It might be in your business. I was negotiating with a friend of mine that I admire a great deal. And this person went back on their agreement. And I did not challenge them on it. Number one, because of my admiration for her. Number two, because I really wanted the business, and I think she sensed that. So I didn't want to seem too picky, and I was nervous about it. And I was cowardly, because I should have said, listen, that's not what we agreed to. I should have called her on that. But I didn't want to look bad or to appear to be negative or risk losing the business. Look at 5 things that if you had the courage to do those things, that you would do those things. A lot of people say, well, I've been like this all my life. I just can't change. This is the way I am. Dr. Harold Griswold, a psychologist and author of Direct Decision Therapy, said something. He says, when someone says, I can't change, some part of them wants to change, but the payoffs for his present behavior are greater than the payoffs for a changed behavior, or his fear of change is too great. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes courage to live your dreams. It takes courage to manifest your greatness. It takes courage to decide to live, to decide to bring out all of your talents and abilities, to decide to stretch out, to decide to take a chance. It takes courage to be happy, just to be you. I saw a friend who I hadn't seen for a long time. Her whole personality has changed. She was an extroverted, assertive person. But because her husband has a fragile ego, when she's around him, she cow down to him. She plays to him. She's very silent. She doesn't express herself, her feelings. And there are many things she wants to do, but before she even make a decision of what she wants to do, she checks. How will he handle this? How will he see this? Will this be disruptive in our relationship? A lot of us readjust our behavior, and we end up not being who we really are in deference to relationships, men and women. Looking at the word courage, Webster says the attitude of facing and dealing with anything recognized as dangerous, difficult, or painful, instead of withdrawing from it. As you begin to look at where you want to go and take personal inventory, it's going to be very uncomfortable. That's why most people don't do it. It's very painful to admit your shortcomings, to admit your weaknesses. It's very painful to do that. It's much easier to withdraw from that and just ignore it. He goes on to say the courage of one's convictions, the courage to do what one thinks is right. As you begin to look at yourself and look at where you want to go with your life, it's very important for you to ask yourself a question as you look at various areas of your life. Is what you are doing right now, is it giving you what you want? If it's not giving you what you want, it's going to take courage to decide to do something differently. It takes courage to enjoy yourself. What are some of the self-defeating behaviors that we become involved in that prevent most people from enjoying themselves? Some people develop the "what's the use" attitude. Why bother? Some people have the "I really don't care." And they convince themselves that they don't care and they don't feel anything. And after a while, they really don't feel anything. Their lives are empty. Some people say, well, it's really not worth the hassle. Just too hard. It doesn't bother me anymore. The fact that I'm not living out my dream. The fact that I'm capable of doing more and I'm not doing it. The fact that I'm content but I'm not fulfilled. The fact that I'm not living my dream. Tom Rusk and Randy Reed, in a book called I Want to Change But I Don't Know How, said people go through life many times playing it safe. He says that's the secret hope, that they say to themselves, if I never let myself feel too good, maybe I'll never get hurt too badly. A lot of people don't ever do the things they're capable of doing because they allow themselves to go along with the crowd, following the crowd. Many people have things they want to do, and they find themselves in relationships with people who are addicted to mediocrity, and they allow their behavior to influence their behavior. Following the crowd. Many people don't do it because of the fact that they allow their lack of self-confidence to immobilize them. I remember when I wanted to go into business for years, that was an agonizing thought in my mind. I wouldn't try it because I didn't believe that I could make it. Of the 5 things that you would like to do if you had the courage to do, I want you to pick one thing. Pick one. And here's how to set it up for yourself that will help free you and get you unstuck. What is the worst thing that can happen if you do it? What's the worst thing that can happen? Let's say going into business for yourself, or changing careers, or getting a divorce, taking some kind of chance of something that you've always thought about doing, but you just haven't done it for whatever reason. What's the worst thing that can happen? Do the worst case scenario. Now, when you do the worst case scenario, you write those things down, the worst things that you fear would happen. When you name your fears, that puts you in control. What are you afraid of? Name it, write it out so you can look at it. Confront that fear. What is it? I'm afraid that things might work out. What else, Les? Well, I've never been in business, okay? What else, Les? Well, I don't have all the help I need, okay? Good. What else, Les? Well, I don't have enough money, all right? Good. What else, Les? Well, I don't have a college degree. What else? I'm not as good as those other guys that I've seen up there speaking, okay? What else? Well, that's all I can think of right now. Okay, good. Now that takes you to the next step. What are the benefits? What are the benefits of your acting courageously, taking life on? Well, part of what happened was that I felt better within myself, and I had a strong sense of self-respect. Going into business for myself, I made a lot of mistakes. Sometimes I was down on myself. I felt stupid. I felt dumb because people who were in business said, why would you do something like that? Well, I didn't know. Boy, were you really dumb. And I used to chime in with them. Yes, I guess I was. I didn't know any better. But the other thing is, I had to say to myself, but I did it. I did, even if I made a flop of it, I did it. I took the chance. I took the leap. What are the benefits of your acting courageously? Whatever it is that you've identified. Write the benefits down. And then focus on them. Focus on the benefits. Not on the liabilities. Not on your fears. Focus on the benefits. That which you hold in consciousness tends to manifest itself. Think about how good you feel. Think about the level of increased self-respect, the sense of self-worth that you'll feel. How good you'll feel getting up in the morning, looking yourself in the mirror because you're taking life on. The other thing is acknowledge your fears and then go into action. This book is called Feel the Fear and Do It Anyway. That's it. See, I believe anybody who's ever done anything, who's ever taken a chance, doesn't mean that they're not afraid. Courageous does not mean being the absence of fear. I think that being courageous is willing to do it because that's what you feel, and you're going to do it anyhow, regardless. So you're not going to be immobilized by your fears or your doubts. You admit, okay, I'm scared to death. Now, okay, what is it that I must choose to do? Go ahead and experience that fear, but don't let that fear immobilize you. In what you've done with your life thus far, is it giving you what you want? Is it giving you what you want? When you look toward the future, when you look at all that's going on out here, is there some place within yourself you say, hey, I know I need to be out there in that arena. I know I can do more than what I've been doing. I know there's some great music that I have within me that I haven't brought out here yet. Is that something that you begin to look at within yourself? So I used to do that, and I used to go to big rallies and see guys up speaking when I wasn't courageous enough to go out there and say, hey, my name is Les Brown, the motivator, Mamie Brown's boy, I want to talk. I would never do that. I'd just be back there looking at them and wanting to get their autograph and would say, can I meet you, Mr. Waitley, or can I meet Mr. Zig Ziglar? Please tell him, who are you? Les Brown. Because I felt within myself I was a nobody. So who am I to go talk to these guys and go get their autographs? I like to do what you do. See, I say if you look at your life, and if you're not getting what you want, you owe it to yourself to do something differently. If you're on a job, 85%, they say, of Americans go to jobs that they're unhappy. If you're doing something 8 hours a day that you don't like, it's not giving you what you want, it's not giving you a strong feeling of satisfaction and fulfillment, you're miserable, you hate to go there, you're depressed just thinking about it, you sing the "Thank God It's Friday" song every week, it's giving you headaches just thinking about it on Sunday afternoon after the football game goes off. If that's what it is, you owe it to yourself to start strategically working to change directions. See, but you know what most people will do? Most people will resist change. Most people will fight change as if change would be worse than what they're experiencing. See, they know this. They're familiar with this. Most people will not challenge the unknown. They won't just step out there. See, there's certain things that's got to be in place. They got to see it all together. And life isn't like that. That's not how you grow. So as you look at your life, you're saying, I'm not getting what I want. As you begin to look toward the future, begin to know that whatever it takes for you to create that, you've got that in you. You've got that. You've got genius in you. You've got goodness in you. You've got creativeness in you. If you decide to take the initiative to change the current quality of your life, I say to you that you will find that the universe is on your side, that life is on your side. Now, will it be turbulent? Yes. Will it be easy? No, no. Will you have some opposition? Yes. Will I make a lot of mistakes? Yes. Will I get hurt? Yes. Yes. See, a lot of people won't try anything different in life because they don't want to get hurt. Let me tell you something. It's too much pain to duck. Pain is everywhere. You can hide under here. It will come where you are. Really, if I go back here, pain will come. Hey, Les, come on out. It will come. It's everywhere. Viktor Frankl calls it unavoidable suffering. You can't duck it. But most people spend their life not wanting to deal with the pain of rejection, the pain of defeat, the pain of being disappointed, the pain of losing, the pain of failure, the pain of being criticized, the pain of not being liked, the pain. That's called life. Life is full of pain. It's everywhere. But guess what? There's no gain without pain. Now, if you're going to hurt anyhow, get some yardage out of it. Because it's the pain of regret that you experience. If I had it to do over again, that's a pain. Don't you know that's something? When you know, I was in a seminar once and this lady stood up. If I had my life to live over again, she talked about all of the things that she would do. And you can feel the pain of regret in her voice. The pain of regret.
Have like a base price.
She still experienced pain. She was trying not to experience the pain of defeat, the pain of disappointment, the pain of loss,
price, even though it's my own design,
the pain of lack of support.
But like, who want to pay fucking $28?
And she still experienced pain. It was right there. We can't get around it. Most people are governed by their habits, their fears, and the opinions of others. A lot of people never try anything differently because they have been convinced by people in their lives that they value that they can't do it. They're living within the context of the opinions that other people have of them, the low expectations. Many people doubt themselves because when they thought about doing something at some critical point in their lives, somebody they respected and honored, somebody they believed in, somebody that they loved, someone they trusted said, you can't do that. And they accepted that. That's why I didn't go off to college. I had an instructor that I believed who said, "You're not college material, Mr. Brown. You're not as smart as your brother Wesley or your sister Margaret Ann. You're not college material. Why don't you try and get you a job at the post office? Try and do something with your hand, or go down to the Miami City Sanitation Department and see can you get a job there. Or why don't you try and go into the Army?" I took that test, Mr. Tellers, already. And what happened? I failed. I told you. Anybody fail the Army test, you're really in trouble. So I went down to the sanitation department to try and get a job, because that's what I believe was possible for me. As you look at your life, ask yourself the question, what would your life be like? What would your life look like if you decided not to care what people thought of you? What would your life be like if you decided to give up some of your fears? What would your life be like if you decided to become courageous? What would your life be like? If you decided to act on your dream, if you did what you felt in your heart. You know what courageous means? Tom Rusk and Randy Reed said. They said that courage comes from a French word which means of the heart. How does it feel to you? He says it's courage, you know, it takes courage to live. Says most people go through life not allowing themselves to step out because they don't want to let go. They don't want to be blown around. They don't want to be moved. The courage to face life's whirling wind of contradictions. The courage to love yourself. The courage to love.
I should probably get like an Amazon
For years,
store.
I was afraid to love. The courage to take a chance. The courage to be who you are.
Yeah, I should find that out right now. You have to pay for
He says courage isn't for somebody else, for medals, applause, or moral debts. Courage is what at that moment feels most right for you. Not just situational ethics, but what feels right in your heart. The word of the heart. What feels right in your heart. One great philosopher says, cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. What does that mean? That valiant people aren't afraid? No, no, no. It means that they experience that fear and they move forward. They move forward anyhow. Many people are dead now. Many people are allowing their dreams to die. Many people are allowing their ideas to lie dormant and collect dust. Many people have all this talent and ability that they are allowing to be buried inside of them, that they will take with them to their graves because they didn't have the courage to be who they are. And I say, as you begin to look toward the future and manifesting your greatness, it's going to take everything in you, that your life deserves the concentrated effort to begin to look at how is it that I can express more of me? How is it that I can bring my ideas out here now? How is it? And start living with a sense of urgency, because you're here today, you're gone today. Life is unpredictable. It's uncertain. There are no guarantees. No guarantees out here at all. So holding back, what are you waiting on? Ask yourself, what's the benefit of your waiting? What's the benefit of your not living your dream? What's the benefit of not listening to yourself? Oh, please, listen to yourself. You know the feelings. If you start listening to the feelings in your heart, and I'm doing it now more every day, I find that my feelings, I can trust them. And I say to you that as you look toward the future, you look at life on a daily basis, if there's something that you have been given, if you've heard something within yourself that you know that what you're doing now doesn't fit for you, it doesn't work for you, it's not giving you what you want, and there's something else that you want to do, don't allow that inner doubt in you to talk you out of it, to build a case on why you can't have it, to tell you why you're not good enough. You ignore that inner voice and all of the external voices. Don't judge the possibilities for what you can do based upon the circumstances, because the circumstances won't determine who you are. Don't determine what you're able to do based upon your resources. Don't determine what's possible for you based upon where your life is right now. Where your life is right now is not you. That's just what it is right now. But the possibilities for you are unlimited. If you're in a rebuilding process, it's unlimited. If you're coming back from adversity and devastation, it's unlimited of what you can do. That's the capacity of human beings. It doesn't matter how many mistakes you've made. Doesn't matter how many flops you've had. Doesn't matter how much money you've lost. In fact, I see it only as an investment of what you learn from life, not losses, but investments of what's possible for you. And I say to you that once you start listening to yourself and as you begin to act on your dream, as you start just trying to find your way, doing what you can with what you have, you will start seeing things opening up for you. You'll start attracting people. You say, where'd they come from? Things will start coming together, clicking for you. You say, whoa. You start brainstorming. Ideas will come out of nowhere as you focus on it. The key to it is to begin to focus on what it is you want to do. Why, Les? Why is that important? Because as you focus on that which you want to do, that which we focus on, that which we give our energy to, it will begin to multiply. It will begin to expand. It will begin to develop your consciousness. And out of that comes your greatness. Out of that comes a commitment. Out of that comes a passion for life. Out of that comes a special power that you have in you that you haven't even called on yet. See, the powers that we have will never reveal themselves if we don't challenge them, if we don't put ourselves in a position where we have to use them. So one of the most important things is reading a book that's a really interesting book called Instant Millionaire, and the guy said, put yourself in a position where you can't retreat, where it's do or die, sink or swim. Here's what you'll find out. You'll develop incredible swimming skills. Or swallow half the pool of life. You'll find yourself stroking unlike you've ever seen before. Through the inspiration of desperation, you'll become more creative than ever before. So what is it? How do we handle that whole piece? Throw your whole self into it. See, most people go at it tentatively. They don't give all their stuff. They don't concentrate. They don't put everything they've got in them. One guy wrote a book called All You Can Do Is All You Can Do. And all you can do is enough. But he said, make sure you do all you can do. And if we're honest this evening, we know that we haven't done all we can do. So as we look at the future, we can decide that from this day forward, as I look at my personal relationships, if I look at my professional relationships, if I look at my family relationships, as I look at all the dimensions of my life, looking at myself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, I'm going to do all I can do to develop me, to bring my talent out here, to make a contribution to life. I don't know what you want to do. Here's what I know about you. That you've got greatness within you. As you look toward the future and developing your greatness, begin to know that your life is worth the effort. Is it easy? No. Is it worth it? Yes. Yes, your life is worth it. And so it is. This is Mrs. Mamie Brown's baby boy, Leslie Calvin Brown, saying it's been a plum-pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege. Thank y'all here.
What the relentless system does, it's a mindset. Before you have an exceptional skill set, okay, you have to have the right mindset.
The fighter jet mentality is that someone who is just determined, relentlessly obsessed in achieving an outcome in the face of all adversity.
I've always had this relentless mentality, and if you say I can't do something, if I fail, if I, mess up, it just motivates me even more. I just become even more hungry.
You've got to start with that belief in your mind. I've got this. I can do this. I can conquer this.
The relentless are unstoppable.
I didn't want to have to say, I wish I would have done more. You got to put yourself in that cage. I switched my mind to something else. Switch my mode into something else. It's go time.
But the difference between me and most people is you might be sweeter than me. You might be bigger than me. You might grind. Listen to me, I don't know. You might have money. I don't know where you come from, but you will not outwork me.
I'm in that cage, bro. Don't touch me. Don't talk to me.
All in, emotionally and executionally, in theory and strategy and in execution.
If you want something, you have got to be relentless.
When you're sitting there, you're trying to sell your product, you're making phone calls, you're giving a lecture, whatever it may be, you're driving a bus, you're a doctor, whatever it may be, the stronger your mindset is, the greater your skill set is going to be.
Make a declaration to yourself. Declare all-out war. It doesn't matter about what happens to you. What matters is, what are you going to do about it?
They start their school on Monday morning watching me. They ain't got a daddy. Their daddy in jail. They don't have a brother. Their brother's in jail. They all I got. You don't understand. My son's at Michigan State, and I pay for it cash. My daughter wants to go to Harvard. You don't get it. My sister just had a baby, and she ain't making no money. A game. All I got is an A game. I ain't got a B game. I ain't got a C game. When I finish, people are relying on me. Some of y'all, when you get on the field, you forgot what it was like when you was hustling in high school playing ball, when you were in college hustling to get to this point.
If you want something, you've got to be relentless. You've got to decide, I deserve this, and I'm going to have it. And you go all out to get it.
Whether you make it to the league or not, you are not who you are because of the league. You are who you are because of who you are. And if you make it to the league, then the league is going to be blessed with your presence. Are you hearing what I'm saying?
Through all the bumps in the road and the stormy weather, the heart of a champion you can never measure.
I don't think greatness is something you're born with, some mysterious power bestowed upon us by God. It's something that truly exists in everyone. I look at it as a superpower we all have, buried deep inside us. This tiny diamond surrounded by layers and layers of rock, the hardest rock in the universe. And every time you do something good, a piece of that rock breaks away.
I see dudes 6'10", I'm like, you wasting it. You bragging about you 6'8", you wasting the height. I'm about 5'10" with my shoes on. I'm comfortable. Married 5'10", been married 30 years 5'10", 2 beautiful kids 5'10". I don't need to be 6'6", that's your life.